Hi Collective! Welcome or welcome back to my channel. I am the Nosy Witch and this is my channel, Nosy Witch Tarot. I do collective pick a card readings here on YouTube. Just a heads up, my readings do tend to be fairly long. They tend to be deep dives. So feel free to get a hot or cold beverage of choice. Get settled, get cozy, because we have a lot to get through today. Because today's reading is titled Your Soul's Next Obsession and How It Changes Your Life. Now, the idea for this reading was inspired by a couple of different things, to be honest, but when I officially decided I wanted to do a reading like this, it was actually because my friend and I were kind of empathizing with each other about our shared tendency to become utterly obsessed with things. You know that feeling when something just completely gets a hold of you and becomes the center of your universe overnight? And it's like all of your thoughts and all of your energy and all of your attention seems to get funneled into this one thing. And before you know it, you've spent 3 weeks researching it, looking at every single Reddit thread, talking about it to everyone you know, thinking about it all the time, and accidentally just like neglecting everything else in your life. Yeah, that kind of feeling. And we were actually talking about some of the downsides that can come with that, because if you are somebody who experiences hyperfixations or obsessive tendencies or intense interests, or just that feeling of becoming completely consumed by something, you'll know that it can sometimes come with consequences. And I know that firsthand because, to be honest, I have always been that kind of person, and I don't know whether it's because I'm a Scorpio, I don't know whether it's because I'm neurodivergent, I don't know whether it's just a fundamental aspect of my personality, but I have never really known how to just like something a little bit. I've never really been somebody who knows how to just dabble in things. When I enjoy something, I'm intense about it. I want to pour my entire heart and soul into it. I want to know everything about it. I want to think about it all the time. I basically want to let it consume me. Not to be dramatic, but yeah, and I am aware that that's probably not the most healthy thing in the world. But during that conversation with my friend, we were kind of talking about how there is another side to that too, because yes, these tendencies can absolutely cause problems, but they've also given us gifts. We actually started talking about some of the things that we'd learned, some of the experiences we'd had, the skills we developed, the passions we'd discovered, and the opportunities we'd taken because we were willing to throw ourselves completely into something we cared about. And I actually think both of those truths can exist at the same time. Sometimes we beat ourselves up for being intense. Sometimes we ask ourselves, why am I like this? Why can't I just love things a normal amount? And honestly, I just think life is hard enough without constantly criticizing ourselves. So whilst this reading isn't here to try and glamorize unhealthy behavior or encourage self-abandonment in favor of your latest hyperfixation, I do want to spend some time looking at the gifts that can come from this particular energy. So I guess this is like the lighter side of obsession or passion, the ways that being completely captivated by something can actually sometimes change our lives for the better. So this reading today is for my people because I know that some of you relate to this. You are my people who love things with your whole entire being. You are my people who throw yourselves fully and wholly into your passions. My people who hyper-focus and hyper-fixate and nothing can snap you out of it. My people who just don't know how to love in half measures. It's either everything or nothing. And this one is also for my people who are learning how to find more balance within that, while still recognizing that there are things they can learn from their obsessions and ways they can grow because of them. Because, when we hear words like addiction or obsession, in the literal sense, those things can sound quite dark. And of course, addictions are serious. I don't want to invalidate that, but I do want this reading to be, I guess, a little bit more playful than that, because obsession exists on a spectrum. There is a difference between an addiction to smoking or something and becoming obsessed with looking after your body. There's a difference between being consumed by something that's actively harming you and being consumed by something that is helping you grow. And obviously, balance is important no matter what we're talking about here, and I don't think any of us should be aiming to lose ourselves completely in anything. But I also think it's okay to acknowledge that sometimes this is just how we are, and we can work with it or work against it. Sometimes we just love things very, very hard, and that's okay. It's not always a bad thing. So today we are looking at what your soul is about to become obsessed with, what your next hyperfixation might be, what your next great passion might be, what your soul is being called towards, and how that thing is changing your life, what that thing is teaching you, how it's benefiting you, and how it's helping you grow. What's it going to lead to? So this could be something you've already been thinking about. This could be something you've recently become interested in. This could be a future obsession that's waiting just around the corner. Maybe if some of you have been feeling a little bit stuck lately, if life has felt a bit dull, maybe you're waiting for that thing that's gonna reignite your spark and make you feel excited again. That thing that just sets your soul on fire, and that thing that reminds you what it feels like to be alive. So that is what this reading is about today. And whatever this obsession turns out to be, it could show up in a million different forms, okay? There's no specific way. It could be connected to your personal healing, that journey, your self-development. It could be connected to your career, your relationships, a hobby, a passion project, a topic you become desperate to learn about, or something you haven't even considered yet. But this reading is basically like your soul is about to find a Netflix show to binge on, and it's not going to be able to stop watching it, okay? That's the vibe I'm going for. This is the thing that's going to make your soul go, oh, just one more episode. We've got time for another one. And hopefully it's going to be something that ultimately benefits you. So we're going to be exploring the ways that it's benefiting you. I also just thought this was kind of an interesting topic because there are so many tarot readings out there that are like, who's obsessed with you, or why are people obsessed with you? And I love those readings. Those readings are amazing. I think I have one like that, or probably a few like that myself on this channel. But when I was planning this reading, I was like, no, actually, wait a minute. I want to know what the collective is obsessed with. I want to know what the thing is that's calling to them, because you are not just the muse, you are the creator. I want to know what the thing is that is bigger than you, the thing that makes you feel alive, the thing that gives you purpose. What makes you excited to wake up in the morning? I want to know what that thing is. And I want to know what happens when you find it. I want to know how it changes your life. Because sometimes the things that consume us are the very things that transform us. With that said, another thing that inspired this reading today is actually one of my latest obsessions, which has been the film obsession. I have seen it twice now, and it is one of my favourite films of this year. It is genuinely, I think, one of the best films I have seen in a long time. And one of the things I found interesting was all of the discussions surrounding the concept of the One Wish Willow, because I've seen a lot of people talking about this online and people debating whether the One Wish Willow itself was cursed, like whether every wish was inherently bad, whether every wish was destined to become some kind of monkey's paw situation. But the interpretation overall that I got from it was actually that it wasn't necessarily the One Wish Willow in and of itself that was bad. It was the wish that Bear made that was bad, because Bear's wish was rooted in taking away somebody else's autonomy. Ultimately, it was rooted in taking away someone else's free will, and to me, that's what kind of corrupted it. It became like this sort of glitched file. Sort of like when you download a mod for The Sims, if you guys have ever done that. Sometimes they elevate the game and they make it so much better, but sometimes they can corrupt the game. Sometimes the mods work absolutely fine and you're having a great time with them, but then there'll be some kind of update and then it completely corrupts the game. None of your mods work and it makes your game really glitchy. So that's how I kind of saw the wish in that scenario. And yeah, that idea just really stuck with me because it made me realise that desire isn't inherently bad, yearning isn't inherently bad, wanting something deeply doesn't have to be inherently bad, and obsession itself doesn't have to be inherently bad. Maybe it depends on what we're directing our energy towards. It could depend on what we're using that energy for, because obsessive energy is incredibly powerful. It's just that sometimes we channel it into things that hurt us, and other times we channel it into things that might help us grow. So I think that's a big part of what inspired this reading. The other thing, just to talk about obsession for a second, I know I'm kind of rambling, but the other thing I found really interesting was that I saw a lot of people interpreting the film as like a demonic possession movie, which I completely understand because there are definitely elements of that. You know, that feeling of losing yourself, that feeling of being taken over by something, that feeling of like not fully understanding what's happening to you anymore and just being like carried away by something outside of you. But the creators involved with the film have kind of reiterated that it isn't a demonic possession movie. It isn't necessarily some outside entity that's like possessed Nikki and changed her. So the way I interpreted it was it's less about like possession and more about what I can only really describe as like wish consciousness. You know, it's not that some pre-existing entity has entered Nikki. It's almost like the wish itself has created something new. Like it's this new consciousness, it's this new force. It's something that exists alongside this version of Nikki that's already there because the wish made it so. And I thought that was a really fascinating idea because sometimes obsessions can feel a little bit like that too. Like they become their own little consciousness, they develop wants and needs of their own, and they start influencing our choices and kind of reshaping who we are. You know, sometimes it can genuinely feel like we've been taken over by something, but hopefully not quite in the same way as Nikki, because that did not go well. But I do think there's something really interesting about this idea that our obsessions can transform us in ways we never even expected, and that's something I wanted to bring into this reading today. We're hopefully looking at those transformations in much healthier ways than the film does, but I do think there's something really powerful about asking ourselves what happens when our soul becomes completely captivated by something. So on that note, before we get into the reading today, I would love to know, what has your latest obsession been? What have you been utterly infatuated with lately? Whether it's a hobby, a topic, a book, a film, music, a podcast, a person, a game, whatever it happens to be, I want to hear about it. Because one of my latest fixations has obviously been the film Obsession. One of my other recent hyperfixations has been the game Paralives. I have been absolutely no-lifing that game whenever I get the opportunity. And whilst we are talking about current obsessions, I also wanted to give another little shout out to the bracelets from Otter Spirit, because I have genuinely become obsessed with them. And just so you guys know, I have fulfilled my obligations with Otter Spirit, so this isn't me being like, oh, I have to mention these. I just genuinely really love these bracelets. As a chronically ill, witchy girl, my spiritual practice naturally has ebbs and flows. Sometimes I have energy to dedicate to it, and other times I'm basically just doing the best I can. But these bracelets have kind of reignited my obsession with crystals and all things astrology, and that's an obsession that never really wanes, but it does dip in and out depending on where I'm at energy-wise. But I'm wearing the carnelian today, kind of matches my nails, and I thought this was a beautiful colour to go with for a hot sunny day. But yeah, I've just found myself getting really excited about astrology and crystals again, and I've been much more intentional with the energy I'm carrying into my day, because every morning I choose whichever bracelet feels right for the energy I want to embody. So yeah, I've been loving wearing them, they're so pretty. And if you guys do want to have a little look, I will leave everything linked down below, including my affiliate codes. It's NosyWitch20 for 20% off any order, and NosyWitch30 for 30% off orders over $99. With that said, please tell me about your obsessions, tell me about the things that light you up, tell me all about the rabbit holes you've fallen down recently. Please feel free to info dump in the comments, because I genuinely enjoy reading them. I love learning about new things, and I love seeing what you guys have been excited about yourselves lately. Now, with all of that said, let's move on to our usual disclaimers. As always, this reading is for entertainment purposes only, so please don't take it too seriously. A free tarot reading on the internet should not be making you feel anxious or paranoid or frightened, or like you need to completely restructure your life because a random person on YouTube told you to, okay? This reading is here to uplift you, it's here to give you something exciting to look forward to, it's here to hopefully offer a little bit of guidance, reflection, validation, and entertainment. So please take everything with a pinch of salt. These are general readings, which means not every single detail is going to resonate, nor would I expect it to. Always take what resonates and leave the rest behind for somebody else. Don't force anything to fit if it simply doesn't. We're going to start off each pile by looking at the oracle card that you chose. That's going to act as a little energy check and help us confirm whether or not you're in the right place. From there, we'll be pulling some additional oracle cards as well as your tarot cards. And we're really going to deep dive into what this obsession could be, why your soul is being drawn towards it, and how it's changing your life in a really positive way. Because this is a general reading, I will probably be giving quite a few examples throughout. The examples don't necessarily have to fit literally, they're there more as placeholders to help describe the energy. So if I say something like, this could be a hobby, and for you it's actually a relationship, that doesn't automatically mean it's not your pile. The examples are there to help make a metaphysical concept a little bit more tangible, but ultimately I want you to apply the energy to your own situation in whatever way feels most appropriate for you. With that said, we do have 5 piles to choose from today, and I am using some beautiful strawberry stickers today in honour of the upcoming strawberry moon. But over here we have pile 1 with the agreement card from the Greenwich Oracle and the strawberry kitty sticker. We're going to be using the Cosy Witch Tarot for this pile. Over here we have pile 2 with the Stimulation card and the strawberry deer sticker. We're going to be using the Wild Unknown Tarot for this pile. Over here we have pile 3 with the Affection card and the strawberry bird sticker. We're going to be using the Healing Waves Tarot for this pile. Over here we have pile 4 with the Happiness card and the strawberry bunny sticker. We're going to be using the Everyday Witch Tarot for this pile. And finally we have pile 5 with the Leadership card and the strawberry snail sticker. We're going to be using the Gourmet Tarot for this pile. You are absolutely welcome to choose more than one pile if more than one pile is calling to you today, especially if you feel like you have more than one obsession or interest or area of life that you would like to explore. As always, these readings are timeless. Whenever you happen to find this reading, trust that it has found you at the right time. You are also very welcome to revisit this reading in future and see whether any new messages reveal themselves to you. Timestamps will be listed in both the pinned comment and the description box below. Clicking on your chosen timestamp will take you directly to your reading. With all of that said, I'm sending you so much love, take care of yourselves, and I will see you at your chosen pile collective. I hope you enjoy it. Hi Pile 1 Collective, if you chose the Agreement card from the Green Witch Oracle, and you chose the Strawberry Kitty sticker, and you chose the Cozy Witch Tarot, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. Today's reading is titled Your Soul's Next Obsession and How It Changes Your Life. I do go through absolutely everything this reading will entail, along with my usual disclaimers over in the intro. I will also leave some of that information in the pinned comment below in case you skip the intro. I would recommend checking at least one of those out very briefly so you know what to expect from this reading today. But with that said, this is all about whatever it is that is about to make your soul absolutely obsessed. So what is setting your soul on fire? What is about to consume all of your thoughts? What is about to become your newest rabbit hole? Because just when you thought you'd escaped your latest hyperfixation, you're suddenly like, no, 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 no. I thought we were supposed to be having a nice date. Oh, I think my chicken's just laid an egg. I don't know whether you can hear that. It's very loud. Might have to pause for a moment. But essentially, you're like, oops, here we go again. Because you can feel a new obsession taking over your life in the best possible way. Something that might stop you eating, sleeping, or thinking about anything else, but hopefully it won't make you pee on the floor like Nikki. We are trying to channel the healthier side of obsessive energy today, collective friends, if that is possible. But before we get started, I am going to have to go and collect that egg. Okay, turns out there was actually no egg. My chickens just decided to start screaming, which, I mean, it's very, very hot, so I don't blame them. I feel like screaming too right now. Anyway, I mentioned this in the intro, but before we get started, please feel free to let me know down in the comments what your current obsessions or hyperfixations have been. I did share some of mine in the intro, but I absolutely love hearing what you guys have been obsessing over lately. And I want to get you excited about your next obsession too. Whether it's a game, a film, a book, a hobby, a random topic that you've just randomly spent 14 hours researching for no reason, or something completely different, I want to know about it. And I also want to get you excited for your next obsession. Now, we are going to start off with a little bit of an energy check by focusing on this oracle card that you chose first, and then we're going to open the reading up and do a much deeper dive with some additional oracle cards and your tarot cards, which you can see in front of you. With all of that said, I really hope you enjoy the reading today, and without any further hesitation and no being distracted by screaming chickens, let's get started with this one, Pile 1. So you chose this really sweet little kitty sticker, so some of you could be cat people, you could have cats or kittens of your own, or maybe there is some kind of soul pet in kitty heaven who wants to give you a little shout out and let you know that they're here for you. But yeah, you chose this beautiful agreement card with the number 24 and strawberry, which is interesting because we are doing a strawberry themed reading today. So the number 24 itself could be operating as a confirmation for some of you, or even the individual numbers 2 and 4 could be relevant in some way. This could be a birthday, an age, an angel number, or a synchronicity you've been seeing a lot of, an astrological house, a life path number, or something else completely random. So maybe somebody here is 24 years old, or perhaps 24 was a significant age in relation to this obsession somehow. Maybe you first encountered this thing around that age and now it's sort of coming back around into your life again. Something from the year 2024 might also be relevant. February or April birthdays could be significant for some of you. And I'm also getting Taurus and Cancer energy quite strongly here too. So maybe some of you have those placements prominently in your chart. Some of you guys could also be seeing a lot of the number 222 or 444 or 2424. And what's interesting is the angel number 2424 carries a lot of energy surrounding building stable foundations and, you know, balancing different areas of your life. It's often about like creating something that's going to last more for the long term rather than a sense of like chasing instant gratification. And I feel like that's the overall energy I'm getting from this pile in general, with this being like the agreement card, because the first thing I was sensing when I looked at this agreement card was that there's almost a seriousness to this obsession. But saying seriousness, even as I'm saying it, it doesn't quite feel like the right word, because I want you guys to hear that and think like, oh my god, so this isn't going to be a fun obsession then because it's serious. That's not the case. I actually think you're going to absolutely love whatever this thing is. I think a better word for it would be like official. Yeah, this obsession feels official. This doesn't necessarily feel like one of those sort of random out of the blue hyperfixations where a random TikTok catches your eye at 3 o'clock in the morning and suddenly you've decided to just make that thing your whole personality for the next few weeks, like you go into a rabbit hole. It doesn't feel like that sort of spare the moment type of obsession. This feels like something you have thought about. It feels like something you have perhaps been debating with yourself, maybe for a while now actually. It almost feels like there's been this ongoing negotiation happening in the background, and eventually you've reached this point where you've said like, you know what, we're doing this, like this is the path we're going down, and you're committing to it. And I'm actually seeing in my mind's eye a literal handshake right now. I'm seeing somebody making a deal or signing a contract. And it doesn't have to be literal. It could be a metaphorical contract that you've made with yourself. But the one thing I want to say is that this doesn't just feel like you sort of dipping your toe in the water to see if you like it. It doesn't really feel like you're testing the waters with this. It doesn't feel experimental. It feels more like you have already decided this thing is worth pursuing. You've already decided it's in your best interest. You sort of set your sights on it. You've decided that there is fertile ground here and that it's capable of giving back to you in some way. And that's something that's actually standing out really strongly here, because this obsession feels like it's good for you, is what I want to say. And I know that sounds really, really simple, but I do think it's important to say that, because this doesn't feel like obsession for obsession's sake. I'm trying to explain what I mean. Like, this doesn't feel like, oh, this is fun and I'm doing it because my brain has randomly latched on to something that feels good. It feels much more intentional than that. It feels like you're choosing this because you genuinely believe that it is going to better your life, maybe further down the line. And already, I know we're only on pile 1, but when I knew I was doing a reading about obsession sort of energy, I thought it might be a lot more chaotic going in, a lot of sort of like accidental hyperfixations that we fall into. But this feels more like you guys are locking in. That's the phrase I keep hearing. It feels like your soul is locking in with something, because even if this thing is fun, and I do think it's going to be fun for you because you're going to become so invested in it, but there is like a purpose attached to it too. At the end of the day, you have a reason for doing this. It's almost like you're becoming obsessed with something because you know that eventually it's going to bring some sort of sweetness into your life. Eventually you're going to be able to bear the fruits of your labour, which is actually a funny phrase to use considering this is a strawberry card. Yeah, it feels like planting seeds now because you know future you is going to benefit from it later. That's the main message I'm getting. Because when I think about strawberries, you know, I think about abundance and sweetness and fertility and things blossoming over time. I don't think necessarily of like instant gratification. I think of growing something and then eventually being able to enjoy it, the rewards of it. And that's exactly what this obsession feels like. Now, the stickers I've chosen today are in honour of the upcoming strawberry moon. Again, I did say at the beginning, I'm not sure if this reading will be out in time. It's been really, really hard to record in the UK because we are having a heat wave. I'm sure I've probably mentioned that already. Yes, we complain when it's rainy and cold. Yes, we also complain when it's hot. No, I've said before, like, heat here in the UK is different because our infrastructure is designed for like keeping in heat, so everything is like intensified. That's kind of why we complain so much. That and just the fact that we're British, like if we're not talking about the weather, what are we doing? But yeah, anyway, all of that is to say, I don't know whether the strawberry moon will have passed, but I do think if you're watching at the time of me recording, something about this specific time period could be relevant for you guys. Summer solstice, that could be relevant. Maybe that's when the ball starts rolling here. And I actually think this sort of period of time in general is a really interesting time of year because it's this natural sort of halfway checkpoint where I guess we're looking back at the beginning of the year and we're asking ourselves like, okay, where do I want to be, 6 months from now? And I think sometimes those moments can really trigger new obsessions because you know, we start thinking more intentionally about our direction and about our future. And I actually think this pile is very direction orientated. That's probably the best way I can describe it, I think, because yeah, again, it's not giving me like chaotic energy at all. And now my chicken is screaming again when I said it's not giving chaotic energy. So maybe that's spirit trying to tell me, oh no, this pile does have chaotic energy. Okay, so maybe you do have chaotic energy, but something about the obsession this time is maybe gonna like shift some of that energy. Like this particular obsession doesn't feel chaotic. So just to give a few examples off the bat, bear in mind the examples don't have to fit literally. They are here more to help us understand the overarching energy. But I'm thinking of something where like you've decided after months of contemplation or even years of contemplation of thinking about this, that you truly do want to improve your health or your fitness, let's say. So maybe you guys finally sign up to that gym that you've been contemplating joining forever, and that is the agreement because you sign a contract when you join a gym, right? And you're like, right, I'm paying for this now, so we're committing, we're locking in, we're going to the gym X many times a week. But then maybe you become absolutely obsessed with the process. Like you start researching nutrition and weightlifting and how to build muscle, or you start trying all these new healthy recipes, or you start listening to podcasts and learning all about, you know, longevity and health and protein and exercise techniques because you've just become completely invested in it. For some of you, this could be putting down roots somewhere. You know, maybe it's literally signing a contract for a property or moving house or creating your dream home, and suddenly you become obsessed with renovating and decorating and cultivating this space that feels very safe and nurturing to you. For others, this could be work related. You know, maybe it's literally signing a contract for a new job or a new role within your existing workplace. And suddenly you're obsessed with learning everything there is to know about this position, or, you know, you're signing up for online courses, you're researching things, you're going above and beyond because you're genuinely really excited about this. For others of you, this could literally be love. You know, agreement is making me think about a love or romantic commitment. Maybe some of you are agreeing to build a future with somebody. Maybe you're getting engaged. Maybe you're planning a wedding, and suddenly you become obsessed with creating this life together. And for some of you, you know, strawberries are making me think about fertility as well. Maybe this is literal fertility. Maybe you're planning a family in the future and you're kind of going down a rabbit hole, learning everything there is to know about like conception and fertility and hormones and nutrients and supplements and all of these things, because you have made this very conscious decision that this is something you genuinely want and you're going after it. Obviously, that might just be for one or two people. I think for the most part, this fertility is acting more as like a metaphor, because I keep coming back to this idea of fertile ground. It feels like you're obsessing over something because you know it's knowledge that you can use, it's actions you can take, and it's this path that is going to actually serve you in the long run rather than it just being this kind of fleeting thing. And yeah, I think that's the overarching message for this pile. This isn't just a random obsession. This is you locking in and saying like, this is what's best for me, this is where I want to go, and this is what I'm choosing, and you're fully investing in it. So that's the energy I'm getting so far for you, pile one. We are now going to move along to your tarot reading so we can do a little bit of a deeper dive on this energy, find out more about this obsession and how it's changing your life. Okay, so just to let you know, I am going to be using one of these astrology cards from the Blooming Cat Tarot as part of your expanded energy check. Just to quickly mention, whenever we pull these astrology cards, it doesn't necessarily mean this has to be your sign, or even a significant sign anywhere in your chart for this to be your pile. Although obviously it can be an extra confirmation for you if this is a significant sign in your chart. So we've got Gemini. Adaptable, curious, fun, indecisive, unreliable, impulsive. The dates May 21st to June 20th might be relevant for you guys. Just listen out for any extra confirmations on these cards. Element is air, ruling planet is Mercury, major arcana card, the Lovers, stone, agate and tourmaline, colours yellow and green, lucky numbers 3, 5 and 6, flower, lavender and lily of the valley. So obviously if Gemini is one of your big three, or you have a lot of Gemini or third house energy in your chart, you can absolutely take this as extra confirmation. But really, you know, I'm more interested in interpreting this as the energy surrounding this obsession, because we all embody every sign at different points in our lives, right? So don't panic if you're sat there thinking like, well, I'm not a Gemini, because that is absolutely fine. You don't have to be. But from the Modern Witch Spiritual deck, we have Infinity, which kind of looks like the number 8. somebody could literally have an infinity tattoo, but I'm also getting something about symbolic tattoos in general. I'm also randomly thinking of, do you know those semicolon tattoos that people often get in relation to mental health? It doesn't have to be that specifically, but I'm getting the energy of like something permanent that marks a commitment or a milestone, a promise, a certain chapter of your life, just something with a deeper meaning generally attached to it. An important date could also be significant for some of you as a tattoo or something like that. I'm also getting that somebody here could have recently been waking up at exactly 3 a.m. or maybe you're one of those people who always has to get up to pee at 3 a.m. for absolutely no reason. I'm also getting 3:33 a.m. Some of you could have been struggling with insomnia lately, or intrusive thoughts, or being more distracted than usual. Or maybe you guys just have one of those brains that absolutely refuses to switch off when it's supposed to. I'm also getting something about shoulders coming through quite strongly, so somebody may have pulled a muscle recently, or maybe you've slept funny on your arm, or I'm also getting something about like respiratory issues, so maybe you've recently had a summer cough or a cold or a chest infection. I'm also seeing somebody whose hand keeps going numb from sleeping on it, or maybe somebody has like a minor cut to the hand. I know those are very random confirmations. I just want to mention these while I'm getting them through. Somebody could have recently had to give a speech or do a presentation or attend a conference or communicate something. Now with this Gemini card, I kind of just want to like zoom in on that energy and just talk about the energy we tend to associate with Gemini just for a second, because I think it's a really interesting card to show up alongside agreement and infinity, especially because Gemini is associated with the lovers. And although people often jump straight to romance when they think about the lovers card, at a fundamental level, the lovers can also be about like choices and alignment. And Gemini itself can often be stereotyped as this sort of very intelligent, very analytical energy, but sometimes because the energy is so intelligent, it can accidentally overthink itself into like indecision or analysis paralysis. It's almost like being able to see every possible outcome at once, which is kind of both a blessing and a curse. And then, of course, there's that twin symbolism as well. And for some reason, I'm suddenly thinking of The Parent Trap with Lindsay Lohan. So I don't know whether that's a confirmation for somebody. Maybe somebody does literally have a twin or a sibling who they look very similar to. But beyond that, I think this is more metaphorical than anything else. And by the way, I am absolutely not participating in any Gemini slander right now. I absolutely adore Geminis. Some of the most important people in my life are Geminis. I'm more talking about this as an overarching energy, that there's sort of that stereotype of duality and feeling like you have like two opposite sides of yourself that are constantly pulling you in different directions. And I can actually relate to that. I don't have Gemini in my big three, but I was born with my sun opposite. I was born on a full moon with my sun opposing my moon. And often I can kind of feel like I'm pulled in these two different directions. So I can kind of relate to that. But yeah, I'm getting this message about like maybe one side of you can like envision this beautiful future for yourself. One side of you can see exactly where this thing could take you and all the ways that your life could improve because of it. And then there's this other side that immediately starts listing all the reasons why maybe it won't work, all the reasons you shouldn't bother doing it, all the reasons it could fail. And before you know it, you've talked yourself out of the very thing you were just excited about 10 minutes ago. And for some of you, that could have been happening to you on and off for quite a while. I'm almost getting this vibe of like the evil twin on the shoulder, that sort of thing. Or having like an angel and a devil on your shoulder, something like that. Not literally, more as like a metaphor. But yeah, with that said, let's have a look at your tarot cards, because I kind of went off on a tangent there with more confirmations. So let's have a look which tarot cards we're pulling for you. So over here on the left, we have got the Eight of Cups. If your life feels stale, explore some new scenery. And clarifying the Eight of Cups, we have got the Nine of Swords. We all get a bit carried away with our worries sometimes. We have got the Patient Witch, which is the Hanged Man. Learn to get comfortable with sitting still whenever necessary. And clarifying the Patient Witch, we have got the High Priestess in reverse. When in doubt, your first gut feeling can always be trusted. And we have got Temperance, let go of self-imposed limitations. And clarifying Temperance, we have got the Queen of Wands. Replace your self-doubt with self-confidence. And we have got the Four of Swords. Why aren't you resting? And clarifying the Four of Swords, we have got the Seven of Cups in reverse. Not every great option you're given will be a great option for you. Okay, I don't actually think this pile is somebody who doesn't know what they want. But if anything, I almost think that that's part of the problem. I think some of you guys know exactly what you want, but then your brain sort of jumps in and says, okay, but what if this is just another phase? What if this is just another hyperfixation? What if we're getting carried away? What if this is unrealistic? So there's been this ongoing internal debate happening in the background for a while now. Because when I sat down to do a reading all about your next obsession, it's like I said in your energy check, I genuinely thought we'd be getting a lot more chaos coming through. But this, to me, like I was saying, it definitely doesn't feel accidental at all. It almost feels like you've reached the end of a very, very long conversation with yourself that's been going back around in circles, almost like this infinity symbol, and sort of circling round and round, but you always come back to this. Because often obsessions just tend to happen to us, or that's how it feels. Like we stumble across something and then 3 weeks later it's become our entire identity, and we've just sort of fallen into it. But this feels much more deliberate. It almost feels like you've been thinking about something for a very, very long time, and you have eventually reached this conclusion of like, actually, no, we are doing this. We are doing this time. And I think that's where this obsession begins. Because yeah, you're becoming obsessed with something, but it's not because it randomly popped into your head one afternoon and you thought like, oh yeah, I'll give that a go. Again, it feels much more intentional. It feels like you've genuinely sat with this idea and deliberated over it. In sometimes like a painstaking way, you've imagined different versions of your future, and eventually you're deciding that this is something worth pursuing. And honestly, I think that's why infinity is here as well, because again, there's this sense of longevity attached to this. It's almost like you're saying to yourself, you know, I actually want this to go somewhere this time. I don't want this to be like just another fleeting infatuation that captures my attention for a few days and then disappears into nothingness. Like, I truly want this to last. So in a strange way, Pile 1, I almost think your obsession is being born from a commitment. It's being born from an agreement you've made with yourself. It's almost like, I want to say you finally stopped arguing with your own intuition and started listening to it instead. Now, in terms of the obsession itself, before we move into how it's changing your life, I do want to give some examples and bring it back to that Gemini and third house energy we were talking about. So for some of you, this obsession directly involves communication in some way. Either you are communicating something yourself or you are absorbing information that's being communicated to you. So this could be, for example, reading blogs, consuming podcasts, watching a lot of YouTube videos, researching something extensively online, reading books, learning absolutely everything there is to know about a particular topic. It could even be something as simple as you coming across a reel online that captures your attention, but it's not just something you sort of scroll past and you research for 10 minutes and then you flick it away. It's something that sends you down a complete rabbit hole, and it's something you've never thought about before, but you're actually so interested in it, and it could go the distance. And for others of you, it could be that you are creating something like that yourself, or learning how to do that. Maybe you are writing, you're making videos, you're starting a podcast, you're making music, editing, teaching, or you're doing something that allows you to communicate an idea to other people. Language could even be significant for some of you as well, so perhaps learning a language or becoming fascinated by words and communication. For some of you, this obsession could stem from a conversation with somebody in your immediate environment. Specifically with those third house themes, siblings keeps coming through quite strongly. So for some of you, it could be a brother or a sister that puts you onto this thing, but it could also be a neighbor, a colleague, or just somebody you see regularly. Maybe somebody casually mentions a book they're reading, or a class they've started taking, a hobby they've discovered, or a random topic they've become interested in, and suddenly you're like, wait, tell me more, like I want to know more about this. And before you know it, you are becoming obsessed with that too. I'm also getting that this thing feels accessible somehow. I don't necessarily think this is something that requires you to uproot your entire life and move to a different country to pursue it. It almost feels like it could be integrated in your existing life already. So maybe it's something, for example, you can do from home. Maybe it's something you can access on your phone or your laptop. Maybe it's a class or a hobby that's actually quite local to you. I'm getting an image of somebody walking past like a flyer or a leaflet in their community and picking the leaflet up, becoming interested in it. So it could be something in your local community. The mention of early education is interesting to me too. That's something we often associate with the third house. That could apply in a lot of different ways. Some of you may literally work in schools, or you work with children or young people. And perhaps that's how this obsession presents itself. Others of you, you might want to train to work in one of those environments. But for a lot of you, I actually think early education is just referring to like talking about how you're at the beginning of your learning journey. Like you've become obsessed with being a beginner at something and allowing yourself to learn without, putting too much pressure on yourself to already be this expert. I'm also getting that for some of you, this could be something quite hands-on as well. Maybe it involves using your hands physically to create something. So crafting is just one example that's popping into my head. So in terms of how this thing that you're becoming obsessed with is actually changing your life, I think one of the biggest ways it changes your life is that it's allowing you to walk away and move on from something that has been causing you a lot of anguish for quite a while now. And I actually think that's why I kept saying earlier that this obsession feels kind of serious. Although, again, I don't necessarily love using that word because I don't want you to think this isn't going to be enjoyable. When I say serious, it's not serious in the sense that it's boring. It's more that this isn't, just one of those obsessions that appears just because you're looking for something to do on a Tuesday afternoon, like just for the sake of it. You know what I mean? Because don't get me wrong, I think having fun and doing things just because we enjoy them is a huge and important part of the human experience. I think sometimes we should absolutely say, like, I'm doing this just because I want to and because it feels good in this moment. As long as, you're not hurting yourself or anybody else in that process, there's absolutely zero wrong with that. But this obsession feels different to that. It feels like, again, you've consciously decided to invest in something because somewhere deep down, you hope it's going to lead somewhere, or it will lead somewhere, even if maybe another part of you isn't quite fully convinced of that yet. And that's why I think the biggest change this obsession leads to is eventually being able to leave something behind that isn't serving you anymore. Now, it doesn't have to be this exact example for everybody, but a really good example that's coming to mind is somebody having a hobby that they absolutely adore, but never fully believing they could make anything more of it. So let's say you absolutely hate your current job, right? Maybe you've experienced a lot of that Nine of Swords energy where you're just lying awake at night dreading going into work the next day, but simultaneously feeling kind of trapped there because this thing that you actually enjoy doing couldn't possibly become something bigger than work. It couldn't generate the stable income that you get through your job. And maybe you've convinced yourself that, it's not serious enough or realistic enough or practical enough. Maybe you've had this internal dialogue of like, what are you even thinking? This is just a hobby. Why are you acting like this could become something more? It's like you've unintentionally been talking yourselves out of your own potential because, I can literally see somebody here staying up until 4 a.m. listening to a podcast about this obsession because they're so fascinated by it. And then the next morning, it kind of beating themselves up for it. Like saying to themselves, oh my God, why did I stay up until 4 a.m. researching this thing? I have work tomorrow. Work is what keeps me stable. This thing isn't going anywhere. It's just a silly little hobby or it's just a silly little distraction. But actually, part one, I don't think this thing is a waste of time at all because every time you've invested energy into this thing, you've learned something, you've built skills, you become more knowledgeable and you become more informed. And if you eventually decide to really commit to it and honour that agreement that keeps showing up throughout this pile, I actually do think it could grow into something very fertile over time. Like for some of you, yes, this could eventually allow you to leave the job that you hate so much and make more money. But even if it's not something that literal, which it doesn't have to be, it still feels like this is allowing you to leave behind something that's been causing you a lot of anxiety. Because I don't think, walking away, it doesn't have to be this physical thing for everybody. For some of you, it could be that you're walking away from fear itself. Because if there's something you've been putting off throwing your energy into because you think it's going to make you more anxious, I actually think these cards are kind of saying the opposite. I almost think this is saying like knowledge is power here. I think becoming informed is what helps you feel more like you have more autonomy within the situation. And because you feel, or you're going to feel more equipped to deal with it, it actually becomes much less scary over time. And I know this is a very, very random example that I'm about to give. It doesn't have to be this one for you, but I'm trying to think of situations where people desperately want something while simultaneously being terrified of it. And the one that's popping into my mind is like pregnancy, having a child. That's just coming into my head because people who want to become parents often know more than anything that they want a child, but that doesn't mean they aren't afraid of the process leading up to that, especially women because they go through the process of carrying the baby and of giving birth. They do all the hard stuff in the process, right? So somebody who's pregnant could almost avoid like reading literature about pregnancy or preparing for it because they're so terrified about everything that's happening inside their body and everything that's still to come. Now, am I saying that reading books and researching is suddenly going to make pregnancy and birth a completely fear-free, safe experience? Absolutely not, because even though we're in 2026, there are still a lot of scary things that can happen, and it's a huge thing for anyone to go to, and it's completely normal to be afraid. But there is a certain amount of power that can be reclaimed through being informed, like understanding that if X happens, I know what to do. If Y happens, I know who to call. You know what your options are. Sometimes being fully aware is more empowering than burying our heads in the sand and hoping for the best. And I feel like that's one of the biggest messages of this pile. It doesn't have to relate to that specific example, but it's almost like this obsession changes you by replacing this tendency to catastrophize with information. Because instead of sitting there and thinking like, oh my God, what if this happens? It's more like, okay, well, if that happened, I know that I'd do this. And that's the biggest shift here. I think this obsession is leading to a massive change in your mindset when it comes to how much you trust yourself and what you believe you're capable of in terms of like coping with difficult situations. Because even with the Hanged Man and the High Priestess reversed, I am almost getting this energy of somebody who's been stuck in limbo for a while. Maybe you've been procrastinating something. Maybe you've not been listening to your intuition because self-doubt has been louder than your intuition. It almost feels like you've been waiting for some giant answer to appear before allowing yourself to move forward. I can almost hear someone saying, you know, I know this isn't where I want to be, but I don't know where I'm supposed to be instead. Or I know this isn't really what I want to do, but what if this latest fixation is just another waste of my time? But I actually think this obsession is going to teach you that your intuition about this was right all along. Because if there was an initial feeling of like, I don't know why, but I really want to do this, or I feel my soul pulling me towards this, I'd love to try this, maybe this is something I should properly commit to this time and see where it goes. I don't think that was your intuition getting it wrong at all. I think that was your intuition getting it very, very, very right. But maybe your brain got in the way and tried to tell you that you weren't being logical, but actually that was just anxiety disguised as logic, which happens, you know? I just think some of you accidentally allowed your self-doubt to disguise itself as intuition, right? It's almost like you convince yourself that all of those fearful thoughts were the sensible option, and that's where things became a bit muddled and confusing. So maybe some of you guys have been sat around waiting for a sign or waiting for proof that this thing is really for you, and more than anything, I think the sign is the obsession itself. Because, I mean, if you want to take this reading as your sign, this is your sign. Like, go ahead, I'm giving you permission. But it's like the more you throw yourself into this thing and the more informed you become, the more you piece together pieces of the puzzle and the more things start to make sense. It's almost like everything starts slowly emerging from behind the clouds. You start noticing opportunities, you start making connections and seeing evidence that you're heading in the right direction. But it only sort of happens as you do something. And I really think this thing is going to make you trust yourself again. I also feel like another huge way this obsession changes your life is by teaching you balance, which is actually really funny considering, you know, this whole reading is essentially for people, those of us who tend to struggle with moderation. Because I almost feel like some of you, and this could be why my chicken started screaming when I mentioned like, oh, I'm not getting that you're chaotic earlier. I think I was wrong. Well, I wasn't wrong. I think this obsession energy isn't chaotic, and that's the point. That's what it's teaching you. But maybe previously, you guys could swing wildly between extremes with things, right? Like you're either all in or you're all out. It's everything or nothing. But this obsession isn't really operating like that. It feels like the passion itself becomes more sustainable. Like instead of burning brightly for 3 weeks and then crashing into burnout, this thing actually sustains your creativity and momentum over a longer period of time. And it's almost teaching you that you can have both. You can be passionate without completely losing yourself. You can be invested without abandoning every other area of your life. You are more than capable of throwing your energy into something without it completely consuming your entire identity. And I think with Temperance and the Queen of Wands, this obsession is almost teaching you that balance doesn't have to be boring. It teaches you that balance can actually make you feel the most creative, the most confident, the most authentically yourself than anything. It's like this thing gives you purpose, but it's purpose that can actually go the distance. And with the Four of Swords and the Seven of Cups reversed, one of the biggest messages I'm getting is that this obsession allows you to narrow your focus and refine it in the best possible way, because instead of being stuck in that hanged man energy of feeling like you have to try absolutely everything and see what sticks, this obsession almost helps you clearly distinguish what's for you and what isn't. It gives you permission to stop saying yes to every opportunity that comes your way just because it's there, and that feels like huge progress, because instead of doing things simply to fill up your time or because you feel like you should always be busy, you're becoming much more intentional about where your energy goes. And some of you, it's like you desperately need that rest. If you're somebody who you have a tendency to like constantly feel as though you have to be productive or you have to fill your days with lots of different tasks, I think this obsession is strangely going to teach you how to rest as well, because it's as though you're taking your restoration just as seriously as you are taking your growth. And the fitness analogy is popping into my head again, just as an example. Again, it doesn't have to be this example for you, but if you are lifting weights, for example, rest days are just as important as the actual workout itself, right? Like your body physically needs that recovery time. And I think that's kind of what's happening here. It's as though you're committing to your healing just as much as you're committing to your evolution. And I think that's a really, really beautiful thing, Pal 1. So Pal 1 Collective, that's what I'm getting for your reading today, and that's what I'm going to leave you today, my loves. If you enjoyed this reading, if you got something out of it, or if anything, no matter how small, resonated with you today, please do me a massive favour and like the video, leave me a little comment down below and let me know what resonated. You can also let me know which pal you picked today, or tell me about your latest hyperfixation. I love hearing about the random and wonderful things you've all become obsessed with. So please feel free to like, comment, hype, share and subscribe if you would like to. All of those things help a small creator like me massively, and I would really, really appreciate it if you took time out of your day to do any of those things. But with all of that said, I'm sending you lots and lots of love. Take care, Pal 1, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi Pal 2 Collective, if you chose Pal 2 and you chose this Stimulation card, number 18 from the Green Witch Oracle, and you chose the Strawberry Deer sticker, then you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. We are going to be using the Wild Unknown Tarot for your pal today. Now today's reading is titled Your Soul's Next Obsession and How It Changes Your Life. I do go through absolutely everything this reading is going to entail, along with my usual disclaimers over in the intro. I will also leave details in the pinned comment below in case you skipped the intro. I would recommend checking at least one of those out just so you know what to expect going into this reading today. But with that said, this is all about whatever it is that is about to make your soul absolutely obsessed. So what is setting your soul on fire? What is about to consume your thoughts? What is about to become your newest rabbit hole? Because just when you thought you'd escaped your latest hyperfixation, your soul is like, no, 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 no. I thought we were supposed to be having a nice date. We literally just got over the last hyperfixation and here we go again, oopsie. So this is something new coming to take over your life in the best possible way. Something that's going to occupy your thoughts, become the center of your universe for a little while, and hopefully change your life in some really exciting ways. But hopefully it's not going to make you pee on the floor like Nikki. We are trying to channel the healthier side of obsession today, collective friends, if that is possible. So before we get started, please let me know down in the comments what your current obsessions and hyperfixations are. I did share some of mine in the intro, but I absolutely love hearing about what you guys have been obsessed with lately. Whether it's a game, a film, a book, a hobby, a random topic you've accidentally spent 12 hours researching, or something completely different. I want to know about it, so feel free to info dump below. Now, let's get you excited about your next special interest. We are going to start off with a bit of an energy check to open up your reading. So we're going to be discussing this Stimulation card, and then we're going to move on to the tarot portion of your reading. I do want to mention that just before I started recording your reading, the weather just completely flipped right out of the blue. If you're in the UK, or even if you've not, you might have heard, if you have any UK friends, that we have been going through a heat wave, and this morning it's been absolutely boiling hot. Well, compared to how it usually is in the UK anyway. Obviously in other countries it's probably not that hot, but it was in the 30s, really, really sunny. And now I'm just looking outside and it is actually shucking it down. It's just started raining and there is a thunderstorm starting. I just heard thunder a few minutes ago. So that could be a confirmation in that maybe this energy is very different to the pile I've already recorded this morning, pile 1. It could also be you are a bit of a thunderstorm, pile 2. Maybe in whatever room you enter, you cause a little bit of a storm. So that's the first confirmation. I do also want to mention, with you choosing the little deer sticker, maybe the movie Bambi is significant to you guys, or some of you could have a doe-like beauty. You could have the beautiful brown Bambi eyes or something like that. This kind of makes me think of like Disney princess vibes, so that could apply for a few of you. But yeah, with that said, let's properly get started. I'll stop waffling now and let's have a look at this stimulation card. But yeah, with this being the chili, this feels like an exciting pile already. Now I do want to mention, I don't know whether you can hear the thunder. I hope you can hear it a little bit in the back of the reading, because I feel like that is a confirmation for you guys. Like, we don't get thunder very regularly here, so, you know, maybe you're a little bit of something different. But yeah, I want to mention, none of these things have to apply for this to be your pile, but just as some extra confirmations, I always like to mention the number on the card that we're using. So the number 18 could be significant for you guys, or the individual numbers 1 and 8 could be relevant in some way. This could be a date, an age, an angel number or synchronicity you're seeing a lot of, a birthday, an astrological house, a life path number. So somebody could be born on the 1st, 8th or 18th of a month. January or August birthdays might be relevant. 2018 could have been a significant year for you. Maybe somebody has a 1st, 8th or 18th birthday party coming up. I mean, hopefully not you guys specifically, because you should be at least 18 anyway if you're watching tarot readings on YouTube. But, you know, perhaps a younger person or a child in your life, that could be significant. Some of you could be a life path 1 or 8, or perhaps you're in a personal year 1 or 8. You could be seeing the angel number 1818 a lot lately. Strong 1st house and 8th house energy would be relevant. So perhaps some of you have stelliums in one of those houses, or you have strong Aries or Scorpio placements in your chart. Interestingly, both Aries and Scorpio are associated with Mars energy, so there could be something about a Mars transit that's significant for you guys, or maybe Mars is particularly prominent somewhere in your chart. And even if astrology isn't your thing or that doesn't apply, I still think the energy itself here is important, because all of this is pointing me towards somebody who's really in the process of, oh my god, lightning. Oh. The lightning kind of shocked me a little bit then. Can you hear that thunder? Yeah, you have a big energy pile too. That is crazy. This never happens because, like I say, we don't get like a lot of storms where I live. But yeah, as I was saying, I feel like this is pointing me towards somebody who's really tapping into this fiery side of themselves right now. You guys could naturally have a lot of fire in your chart, but even if you don't, it feels like you're embodying that energy at the moment. And with the thunder going on in the background, it is, you know, again, making me think of that Mars warlike energy. So other random confirmations are coming through as well, which I want to mention right off the bat. First of all, Indian heritage, Indian culture or Indian traditions could be relevant for some of you guys. Some of you could really suit the colour red. Maybe you have a signature red lipstick, maybe you've dyed your hair red, maybe you're a natural redhead, or maybe people often tell you that red is one of your best colours. Some of you could really enjoy spicy food. Maybe you have recently eaten Indian cuisine, or you've eaten something spicy, like a curry or a dal, or I don't know, like Mexican or something. Maybe you've eaten something that's a little bit hot, or maybe you just really love chili in general. You like adding it to your recipes. But I'm also getting, if it's not that, maybe like spicy in a metaphorical sense more than anything. So some of you could really enjoy spicy tarot readings, spicy romance books. Maybe some of you read smut from time to time, or obsessively. Maybe that's one of your obsessions. Some of you also have like a very playful, teasing sense of humour. There's a lot of banter energy coming through here. I'm getting that also some of you could have quite a high drive in general. Take that as it resonates, you know, whether that's physically within your relationships or just with yourself, like your own sense of motivation. I'll let you interpret that however you would like, but there's definitely somebody here who enjoys passion in all of its forms. I'm also getting somebody who struggles with frequent headaches or jaw pain specifically, or perhaps you've experienced that very recently. Then something else that's really standing out to me is this energy of like somebody who always likes to be stimulated by something. you could be, for instance, somebody who's interested in lots of different things and you don't particularly enjoy doing nothing for long periods of time. For example, maybe you always have something going on in the background, like maybe you always have music playing while you do something else, or maybe you're always consuming information, you're always reading up about something. Maybe you have to fidget with something in your hands whilst watching television. Maybe you're somebody who likes to move your body a lot. I'm almost getting this image of somebody with lots of pent-up energy, and it's constantly bursting out of you. Maybe you bounce your leg a lot, or maybe you're always moving from hobby to hobby to hobby because you love being inspired and passionate about lots of different things. Anyway, let's actually talk about this obsession itself in a little bit more detail, because there are lots and lots and lots of things coming through here. But first and foremost, I really want to say that this next obsession feels like a very, very exciting new beginning. And I think that's partly because we had all of those confirmations coming through about Aries and the first house. Again, you absolutely do not have to have those placements for this to apply to you. But when I pair that energy with chili, all I can think about is like novelty and excitement and momentum. This feels like something that lights a fire underneath you, essentially, because both chili and Aries energy have this very strong projection to them. They make an impression, they're memorable. They're kind of one of those things where people either love them or hate them. Some people absolutely adore spicy food and some people cannot stand it, but either way, it's going to have an impact, And I think that's exactly what this obsession is going to do, because yes, this is going to have a huge impact on your life, but I actually think it's going to have a very visible impact as well. It almost feels like people around you are going to notice that something has shifted because of this. They're going to notice that you're different somehow. There's this sense of you like becoming a new version of yourself through this obsession, and people, I guess, almost witnessing that transformation in real time. Now, for some of you, that could be a literal physical transformation. This could absolutely have something to do with health or fitness or body or image, something in the physical space, but it doesn't have to be that direct necessarily. I almost think this thing changes like the way you actually carry yourself. Maybe you become more visibly confident or expressive. Maybe this obsession eventually leads to some kind of financial success, and because of that, you start dressing differently or presenting yourself differently. Or, maybe it's simply that you're finding something that lights you up so much that your energy becomes completely different and people can like tangibly sense it in your aura, because that's actually one of the biggest things I'm getting from this pile. There's something about this obsession that almost like brings energy and vitality back into your life. It's like it's here to wake you up again. It's here to remind you that life can still surprise you, and that there are still things out there capable of completely capturing your attention or making you feel excited. And I keep getting this image of like almost an x-ray or an MRI of a brain scan, and I'm seeing like a part of the brain lit up. So this obsession, it makes your brain light up, like one tiny part of your brain has suddenly been activated and now you can't stop thinking about this thing. So it could be something that really does make you think, like it makes you use your brain, it makes you curious, it stimulates your intellect. And every time you learn something new about it, it's like it inspires another 5 to 10 ideas, like it never gets boring. And I think that's why this obsession is going to become so all-consuming, because it's not one of those things where you do it once and you think like, oh yeah, that was fun. This feels like one of those things where you constantly want to go deeper, you constantly want to understand more, and there's always something new to learn about it. Every time you interact with it, it's like it unlocks another layer, another level to the game or something like that. Yeah, I just feel like this obsession gets you really fired up. I keep wanting to use the word fired up. Like when this topic gets brought up, suddenly you've just got absolutely tons to say about it. It's one of those things where somebody asks one innocent little question and then 45 minutes later you're still like passionately explaining your answer because you just love it that much. So for some of you, this could absolutely be some kind of cause that you're really passionate about and you love to discuss. But I think just generally speaking, it's like this obsession is your creative life force energy. It's like this thing that becomes fuel for your soul, essentially. And I don't want to sound dramatic, but this thing feels like one of the reasons you're excited to get up in the morning. This feels like one of those things where you're going to bed thinking about ideas, and then when you wake up, you have something to drag you out of bed. You want to like jump up and straight back into them. It's almost like this obsession follows you throughout the day, like a stalker, but in the nicest way possible. But it's constantly giving you something to look forward to, is what I want to say. And I also want to say, for a lot of you, this feels like something completely brand new. That might not apply to every single person who chose this pile, because some of you could absolutely be like revisiting an old hobby or rediscovering an old passion through a different lens this time around. But for most of you, I actually think this is something you're discovering that you love for the very first time. And it feels like once you discover it, there's no going back. It's kind of this feeling of like, oh my God, where has this been all my life? And then suddenly you just can't get enough of it. I also feel like this obsession could activate your leadership qualities or your entrepreneurial side somehow. And when I say that, you know, I'm not necessarily saying that everyone who chose this pile is going to become like the CEO of a giant company overnight. But there is this energy of like being a pioneer and doing something your own way. And I'm hearing the phrase first of its kind. And I don't necessarily mean that you have to be the first person in the entire world to ever do this thing. It might not be like it could be a brand new thing to society. It could be an invention, but it doesn't have to be, is what I'm saying. But it's like perhaps you're the first person to approach it from this particular angle, or you're the first person to combine it with another idea in a really unique way. Because honestly, like Aries energy, it's kind of that attitude of like, you know what? I could do that. I could go for that. Aries is like audacious energy. And when I say that, I don't mean it in a negative way whatsoever. I'm literally seeing somebody though shrugging and saying like, actually, why couldn't I do that? And then they try it and suddenly they're like, oh my God, I love this. I love doing this. So, you know, that could apply to anything, of course, but it's like something you try your hand at and it's a new discovery. So, you know, maybe you're watching videos or listening to music or watching a show and you're finding that it all bores you, or you could do it better. Or maybe you're reading books that bore you and you think like, I could write something that's a lot better than this. And you're like, actually, maybe I could have a go at this myself. And then you do, and you end up discovering or rediscovering this passion that you didn't even know existed on this level. Now, with all of that 8th house energy we mentioned earlier, I also wouldn't be surprised if for some of you this thing is a little bit taboo or maybe occult in nature. You know, it could absolutely be that you guys are doing things like tarot readings or mediumship, divination, astrology, psychic development, something spiritual, something along those lines. Of course, it doesn't have to be for everyone. And spiritual can mean like whatever it means to you. It doesn't just have to be one thing. But yeah, I keep hearing this person going like, heck yeah, I could do that, and then just totally throwing themselves into it because, you know, unlike in pile 1 where everything felt, I guess, like more intentional and carefully thought out, this feels a little bit more accidental. It almost feels like you stumble into this thing by chance and you don't realize how much you're going to love it until you're already getting like too deep in, because that 8th house, you know, it likes to go deep. But yeah, before you know it, you're eating, sleeping, breathing this thing because it's become this thing that drives you. It's like you're driven by it. I also want to say that because Aries energy makes me think of like quick tempers sometimes, this obsession could occasionally frustrate you too. I'm not going to lie. I don't mean that in a bad way, but more in the way where like when we become deeply invested in getting something right because we care about it, sometimes we can become like perfectionists with it. So maybe you're writing something, as just one example, and you're looking for the perfect word, and then you're getting kind of irrationally annoyed because no word that you use is good enough for this story that you're trying to tell, or that's how it feels. Or, you know, perhaps if this is a topic you're deeply invested in, people could interpret your passion as anger because maybe when you speak about it, you speak loudly or you get kind of worked up when you're talking about it. But I think that's because your heart is fully in it, pal, too. And I really do think this obsession is going to transform you from the inside out. It feels like it's ushering in a completely new chapter of your life. One where you are becoming this divine initiator, where you just want to kind of dive in head first and, you know, keep ideas flowing and keep the inspiration coming. This genuinely feels like a rebirth moment. And with that said, I think this is a good time to move along to the main portion of your reading. Have a look at the other oracle cards and tarot cards we have pulled for you. So yeah, let's have a look. Okay, I've just had a little break, pal, too, because it is so humid today, even with the thunder and the rain. So I've just made a little iced coffee between your energy check and your tarot reading, but I'm ready to get back into it. So let's have a look at what we have pulled for you. I'm going to be using astrology cards from the Blooming Cats Tarot. Whatever sign this is, It doesn't mean you have to be that sign or even have that sign featuring heavily in your chart for this to be your pile. It is more about like the energy of the obsession. But obviously, if this is a prominent sign for you, you can take it as that extra confirmation, okay? All right, so we have got Cancer. Imaginative, loyal, caring, moody, sensitive, complicated. You can see if any of these things on this card are extra confirmation for you, but we have June 21st to July 22nd. Element is water. Ruling planet is the moon. Major arcana card is the Chariot. Stones are ruby and moonstone. Colours are blue and silver. Lucky numbers 2, 7, and 9. Flowers are lily and white rose. And from the modern spiritual deck, we have discourse. Interesting. Okay. I just want to apologise, guys. My camera randomly glitched and stopped recording just after I'd pulled the Page of Pentacles, the Deer card. So yeah, it feels like something is interfering with these readings today. I don't know. But I didn't want to pull the cards again and act like it was the first time I was seeing them. It's a good job, actually, I checked when I did, because I was about to get started and start talking about your energy. But yeah, so we have the Hermit and the Daughter of Pentacles. We have the Tower with the Daughter of Wands. I told you not to worry about that Tower. Obviously, you didn't hear me. And it's interesting that the recording stopped just before we pulled the Tower. So is there something that somebody doesn't want you to know? I don't know, because the Tower is a pretty big one, but we'll get into that anyway. Please bear with me, but don't worry. And then we have the Seven of Pentacles clarified by Death, which makes sense with the Scorpionic transformation energy we were talking about. And we also have the Moon clarified by the Chariot, which is interesting as well, because the Chariot links to Cancer energy, which we have pulled from your Blooming Cats Tarot. So, okay, let's get started. I'm going to try and keep checking the recording to make sure that it has not stopped, because something is going on today. Now, I'm going to be completely honest. After us talking so much about like fiery energy during your energy check, I was half expecting another fiery astrology card to come flying out here. So I was maybe expecting Leo, Sag, Aries, like we were talking about. So initially, I was a little bit surprised when we pulled Cancer, but the more, and that's not to say that Cancers can't be fiery, like if you're a Cancer watching this and that card was an extra confirmation to you, you absolutely can. It's just not usually what people automatically associate with that sign. But anyway, kind of waffling here already. The more I look at your tarot cards and the more I sit with this energy, the more it makes complete sense. And it absolutely doesn't take away from that fiery energy we discussed either. Oh, can you hear the thunder? But if anything, I think it's adding just another layer to it, because ultimately, you know, this reading is about how this obsession changes you. And I almost think part of that change is that it's allowing you to access a completely different side of yourself. But I guess some extra confirmations for you guys could absolutely be Cancer placements, fourth house placements, or maybe you naturally have a combination of like fire and water in your chart. I also think it's interesting that we mentioned the colour red specifically during your energy check, because one of the stones listed here is ruby. Ruby could literally be someone's name, so you can take that as an extra confirmation if it applies. But pal two, one of the biggest things I'm getting from this entire reading is that this obsession is something you care about in a way that you have never ever cared about anything else before. Or at the very least, you haven't felt this invested in something for a very, very long time, if ever. And I actually think that is both exciting and slightly terrifying all at once, because I'm almost getting this sense, I'm hearing somebody saying like, I've never experienced a love like this before, or I've never been this invested in something before. It feels fundamentally different to previous obsessions is what I want to say. And weirdly, I think that is because a lot of you guys, you are used to being passionate about things, right? I think you're used to getting excited about things. You know, we spoke a lot about that fiery energy, and I still stand by that. I think you are somebody who likes trying things. You are maybe like bold and adventurous and brave in what you're willing to experiment with. But maybe, you know, at certain points throughout your life, that spark has burnt brightly before eventually sort of burning out again. And by that, I mean, maybe you've explored lots of different interests, or you've bounced between passions and you've enjoyed yourself doing it, but nothing has ever or will ever feel quite like this, because this time it almost feels like the emotional investment is much deeper. And with that comes vulnerability, because if we truly care about something, suddenly there's something to lose. And that's actually why Cancer energy makes so much sense to me here, because immediately my brain goes to like this idea of Cancer being very nurturing. It's like nurturing something and protecting something and caring for it as though it's your baby. You know how parents often say like you've never experienced a love like the love between a parent and child? I don't have children myself, by the way, so I can't verify whether that's true or not. I don't have the experience, but it's something I hear from parents all of the time. And that's honestly what this reminds me of. It's like you thought you loved things before until this obsession came along, and suddenly it's just like a whole different ball game. And because it feels like your baby, you become incredibly protective over it. And I actually think that's one of the biggest transformations taking place here, because sometimes it's much easier to be bold when we aren't emotionally invested. It's easier to jump into things head first because it doesn't feel like there are huge consequences attached to it if it doesn't work out. But the moment something genuinely matters to us, things change. And a good example of this that's kind of popping into my head is like, it doesn't have to be this example for you, I'm just trying to illustrate the point. But let's say that somebody has a lifelong dream of writing a book, but they have been constantly putting it off because they know that if they truly committed to it, that would make it real. And if something went wrong, it would absolutely devastate them. But that same person, they could have like a random job that they don't particularly care about. Like let's say they work at McDonald's or something, and a customer complains and says, you obviously are not good at your job because every time I come here and I ask for a shake, you say that it's being cleaned. But it's always being cleaned, like it's never working. So you must not clean it properly if it's never available. I don't know. If someone says something like that, that person is probably just going to like shrug and carry on with their day, because ultimately they don't really care what that customer thinks about the shake machine or about McDonald's, because it's not their dream, like it isn't their life purpose. So they're kind of like whatever. But if somebody criticized that book that they are working on, that's their baby, that they are like protecting with their life, they're like, absolutely not, like don't you dare, that's my baby. Don't you talk to my baby like that. You know what I mean? And that's what this obsession feels like. On the one hand, it feels like this thing you want to swaddle up and protect it from the world because you're scared of it being hurt. But at the same time, it also feels like this thing you'll continue nurturing no matter what. It almost transcends motivation altogether, because when something matters that much to us, we don't just abandon it because we had one bad day. We stick around because we actually care. And I guess that goes back to something I mentioned earlier. I think I said like you could become a bit moodier or more sensitive or more easily frustrated around this obsession. And again, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's simply because you've discovered something that matters to you in a way that other things just haven't really before. This obsession also feels like home somehow, is what I want to say, with all that fourth house energy surrounding Cancer. And for some of you, that could be literal. Maybe this is something you're about to engage with from your own home or from your own safe space, your sanctuary. But I almost get this deeper meaning attached to it for some of you as well. It's almost like discovering this thing allows you to finally say, oh, like this is my thing. This is what I was always supposed to be doing. There's this really beautiful sense of belonging that's attached to it. It also feels like something that actually calms your nervous system. It becomes somewhere you retreat to at the end of the day. It becomes this source of comfort. And for some of you, I actually think it could even connect to your roots in some way, generationally speaking. This doesn't have to apply, of course. It probably won't for more than a couple of people. But like culture, heritage, ancestry, or family traditions could be intertwined with this obsession somehow. Maybe you become obsessed with like learning traditional recipes from your culture as one example. Maybe this is an ancient spiritual practice or something passed down through your family or lineage. Or, maybe it's literally becoming a parent yourself and becoming obsessed with like watching your own child grow and, learning which family members they resemble. These are just random examples, but whatever this is, this feels very, very deeply rooted somehow. Oh, and the weather is changing again. The rain has just stopped and the sun is coming back out. So yeah, I don't know whether that's significant for you guys, but I wanted to mention it. But yeah, I also think this obsession naturally opens up conversations with this discourse card sitting here. Honestly, I could see you talking about this thing for hours and feeling like it's only been 5 minutes. And I get the sense that other people are fascinated by it too. They might ask a lot of questions, they might want to know more, and somehow it's like one conversation around this thing always leads to another conversation. It's like this thing never gets boring because every discussion surrounding it opens a different door. And for some of you, you know, especially if this thing feels a little bit unconventional or risky, it could get people talking about you. And I do remember reading once that chili, spiritually speaking, can be associated with like protection from evil eye energy. So that could be relevant for some of you guys. And I almost think this obsession is teaching you not to allow outside opinions to interfere with your path. It's like you're learning that people are always going to have something to say, they're always going to have advice or opinions, but this obsession feels very much like this invitation to stay in your own lane and trust yourself first and foremost. And I think that's where this Hermit and the Daughter of Pentacles combination comes into. Because I feel like with this Hermit and with the Page of Pentacles, this obsession is changing you in the sense that it's making you more studious, but it's also allowing you to feel happier in isolation, and it's enabling you to really thrive in your own company, whilst also teaching you to trust your own logic and your own reasoning without needing quite so much external input. Now, when I say external input, I am not saying that you're somebody who necessarily needs external validation or that you dislike being alone, because I don't actually get that from you at all. For most of you at least, like, you are probably very independent. But I do think, you know, we mentioned in the energy check that some of you are people who you like to be doing something. You're always consuming something, always learning something, always putting your energy somewhere. And I actually do still think you will be consuming knowledge with that Daughter of Pentacles energy, but there is going to be a lot more intentionality behind it, and it's going to feel less overstimulating. Because if some of you have found yourselves feeling bored in the past or constantly seeking more stimulation in whatever form that might take, I'm getting this impression that this thing you're becoming obsessed with is going to become all the stimulation you need. It's almost like you're becoming less dependent on all these other sources of external noise because this thing naturally takes up that space instead. So yeah, for some of you that could literally mean declining certain social invitations because you would genuinely rather be in your own home, in your own little space, working away, tucked away, just working on this passion or project or diving headfirst into this obsession. But even if it's not that kind of stimulation, I'm also thinking about like social media noise as one example. I almost think this obsession is going to naturally enable you to have less screen time or spend less time mindlessly scrolling or doom scrolling, looking for the next thing. Because instead of like instinctively picking up your phone and disappearing into an endless scrolling session, it's like you instinctively will be picking up this obsession instead in whatever way that applies to you. But I actually really, really like that because I think this is allowing you to become more comfortable in the quiet. But your quiet, it's not empty, it's very full. Your quiet is suddenly filled up with this obsession though, instead of like 10,000 other little things that you don't really want to do, but you somehow find yourself doing because you feel like you need that stimulation, if that makes sense. Do you think it's interesting that this idea of social media and the online world popped into my head just then though? Because that makes me think of something else that this obsession is changing for you. I mean, kind of on a similar line, but I think it goes back to that idea of like trusting yourself more, because, you know, sometimes we can actually become overwhelmed and overstimulated by information itself. You know, we might tell ourselves we're doing research or being prepared, but sometimes we can almost over-prepare to the point where we don't even know how or in what way to get started anymore because there's just so much conflicting information that it becomes almost impossible to know what to do. And I definitely think the online world facilitates that to some extent. Don't get me wrong, I think having this wealth of information and access to it at our fingertips is absolutely incredible. I think it's amazing. But at the same time, sometimes we can end up researching a topic for hours on end and we go down endless rabbit holes and we somehow come out feeling none the wiser on what to do practically because there are just too many different options. You know, there are people telling you one thing and then there are people telling you the complete opposite, and eventually you don't know what's actually reliable anymore. So I really think this obsession is essentially encouraging you to go inwards and ask yourself what's actually going to work best for you. It's transforming you into somebody who listens to yourself first and foremost. Like, as one completely random example, let's take starting a YouTube channel, for instance. It doesn't have to be this one for you, but it's like you could watch one video that tells you like, oh, if you're starting a channel, never ever turn this setting on because it'll harm your views. and then you watch another channel and it says, make sure you turn this setting on because it's going to boost your views. And they're talking about the exact same setting, but with very, very different outcomes. So I think in your case, this obsession is enabling you to ask a different question. Like, instead of asking, okay, what is the correct answer here? It's more, okay, there's all this advice, but what is actually going to work best for me? What is going to enable me personally to thrive? And it's about trusting yourself and trusting that inner voice and trusting that knowing that already exists within you, trusting that you know yourself well enough to know what will work. I also think this obsession could encourage you guys to tell people a little bit less about your business as well, especially if that's been an issue in the past. You know, if you've had experiences, let's say, where people can't necessarily be happy for you, or they always, sort of crap all over your ideas, or they're constantly trying to tell you what to do, I could absolutely see this obsession making you more cautious and protective with that. Not because you're ashamed of this obsession or because you're trying to hide it away, but because it is important to you. It's private, it's sensitive, and it's making me think of something that's sacred. Like, there is a difference between keeping something sacred and keeping something a secret. And there can absolutely be a balance here, of course. It doesn't have to be just all or nothing. It doesn't have to be that you suddenly become super guarded and never tell anybody anything again. But I do think it's about being mindful about who gets access to this part of your life. And the example I'm getting in my head, I'm thinking of when parents want to post their children on social media, but sometimes they will cover the child's face, which I think is a good idea. They'll post their kid and write about the kid's milestone, but they won't invade the kid's privacy, I guess, by sharing a picture of them on the internet. Yeah, it's like they're sharing something joyful about their parent journey whilst also protecting the child at the same time. And I almost think that's what's happening here too. You can absolutely share parts of this obsession with other people while still keeping certain aspects, particularly the more personal aspects, to yourself. I also think there's something really important here about doing things in a very practical and grounded way. This obsession, it is the start of an amazing new beginning, but it doesn't feel like one of those ideas where you just get completely carried away in the dreaming and then you forget to take any practical steps towards it. This feels like something where you are genuinely laying the groundwork and carrying out the necessary research before getting started, and that ultimately puts you on the correct trajectory. It feels like you're learning a lot, but most importantly, it feels like you're learning how to get this off the ground in a solid and sustainable way, rather than it just sort of remaining this pie in the sky sort of idea. So for some of you, this could literally involve studying. You could be signing up to a course, going back to school, doing an apprenticeship, getting a qualification, or educating yourself in some way. Yeah, even something as simple as signing up to a course and doing the research to find out everything you need in order to start feels significant here, because ultimately this obsession, it does feel like there's some studying here, there's something that keeps you curious, and it feels like you're taking it very seriously in a way perhaps previous obsessions haven't always been taken seriously, to the same degree at least. Now, with the Tower and the Page of Wands, I feel like this obsession takes hold in a way where it almost forces you to do the scary thing because there is no other option anymore. And weirdly enough, that is actually the thing that liberates you the most. But just not to backtrack, but when I say the scary thing, right, I'm not saying you should be scared. I think in this particular reading, this is much more about fear of the unknown, because I know the Tower is a scary card. I know that. I know it can be a very challenging card, and I'm not trying to romanticize it here. It absolutely can talk about that element of destruction and old structures crumbling. And that can be difficult when, maybe there's something we're still holding on to, or there's something that we are clinging to because we are afraid to take that leap. And with Cancer coming through, sometimes Cancer energy can be clingy because it's concerned with protecting. It wants to protect its safety. It's concerned with this idea of, what has made us feel safe up until this point? What is our security blanket? But I do think it's important to note that I don't necessarily think you are a person who would ever be described as clingy. How to? I'm not getting that. From what was coming through in your energy check, you actually come across as someone who, is fiery and independent and a bit of a live wire, and, someone who is very bold and brave in a lot of aspects of your life. But there's this one thing where perhaps you've confused what is empowering and what is safe in this one aspect. And I feel like it's this one thing that this obsession is helping you to unlock and to shift. And it's by showing you another way and by freeing and unlocking so much of your creative potential, which has perhaps been trapped, metaphorically speaking, even inside this crumbling structure. I'm almost getting this image of somebody being freed from writer's block. Now, it absolutely doesn't have to be a literal writer's block. That's just the example coming into my head to illustrate my point. But if we use that as an example, it's kind of like somebody who paid for a program on their computer, let's say, that was meant to help them come up with ideas and help them become a better writer. And maybe for a period of time, this program, it genuinely did feel like it was helping. You know, maybe they liked using this program and it did serve a purpose at one point. But for a while now, this program hasn't been helping anymore. And in actuality, maybe this person with writer's block finds that the rules and structures of this program, those rules are actually very limiting. Maybe the program penalizes them for using certain words that they want to use. They find it a bit oppressive, and it turns out this very thing that was supposed to help them and make everything easier and kind of give them a leg up, this thing now feels like the thing blocking them instead. And maybe the program is like really glitchy. Maybe it's now slowing their computer down. Maybe it makes their computer crash all the time and making it impossible to actually get anything done. But they've convinced themselves that, you know, they have to stick with it because, you know, maybe they paid a lot of money for this program, they invested in it, or, you know, because it worked in the beginning and now they feel like they have invested too much to walk away. It's almost that sunk cost fallacy is what's popping into my mind. And actually, if they just got rid of the program, they'd probably have a much better time. But that's scary because they're thinking like, oh, what if I delete it and I still can't write? What if I get rid of this program and I want it back? What if I do that and I realize that the program wasn't the problem, like I was the problem or something like that? But this program is literally the thing getting in the way now. It's not fit for purpose anymore, even if it once was. Even if the program used to be incredibly helpful in some ways, it's actually now become the cause of the writer's block because it's hard to want to write anything when you are stuck using a program that keeps crashing because it's now corrupt or it's no longer working or it's just very limiting. And honestly, that's kind of how I'm interpreting this tower energy here. It feels incredibly liberating to me because I think this obsession is going to allow you to leave your comfort zone for good. It's going to involve exploring some uncharted territory, and perhaps you are going to maybe feel a little bit out of your depth at first, but it's also going to lead to this absolutely huge rebirth. I think this obsession is bringing your spark back in so many different ways with that Page of Wands energy. And I feel like it's going to make you feel young again. But there's almost two sides of that, right? Like on the one hand, it could make you feel young in the sense that like you feel like you don't know what you're doing at first, which is the case for all of us whenever we're doing something new, of course. And usually I don't think that's something you're particularly afraid of, but perhaps you're more cautious this time because this time, again, it feels like it actually matters. Like this time you genuinely care and you want to get it right. But it's okay not to know what you're doing at first. Nobody does. Like this is our first time being human. Well, past lives aside, if you believe in that kind of thing. But regardless of age, you know, there are so many things we are all experiencing for the very first time. And I think it's okay to take that leap anyway, knowing that it could genuinely be the very making of you. Because sometimes, you know, you might convince yourself that when it comes to this thing, you should just stick to what you know. Maybe you tell yourself you're not qualified enough yet, or you don't know enough yet to try, or you might get it wrong. But I think a huge part of this obsession is exploration and having fun along the journey of learning and knowing that it's okay to not be a master yet. This could even be something where you've been putting off taking that official leap because you still don't quite feel ready. You feel like you should research more. But I think there's something about this obsession teaching you that sometimes it's okay to, get a base level of research with that Hermit and the Daughter of Pentacles, which is what you've probably been doing if you already know what this is. But sometimes it's okay to like also learn as we go. And actually that opens up new doors creatively and it brings life back to us when we allow ourselves to learn on the job and do the doing instead of waiting until we feel perfectly prepared, because none of us ever feel perfectly prepared. I'm also getting this example of somebody who perhaps already has like an established career, but they're having this lightning, and we've literally just had lightning today, so that's confirmation. They've had this lightning bolt, spiritual awakening moment of clarity where they suddenly realize they don't want to do it anymore. And that is pretty terrifying because then it's like, okay, so what the heck do I do now? Do I start from the beginning? Like, can I even do that? How do I do that? Maybe some of you feel like that opportunity has passed. Maybe some of you feel, quote, too old, unquote. Maybe you'd have to go back to school and become a student again, become a learner again. And you're asking yourself, like, have I missed the boat? Can I really do that? And so you start convincing yourself that maybe you should just stay on this sinking life raft, this crumbling structure, even though you hate it, but you're saying you should do that because it's what you've already invested in. But I really think this obsession is teaching you that things cannot stay the same forever, and actually forcing yourself out of a comfort zone can be incredibly healthy, especially if that comfort zone has become less of a security blanket and more of a prison. This is about escaping that and freeing yourself in so many different ways. This is about all these opportunities opening up because you finally gave yourself permission to leave something. I think one example of this could be becoming a parent, as random as that sounds. Because that is one of those things where I don't think anybody ever feels fully ready, like fully prepared for that. Like, you don't know what it's going to be like until you do it because everyone's experience is so different. Like, a part of you could be really excited by that idea, whilst another part of you is thinking, me? Like, I'm not qualified. You know, I still feel like a kid myself. And I actually think that goes back to what we were talking about with the hermit, because, you know, on the one hand, you have a bunch of people saying, like, it'll be the best thing that's ever happened to you, you'll manage fine and you'll figure it out. And then you have other people saying, don't do it, you'll never have a good night's sleep ever again, never do it. And I think it's okay to go inwards and listen to yourself, because people are always going to tell you opposite things. Everybody's experiences are different, and ultimately only you know whether something is for you in your soul. You know, these are very personal decisions. But I also think, you know, as well as potentially at first feeling out of your depth, at times, this obsession is going to make you feel young again in the best possible way, like more vitality, more life, more get up and go, more excitement about getting out of bed in the morning and just seizing the day because this thing excites you and it sets your soul on fire. This page of one's energy, you know, it's all about passion and spark and drive and enthusiasm, and I think that's one of the biggest gifts this obsession is bringing into your life, pal, too. With that said, I also think this obsession is teaching you a lot about patience and endurance. As exciting as it is, it's also teaching you how to enjoy a process without expecting instant gratification or like immediate results, because I think the amazing thing about how this obsession is changing you, pal, too, is that the most exciting part of this actually becomes the cultivation and the nurturing and the process itself. It's not just going to be about the end result for you anymore. There's something about making memories and enjoying all of the hard work and the graft that you've put into something without feeling the need to constantly search for proof that your efforts are paying off. Because the Seven of Pentacles sometimes makes me think of that phrase, like, a watch pot never boils. And I think you guys are entering this new era of your life where you are not desperately waiting for the pot to boil anymore. You're actually enjoying the water slowly warming up and simmering. You are appreciating that for what it is. You are tending to your garden daily without hyperfixating on it so intensely that you stop enjoying the process altogether. And you know, that's quite an interesting thing to say, because this reading is literally about obsessions. It's about having a hyperfixation. But I almost think that's exactly what's changing for you here, because perhaps in the past, some of your obsessions came with these like huge bursts of motivation that disappeared just as quickly when perhaps you didn't get the results you were hoping for, or when you became too focused on the destination and not the journey. But this actually feels like a big change away from that. This feels like a period of rebirth where you're learning that when it's something you truly do care about, you can enjoy the process regardless of what's happening externally. It does not matter whether the results arrive instantly. It doesn't matter whether other people congratulate you for it. It doesn't matter what anybody else says, because ultimately this is your process to enjoy, and you feel just as passionate about the tending as you do the eventual outcome. I also think this kind of links back to what we were talking about earlier regarding like old methods that no longer serve you, because I think part of this obsession is kind of teaching you to strategize and figure out what actually works best for you. It's about understanding that an old or outdated method doesn't have to be something you cling to forever if it's no longer helping you. You are allowed to transform your process. You're allowed to become a new person through this experience. And I think in many ways that is exactly what's happening with this obsession. I also feel like some kind of previous measure of success, it's beginning to matter less to you, because whatever this obsession is, that obsession matters more. The process of it matters more. It's almost like it's putting things into perspective about what actually matters. And again, you know, because we've spoken so much throughout this pile about this obsession feeling like it's your baby, I'm getting that analogy again. It's kind of like when a parent is teaching their child to walk. Obviously, reaching that milestone and seeing their child finally walking is going to feel incredible, but they are not rushing that moment. They're not trying to desperately speed run their child's childhood just so they can get to that one achievement, because there are so many memories to be made along the way. Like, they're going to remember all the times that their child fell over. They're going to remember all the little funny moments in between and everything it took to get from A to B. And there's excitement for the future, absolutely, but there isn't this desperate need to like get there as quickly as possible or rush it. And I think that's what I'm getting here too. I almost think this is an end of a waiting period for you. It's going from waiting to doing. It's going from like hanging around and hoping things will happen to actually taking the reins with that chariot and participating in your own life and allowing this obsession to carry you forward. Because I think some of you have spent a great deal of time maybe putting yourselves down and telling yourselves you're not ready or not qualified or not good enough. And I think that this next obsession is putting an end to that narrative, because things are no longer going to be staying stuck. Things are happening, things are moving now, and all of that movement is coming through the action of doing. And I don't think anything sums that concept up better than the chariot clarifying the moon, because this obsession is leading to so much less confusion in your life, pal too. And that confusion, you know, it could relate to absolutely anything, but this really feels like going from some form of passive confusion to direct and decisive action. It's about taking the bull by the horns. It's going from being in the fog to suddenly having a very clear path in front of you. So I feel like this obsession not only stimulates you and makes you incredibly passionate, but it also makes it clear to you what you're supposed to be doing and what path you're meant to take now. I think a lot of things start falling into place for you when you encounter this obsession, because you're taking conscious control over your own life. And, you know, things that perhaps didn't make much sense before, or things that previously made you feel insecure or uncertain, those things are slowly going to become a thing of the past in this new era of transformation. Like, if you have been somebody who has asked yourself, like, you know, why do I feel so unfulfilled in my current role? Or why haven't I found the thing that sparks purpose in me yet? Or why have none of my previous obsessions ever seemed to stick? Why has nothing ever felt quite right? Or why do I feel so uncertain about what I'm supposed to be doing with my life? If you've carried some of these questions or all of these questions around with you, I think this obsession is going to answer a lot of them for you, because a lot is going to become clear and out in the open through this. It almost feels like your next chapter can finally properly begin, like the next phase of your life can finally get moving. There's a lot of forward momentum here, and there's a lot of direction attached to this energy. And I almost think the obstacles are going to stop feeling quite so big, because it's like now we're determined, we have the drive, we have the passion, we have the thing that drags us forward. And perhaps, you know, most importantly, more than anything, we're finally on that path that actually makes sense to us in a way that other paths didn't. And I think that's the biggest takeaway from this entire reading. Yes, this is your next obsession, it's your next hyperfixation, but I think it's also a lot bigger than that. I think it's introducing you to a version of yourself that has been waiting patiently in the wings for a while now. It's introducing you to a version of yourself that knows what it wants, knows where it's going, and knows that it's allowed to build a life around the things that genuinely light it up. And I think that's really, really beautiful, Pat, too. So that's what I'm getting for you today, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. If you enjoyed this reading, if you got something out of it, or if anything resonated for you, no matter how small, please do me an absolutely massive favour and consider liking the video, commenting, hyping, sharing, subbing. Please let me know what resonated, or just let me know which pal you picked, or just tell me about your latest hyperfixation. I genuinely love hearing about it, so please feel free to info dump in the comments, feel free to overshare, feel free to hype up your latest obsession. I enjoy knowing what you guys have been up to. And as always, any form of engagement is the very best way to support and help a small channel like mine, and I would appreciate if you could do any of those things. With that said, I want to thank you so much for being here. I'm sending you lots of love, take care, and I'll see you in the next one, pal too. Hi Pal 3 Collective, if you chose a Pal 3 and you chose the number 12, Affection, Sorrow from the Green Witch Oracle, and you chose the Strawberry Bird sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. This reading is titled Your Soul's Next Obsession and How It Changes Your Life. Now, I do go through absolutely everything this reading is going to entail, along with my usual disclaimers in my intro. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I would recommend checking at least one of those out so you know what to expect from this reading today. But with that said, this reading is all about whatever it is that is going to be setting your soul on fire and consuming your every waking thought in the best possible way. Because just when you thought you were getting over the last hyperfixation, and your soul is like, no, 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 I thought we were supposed to be having a nice date. We literally just got over the last hyperfixation, and oops, here we go again. Something new is coming in to take over your life in the best possible way. This is going to be the next thing that you are infatuated with utterly. You eat, sleep and breathe it, but hopefully it won't make you pee all over the floor like Nikki. But with that said, please let me know in the comments what your current hyperfixations are at the moment. I did share mine in the intro, but I genuinely love hearing about the things you guys are obsessed with too. Well, yeah, let's get you excited about your next one. I just want to apologise, by the way, if you can hear the fan in the background. I am recording this reading at the time of the UK heatwave, so I have a fan blasting right next to me and it feels good. I did a couple of readings without the fan yesterday because my partner was using it and I was so sweaty. So this feels much better. I will try and reduce the noise during editing. Hopefully it's not too bad, but yeah. Okay, with all of that said, I really hope you enjoy this one, and without any further hesitation, let's get started. I do want to mention, with you choosing this adorable bird with the strawberries sticker, birds could be an extra confirmation for you. Maybe you have a pet bird, and maybe you've been seeing a lot of birds lately. What's really, really funny is that I'm not going to go into a whole story about this, but I started this reading today and it happens to be the day where I rescued a pigeon this morning. So I guess birds are a confirmation for me too. I already have birds as pets. I have chickens, which I've spoken about on the channel before. But yeah, I just found that interesting that I am getting bird confirmations too. So yeah, I'll speak about that maybe another time. But I took in an injured pigeon this morning and now here we have the bird sticker for your reading. So yeah. Maybe Spirit wants me to mention pigeons to you for some reason. I guess like pigeons, doves, all of those things make me think of messengers. Yeah, like, so maybe we definitely have a message for you here, part 3, a very important message. Okay, anyway, before we even get into the obsession itself, there are already tons of confirmations flying around for me here, not just the birds. I'm going to throw some of these out there, and obviously none of them have to apply for this to be your pile. They're just little extra nudges for those of you to whom they resonate with. So first of all, paying attention to this number 12. This could operate as an initial confirmation for some of you. The number 12 or even the individual numbers 1 and 2 could be relevant in some way. This could be in relation to a date, an age, a birthday, an angel number, or synchronicity you've been seeing a lot of, an astrological house, a life path, or something completely different. So somebody here, for example, could have been born on the 12th of a month. You could be seeing 1212 a lot on clocks or 1212 in other places. 2012 could have been a significant year for you guys in some way, or perhaps December birthdays are relevant here. I'm also getting a lot of astrological energy surrounding these numbers too. So for example, some of you could have really strong 12th house energy in your chart. That's usually associated with Pisces. But I also got potential first house and second house energy coming through too, so Aries and Taurus placements might be relevant as well. And even if the placements or the signs themselves aren't relevant, some of the themes surrounding those houses could be significant in terms of this obsession. So take, for instance, the first house, it's all about identity and new beginnings and, how you move through the world and how you might initiate things. Whereas the second house can be associated with finances and self-worth, values, the things we prioritize, the things we place importance on. And then the 12th house is all about the subconscious, and it's about dream spaces, spirituality, healing, hidden worlds, imagination. It's about compassion, and sometimes even the things we unknowingly do to ourselves that perhaps don't serve us anymore. It can be about addictions and things like that. Sorrel itself is also associated with Venus energy, so Venusian placements could be relevant. Taurus, which we already mentioned, and Libra, of course, might stand out. Or perhaps some of you just very naturally embody very Venusian qualities. But because that 12th house energy was coming through so strongly, I do want to reiterate Pisces energy and Neptune themes as potentially being significant too. So there's a few more extra confirmations. Some of you could have very vivid, intense, or very immersive dreams. I'm also getting something around the physical body here because Pisces can be associated with the feet, the pineal gland, and the lymphatic system. Now, obviously, just take what resonates. It's okay if nothing does. because not every single thing during these confirmations is going to apply to everyone, of course, but just as like random examples, maybe somebody here has been told that they have nice feet before, or perhaps this could be encouraging somebody to actually look after their feet a little bit more, because feet are one of those things where I do feel like so many of us are obsessed with skincare and all these like elaborate routines, but then sometimes we completely neglect our feet. So maybe this is your sign to like get a pedicure or use a foot mask or incorporate some grounding practices into your routine potentially. The pineal gland can also be associated with our biological clock and our sleep-wake cycle. So there could be something around somebody trying to get their circadian rhythm back on track. Somebody here could take melatonin, that's coming through quite strongly. And I'm not going to go into like all the examples to do with the lymphatic system because that covers lots of different things, but somebody could have something going on with circulation, drainage, fluid retention, or maybe something related to immunity that acts as an extra confirmation for them. I also want to mention the settings associated with the 12th house because the 12th house can be associated with healing and care settings. It can be hospitals or hospices, institutions, places of retreat. It can also be, though, like artistic spaces and, you know, dreamscapes, spirituality, those kinds of spaces. And it can also relate to like altered states of consciousness as well as addiction, which I think I mentioned. So perhaps some of you have recently given something up. Like, for example, maybe you've recently quit smoking, or maybe some of you guys work in the healing or spiritual or artistic spaces. Maybe you work in a hospital or another healthcare field. Maybe you guys are deeply connected to your spiritual practices. Maybe you yourself are a tarot reader, you're a psychic, a medium, a channeler. Maybe some of you find some kind of sanctuary and escapism in something specific, or this obsession is going to be like a big form of escapism for you. Something about Jamaican or Caribbean heritage or ancestry is also coming through. Somebody here could be a really big fan of sour sweets because sorrel has that sort of sharp and tangy, like citrusy energy to it. So maybe you guys really enjoy that kind of sweet and sour contrast. Maybe you recently had a sweet and sour dish, or maybe you're somebody who loves like the combination of sweet and salty, like sweet and salty popcorn or something like that. There's something about contrast that keeps coming through very strongly here. And honestly, maybe that's just about you too, because I'm actually hearing the phrase beautiful contrast. Maybe you guys, you kind of have like a sweet side and a slightly sour side. And what people get, it depends entirely on the energy that they bring towards you. I also found another really interesting piece of information about sorrel. So it says in some species, male and female parts of the flower grow on completely different plants, meaning both are required for seeds to form. And immediately that kind of made me think of somebody who has like a really strong balance between their masculine and feminine energies. And obviously this next thing won't apply to everyone, but perhaps somebody here identifies with both their masculine and feminine. It doesn't have to have anything to do with gender, but it could do. I was thinking of somebody like who sometimes feels genderless. So somebody who could be non-binary, for example, or something about being gender fluid is coming through. Or even if you do resonate more with gender, this could simply be somebody who naturally fluctuates between masculine and feminine presentations. Like maybe one day you can be ultra feminine and then the next day you can look very androgynous. There's this very sort of mutable fluid energy coming through. But yeah, in terms of this obsession and what it's all about, obviously we pulled this affection card. And when I first pulled this card, I immediately heard the song Affection by Between Friends. So it could be beneficial for some of you guys to maybe look up the lyrics of that song and see if anything resonates there. But just off the top of my head, I'm remembering the chorus that goes like, I'm looking for affection in all the wrong places, and we'll keep falling on each other to fill the empty spaces. And then another lyric is something along the lines of like, we're drinking because we're bored. I remember that, those lyrics from the song. And I feel like it's really interesting that that popped into my head, especially when we've just been talking about, you know, that 12th house energy and those themes surrounding like addiction and escapism. Because that song, I guess in a lot of ways, it's talking about yearning. It's talking about this feeling of like, I just want to be loved. But maybe going about seeking that in all the wrong ways. Like maybe we are seeking companionship or connection or understanding. But in the absence of that, we're filling a void with other things that perhaps aren't always in our best interests. For example, drinking because we're bored. If we take the song very literally, obviously it doesn't have to be that example for you, or even to do with that at all, but there could absolutely be something surrounding this reading that involves like unprogramming some subconscious patterns here. It could involve assessing what it means to show affection. It could be in relation to relationships and the way we show up for others and the way we express our love towards other people, but it could also represent deep affection towards ourselves and analysing whether what we're doing actually aligns with our values and the person we are trying to become. So this obsession could be in relation to the many different ways we can express affection and how we might go about that. For some of you, it could absolutely be like a specific relationship, but equally, I don't think this has to be a relationship at all. This could be a something that you feel a deep affection for, something you truly care about and you have a lot of fondness towards. And there's almost this energy of figuring out how you can best honour that. So maybe it's a creative project, maybe it's a hobby, maybe it's a topic that means a lot to you. For some of you, this obsession is a relationship with yourself. For some of you, it's a relationship or relationships with somebody else. And for others of you, it's the relationship you have with a particular thing that you have a lot of space in your heart for, and perhaps there's something here about learning how to express that. And I'm actually now also hearing the phrase, that's a funny way of showing affection. So there could be something about your style of affection or your love language that's maybe a little bit different to other people's. Maybe it's slightly offbeat. Maybe your way of showing affection is like playfully roasting people instead of openly loving on them, or something like that, as just one example. There's also something coming through here about learning more about love languages generally and the multitude of ways people can show affection. And I think I've spoken about this concept on my channel before, and I know not everybody subscribes to the idea of love languages, so I'm not saying you have to take this on board or that you have to believe in it, but I do think it's useful to fully comprehend what we as people value and what the people around us value, so that we know how to show up in the best way possible for them, whilst also teaching them how to show up for us. Because I do often think in relationships and friendships, there can be misunderstandings where both people kind of sat there thinking, you know, this person doesn't care about me, when actually the crux of the issue is that both parties do care. They might just show it in different ways, because, you know, what matters to you might not matter as much to another person, and what matters to them might not matter as much to you. But often in relationships and friendships, people are trying to like give each other what they themselves would want, and therefore what they assume the other person wants, instead of learning that people do value different things and perhaps have different expectations. So if an acts of service person is constantly going out their way to do acts of service, but the recipient doesn't really care much about acts of service, and instead what they need to feel loved and valued is like words of affirmation, as just one example, or whatever the case may be, then I think it's useful to understand that there are a multitude of ways we can love each other and show love to each other. So there could be something with this obsession where you're learning more about something or someone that you really care about. And I also think this could extend beyond relationships altogether and into learning the psychology behind things generally, trying to understand more about whatever it is that you are very fond of. There's also something here about learning to express affection in different ways or in new and creative ways. It could simply be bringing something that you absolutely adore to life and finding new ways of showcasing how much you care about that particular thing. But there's definitely something here about analysing how you show affection to yourself too. Like, are you showing up for yourself in the ways that actually matter to you? Are you figuring out what you value most and what genuinely matters? Because of course self-affection is a thing too. You know, it could be showing yourself love by prioritizing things that demonstrate a deep appreciation for yourself. It could be taking care of your physical body. It could be prioritizing your emotional health. It could be getting closer to something that you feel incredibly fond of and opening yourself up to this thing that already takes up a lot of space in your heart. For some of you, this could even be about taking some of the love and affection that you've historically poured into other people and pouring some of that back into yourself instead. But overall, I think this obsession is really to do with the tenderness and affection towards something or someone. I'm actually thinking back to the love languages conversation because it's making me think just about connection in general. And I was also thinking about like a bond with a pet, for example, because the way we show love to a pet or to another animal is often very different to the way humans show love to each other. So there could be something here about learning how to speak somebody else's language and how that naturally fosters closeness, because it's like you're making a conscious choice to understand one another better. I also found it really interesting reading about the health benefits of affection, like physical affection, because giving and receiving affection can reduce stress, it can lower cortisol, and it can actually increase our overall life satisfaction. So there could be something here about making a commitment to sharing care and warmth and devotion with the people, places and things where that affection is genuinely being given and received openly. I think you're almost learning that true affection is healthy for you, and you're learning how to show up in affectionate ways that are also very healthy. I'm also thinking about the medical terminology surrounding the word affection, because people sometimes use it in relation to like a disease or an illness. They'll say like, this affected them, they were affected by this. And I almost think that's interesting too, because there could be something about considering the ways things have affected you over time and choosing to make choices that are perhaps kinder to your physical or emotional body, or choices that align more with your values and your self-worth, or your decisions that encourage you to push past subconscious barriers in order to step into a more aligned version of yourself. So overall, I really think this obsession is asking you to consider the ways you show affection to yourself, to others, and to the things you deeply care about, by learning and understanding what affection actually means and how it's serving you, and how that can work in relation to this obsession. So with that said, I think this is a really good time to move on to the main body of the reading. We're going to be looking deeper into this obsession and how it's changing your life for the better, pile 3. Okay, so we are going to be pulling a couple more oracle cards, pile 3. Well, I'm using this one as an oracle card. It's actually from the Blooming Cats Tarot. I use these quite a lot on my channel. This is an astrological card, so it has a sign on. So just to let you know, this doesn't have to be the sign that you are, or even a prominent placement in your chart. This is more to represent the overarching energy. Obviously, you can take it as an extra confirmation if this is one of your big 3 or a prominent placement to you, but don't worry if it's not your sign. That doesn't mean it's not your pile. Presumably, you will know by this stage if this sounds like you. But yeah, let's get into it. So we have got Aquarius. Pay attention to see if any of the things mentioned on this card are extra confirmations for you, but it says clever, reliable, creative, pessimistic, stubborn, impulsive. Dates are January 20th to February 18th. Element is air. Ruling planet is Uranus. Major arcana card is the Star. Stones, amethyst and garnet. Colours are blue and violet. Lucky numbers 3, 4 and 9. Flowers are orchid and gladiolus. I'm sorry, I can never pronounce that one. Gladiolus. I'm sorry, I'm going to leave that alone. You know what I mean, hopefully. And from the Modern Spiritual deck, we have got Fear. Okay, that's interesting. That is very interesting paired with Affection. Now let's have a look at your tarot cards. So over here on the left, we have got the 5 of Wands. And clarifying the 5 of Wands, we've got the 9 of Pentacles. Okay, interesting. We have got the 4 of Cups. And clarifying the 4 of Cups, we have got the Page of Pentacles. Beautiful. We have got the King of Cups. And clarifying the King of Cups, we have the Page of Cups. That's interesting mirroring. And we've got the King of Wands. And clarifying the King of Wands, we have the Page of Wands. No fucking way. No way. Look at that. That is so interesting that they have shown. And I promise, I know you don't see me shuffling. I often do my shuffling and pulling the cards off camera, because I find when I do it on camera, it's not for any real reason. Like sometimes I do it on here, but I find when I do it on camera, I'm sorry, I'm feeling the need to like over explain myself, but when I do it on camera, I end up like paying more attention to like how it looks and whether I'm like shuffling in an aesthetic way, and I'd rather just like focus on like the actual spiritual connection. Like I just don't like to be distracted by anything. That's the only reason I don't really pull on camera, and I guess to save a bit of time as well, because my readings are already really long. But with all of that said, I promise all of these were very, very well shuffled, so it's crazy that these cards are coming out like that. Like, wow. Okay, so with Aquarius being the representation of this energy, this is immediately making me think of this obsession involving you doing something differently. Because when I think of Aquarius energy, sorry, my door just opened and it scared me, but nobody's there. It was just the fan blowing the door open. When I think of Aquarius energy, I always think of somebody who marches to the beat of their own drum, right? Like, they are very much their own person. They're authentic, they're unconventional at times, and they're not necessarily interested in doing things simply because everybody else is doing them. So this obsession could absolutely involve doing something unique, maybe trying something you have never done before, paving the way in some regard, or maybe even starting a new trend. But it doesn't even have to be, you know, something really super groundbreaking on a global scale. I mean, it could be, of course, but it still feels significant because it's something that you've never done before, pile 3. There's this sense of branching off into something that feels very authentic, and it's like doing something with a greater good in mind. And when I say greater good, I don't mean it in some kind of cultish sort of way. It could be societally, absolutely, but what I'm trying to say is that equally it could just be for your own greater good. You know, when I spoke about like addictions and breaking an addiction and getting a better habit or something, it could be something like that. It could simply be part of this era of your life where you are choosing to show yourself more active affection and make decisions with your own best interests at heart. But yeah, it could absolutely be something a little bit unconventional or offbeat, because, you know, Aquarius and Uranus energy always makes me think of feeling like an alien sometimes, feeling like the odd one out or the black sheep, the outsider, or, you know, somebody who's just always felt called to follow a different path. So maybe this obsession is connected to a more unconventional career or a unique passion project, or trying something that your immediate circle maybe won't immediately understand, but you have a vision for it even if other people don't. And right now, I don't know why, but I'm getting that clip of Kanye West in my head. It's from years ago, where it's like, you don't have the vision, you don't got the education. I don't know why that's coming up. I get randomest messages sometimes, but maybe that will resonate for somebody. I don't know. But yeah, it's like you're becoming obsessed with something because you can see its potential. You can see what it could become if you put the work into it. You have the vision. You have hopes and dreams attached to this thing, and that in itself is what keeps driving you forward. There's also this spark of inspiration attached to it because it feels new and exciting. It feels like unexplored territory, and that naturally makes it easier to become obsessed with. But I also think there's maybe a humanitarian element attached to this for some of you. Aquarius is the water bearer after all, and I always think of that symbolism as somebody holding up the emotions of the collective. So this obsession for some of you, not everybody, but as a few like tangible examples, this could be advocating for a humanitarian cause, raising money for charity, volunteering, philanthropy, donating something, or simply becoming incredibly passionate about a topic and wanting to discuss it and educate yourself on it. There's this sort of commitment to fairness running through the entire thing, and that fairness could operate on a smaller scale or it could operate on a much bigger one. So for some of you, this could involve a wider societal issue, like a debate around ethics, or just some topic that naturally sparks controversy, and you become really passionate about advocating for what you believe is right. But for others of you, this could operate on, you know, that smaller scale, and it could involve fairness within your own relationships. It could be like researching attachment styles, or learning how to show up differently in your relationships, or figuring out how everyone can feel seen, heard, and appreciated. It could also be that this obsession is connected to wanting to create progress in some way. There's this energy of like challenging systems that no longer work and questioning whether something is still serving its purpose. And again, you know, that could be on a bigger level, or it could simply be within your own life. But it's almost like you've become educated about something, you've done the research, or you're doing it, you're becoming passionate about it, and you want to now innovate with that knowledge and use it to make your world, or, you know, the world around you, your community, a bit better. So whether, you know, that is equality within your own relationships, more balance, or more equality in a broader sense surrounding things like, it could be anything like disability rights, gender equality, racism. It could have something to do with that. Another cause that means a lot to you. It feels like this obsession is making you think more progressively. I also think this Aquarius energy and that independent streak coming through is really interesting, because for some of you, part of this obsession is actually becoming obsessed with your own company. It could involve you taking yourself on solo dates, enjoying your own space, or becoming a lot more comfortable being alone. And I think this ties back really, really beautifully to what we were talking about earlier regarding affection, because maybe this is part of you reassessing your values and priorities. You know, it could involve you asking yourself, okay, you know, is this attachment that I have to such a thing or such a person, is this actually good for me? Or am I showing affection to myself and other people in the ways that I want to? Is this healthy? And some of you might find yourselves moving from a less healthy obsession to a healthier one instead. And it could even be through something quite small, like maybe if previously, this is just one example, it doesn't have to relate to you whatsoever, but let's say you did something when you were stressed that you just did without really thinking about the impact it was having on you. Like, let's say you get stressed and then your automatic response is to chain smoke or to binge eat or something else completely different. It doesn't have to be that. And now you're saying like, okay, when I get stressed, I'm gonna do XYZ thing instead. and there's much more intentionality behind it. I think maybe that's why that song was popping into my head earlier, because we're no longer looking for affection in all the wrong places, I think, is the thing with this obsession. We're consciously choosing where to direct our energy instead. And, you know, obviously this won't apply to everybody, but if this is more like a relationship-based thing, it could absolutely be that too. So if you are somebody, or you have been in the past, who, like, whenever a relationship ends, maybe you immediately jump back onto the dating apps, or you throw yourself into another relationship, or you find someone new to get obsessed with, and it becomes this kind of limerence cycle because you don't know where to put all the affection that you suddenly have going spare. This could be you choosing intentionally to do the opposite. It could be you deciding to remain single for a while. Maybe you become fascinated by celibacy or the benefits of not dating, and you commit to that for a period of time. Obviously, it doesn't have to be that specific thing. It's just like whatever you're doing, there's more intention behind it instead of just, I just feel like doing this to fill the void, that sort of thing. Or, you know, maybe all the affection you were previously pouring into somebody else suddenly gets redirected back into you. If you've ever had like more of an anxious attachment in the past, and you found yourself seeking validation over small things like how quickly somebody texts you back or whether somebody is showing you affection, this could be you kind of detaching from that need and instead becoming obsessed and throwing your energy into building yourself up instead. Or like if you're maybe more of the opposite way and you tend to lean more avoidant, or you like flip between anxious or avoidant, maybe you find yourself analyzing those patterns and asking yourself if withdrawing from people is actually serving you, or if you're accidentally sabotaging something good. You know, there's this overarching energy of becoming fascinated by what is genuinely the healthiest and most progressive thing for you in your relationships and just in the world in general. And with that 11th house Aquarius energy standing out here, I also think this obsession could involve finally discovering a long-term goal that you genuinely really want to pursue. It's like you're going to be finding your thing. You have a vision in mind now, and because each step takes you closer to it, it naturally becomes very easy to obsess over. It could also connect to those themes surrounding the 11th house, so friendships, acquaintances, professional networks, mentors, community organizations, technology, and the online world. This obsession could actually develop online or involve technological advancements in some way. It could be something that introduces you to new people or allows you to collaborate with others. It allows you to build a team. I'm actually getting this image of lots of people working towards the same cause. Maybe this obsession leads to you becoming more involved in your local community. Maybe there are literal things happening at your local community centre that you can get involved in, or, you know, somewhere nearby where people can come together and make progress on something they all care about. It could be a shared art project. It could be like an environmental cause, something to do with the climate, something to do with animal rescue. It could be absolutely anything. Some of the things I mentioned before, like tackling racism or discrimination or something like that. And for some of you, you might actually become obsessed with the friendships and collaborations that this obsession itself brings into your life. Yeah, it could be some kind of a charity organisation where everyone is working towards a fundraiser or a specific event. Or maybe it's an artistic pursuit that technology allows you to improve upon, and because of that you start connecting with other people online who share those same interests. I'm thinking of like subreddits or just groups where people with similar values can connect. But with this fear card, that's really interesting because we've got affection with fear, which are two, I guess, not quite opposite concepts, but definitely quite polarizing concepts, right? And I think there's something about this obsession where it feels like you have to be authentically yourself, is something I'm getting. Because this fear, it's a mask, right? And with this obsession, it's like you have to unmask a little bit, even if you know people are potentially going to have opinions about it. But weirdly, I think that's exactly what allows this obsession to flourish, because it feels like it's bringing you towards people and environments and opportunities that align better with who you actually are and what you genuinely value on a deeper level. It almost feels like this obsession is teaching you not to hold yourself back in favor of some false sense of affection. And by false affection, I mean making yourself palatable for other people, not sharing your opinions, choosing to not do what you really want to do, or pretending to be okay with things because you're scared of how people will react if they see the real version of you, or you're scared that they will withdraw some kind of affection. But there's something about this obsession where eventually you kind of have to say, like, no, actually this is who I am, this is what I'm doing, and yes, it's a little bit scary, but I'm gonna speak out about this, or I'm gonna stand up for this. Especially if you tend to be quite a private person, because I kind of feel like this obsession isn't allowing you to hide behind a mask of pretending you don't care anymore. That's something I'm getting. You can't pretend not to care about this thing because you care about it too much. And yeah, that's scary because suddenly there's more at stake emotionally. But it's also really exciting because it feels like you're creating something completely new that's going to impact your future and potentially the futures of people around you too in some hugely significant way. And I think this kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier about subconscious patterns, because maybe for some of you, this obsession is kind of making you analyze, like, why, for instance, you struggle to give affection in certain situations, whether that's affection towards people, affection towards your passion projects, or just allowing yourself to like fully throw yourself into something that you care about. Because sometimes fear can sort of hover in the background and hold us back without us even realizing it's there. And I almost feel like this obsession is asking you to investigate that. Like, why do I work this way? Why do I do that? Why do I self-sabotage? Why do I end relationships just as they're starting to get good? Why do I think harming my physical health by smoking is somehow showing my self-affection when actually it's the opposite? Why do I agree with people in debates because I'm people-pleasing when actually I want to speak up about the causes I care about? Why am I so afraid of being seen exactly as I am? Whatever those particular patterns are for you personally, it doesn't have to be one of those things, but whatever your pattern is, it feels like this obsession is helping you kind of unravel those fears gently and undo them. And I say these are like unconscious patterns because I think largely it's kind of conditioned behavior. And I think a lot of the time when we notice ourselves participating in these unhelpful behaviors, or we notice other people doing that or acting out, there is usually a lot of fear underneath it. And bear in mind, this could absolutely be in relation to another person too. This could be a relationship, let's say, where you see so much potential, but fear is getting in the way. And it doesn't have to be yours, it could be somebody else's. Because, you know, fear can show up in lots of different disguises. Like if we take jealousy, for example, if somebody is jealous of another person, they might find themselves being rude or saying harsh things or behaving unkindly towards the subject of their jealousy. But often underneath all of that, it's because of their own fear of not being good enough. It's this feeling of, I can see somebody with something that I want and I'm scared that I'll never have that for myself, as one example. Or, you know, even take anger, for instance. Sometimes people get very, very angry at new concepts. And I'm thinking more on like a societal scale now. Often, not everyone, this is a kind of stereotype, but if we think of like how sometimes older generations react to new things, sometimes they can react negatively to advancements or younger people doing things differently to how they used to. And often that anger is actually wrapped up in fear too, because, you know, perhaps they're scared that they don't understand it, or they're worried that somebody doing things differently somehow means that they've been doing something wrong all this time. And that's kind of a scary thing for somebody to confront, especially if they're quite set in their ways. Or, you know, if somebody who is otherwise very happy suddenly pushes another person away or becomes mean to them out of the blue, sometimes it's because they've developed stronger feelings than they anticipated, and now they're scared of losing that person. So they push them away almost like as a protective mechanism. And again, that all circles back to fear. And yeah, I definitely think this obsession could involve learning more about psychology generally, learning more about yourself and the people around you so that progress can actually be made, so that you can meet people halfway and have these productive discussions and these healthier relationships. Because often understanding why somebody is behaving a certain way gives us much more insight into how we can navigate those situations and move forward. And I always like to reiterate this point whenever we talk about these sorts of topics, because if we notice these patterns cropping up within ourselves, it is our responsibility to identify them and work on them when we're able to. It's not somebody else's responsibility to stick around while we project our fears onto them. Like, if we are treating somebody unkindly because of our own fears, that's not okay. And of course, that person isn't obligated to stay and work through that with us. But at the same time, I do think it's important to acknowledge that these feelings often only surface because we are in relationships with other people. It's often through challenges and difficulties in our relationships that we become aware of the things we need to work on in the first place. I think for some of you, this could literally be an obsession surrounding a fear of losing someone or something that you feel a lot of affection towards. Maybe affection has been pulled back slightly, maybe there's been some sort of argument or distance or a period of uncertainty. But I do feel like quite optimistic about this, to be honest, pile 3, because it feels like something is ending and more like something stronger is being forged through that period of fear or difficulty. And with the 5 of Wands clarified by the 9 of Pentacles, I'm getting this overwhelming message of like, this is a cause worth fighting for. Like, you are not wrong, pile 3, for seeing potential in this. You are not wrong for sticking up for it, for advocating for it, or wanting to continue pursuing it even when challenges arise. Because you can already see what this could eventually become. You can see its potential and how it could lead to so many amazing things in your future. And I actually think one of the biggest things this obsession is teaching you is that a little bit of challenge or competition or friction is not necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't mean your work is devalued, and it doesn't mean you're not good enough. So I don't know exactly how that applies for every specific individual, but let's say this is a passion project or a career thing as just one example. If you are sat there thinking, you know, what's the point in me going for this promotion because all these other people are applying and they have way more experience than me, or if it's you saying like, I want to start a YouTube channel, but this niche is already so oversaturated, why would anybody want to listen to me? I really feel like this reading is saying that none of that competition takes away from what you have to offer, pile 3, because you offer something unique that nobody else can offer. And your audience is out there somewhere. Your market is out there somewhere. Somebody is looking for your exact skill set and your exact perspective, and it's important that you allow yourself to offer that to the world. And I know the world isn't perfect, and I know the time we live in can feel scary sometimes, and there are ethical concerns surrounding, you know, technological advancements and things changing very rapidly, absolutely. But equally, it's also a privilege to live in a time where we can connect with somebody on the other side of the world with just a click of a button, and where we all get the opportunity to share our message. Because there are so many people out there doing similar things, but everybody is doing them in their own way. Like, if you think about the tarot community on YouTube, for example, very oversaturated. There are tons and tons of readers out here, but no reader is exactly the same. And I think it's amazing that we have so many different ones, because some people love short, snappy, straight to the point readings, and some people prefer longer, wafflier, rambly ones like mine. And yes, you know, I'm a small channel. I don't get a ton of views, of course, but people still watch me, and I'm very fortunate for that, because I genuinely believe I might be spreading a little bit of joy and making a tiny bit of a difference to the small number of people who do take the time out of their day to watch me. And I think that's actually the point. Like, lots of us are out here doing similar things, but we're all doing them through our own unique lens and with our own interpretations and our own personality attached to them. And I really think this obsession is going to teach you how important it is for you to share your unique voice in whatever way that applies. Because you genuinely have something that people want, pile 3, and nobody can do it quite like you. Like, you have a gift to share with the world, and I think you're a lot more competent than you currently give yourself credit for. So I almost think this obsession is like essentially teaching you how to validate your own damn self. Because it's not about competing with everybody around you or trying to make people understand you. It's about believing that you have something worthwhile to offer and showing up with it anyway, and allowing the right people to naturally gravitate towards you. For some of you, this could absolutely be changing your life in the sense that you become self-made in some way. This could be entrepreneurship, it could be a business venture, or something that eventually leads to financial independence and allows you to become more self-reliant. But interestingly, I'm also getting this message about protecting your peace. Because if we combine the 5 of Wands with the 9 of Pentacles, it almost feels like some of you are learning healthy boundaries through this obsession too. I'm actually thinking of like toxic work environments, like co-workers who are always involved in petty office politics and gossip and unnecessary drama. That feeling of like, oh, there are too many cooks in the kitchen, someone is always stirring the pot, and it's just exhausting. This obsession could literally change your life by allowing you to leave environments that feel like that. It's almost allowing you to say like, actually, I don't have to be around these people anymore. Now, obviously, that's only one example, but there's definitely an energy here of distancing yourself from something that no longer serves you. But overall, with this particular pairing, I keep coming back to this message that challenge is actually good for you. And of course, that can be interpreted in lots of different ways, but there is definitely an element here of you becoming proud of yourself. I'm almost getting the word smug, but I don't think smug is the word I'm looking for, but it is this sense of you being able to say, like, everything I have, I built. Like, everything I have, I fought for. And when I say fought for, I don't mean like physically fighting or going to war over something. It's more like you stood up for yourself and you stood your ground and it paid off. there's almost this little bit of like, I told you so kind of energy here, like you knew this was worth fighting for, and now you almost get to prove everyone wrong who doubted you. That's coming through. And weirdly, I actually think some of the challenge and competition around you is what allows you to think outside the box. It pushes you towards better solutions, and it strengthens your character in the process, because it makes you think like, actually no, like I'm going to get this no matter what, and I'm going to do it my way. One example that I'm getting is like, you write a book and you send it to the publisher, and the publisher wants you to change the book, and they're giving you this deal. They're like, oh, if you just change it, if you do this, like we'll give you this deal. And you're like, no, do you know what, like if I change that, that will be losing the heart of the story or these characters that I built. Like I'm gonna not accept the deal, or I'm going to self-publish, or I'm going to take it to a different publisher, and the book ends up doing amazing, and you're so glad you stuck to your guns and you fought for like your original idea to persevere. It doesn't have to be that example exactly, but it's that kind of vibe of you like proving people wrong. I don't know. Another example, like if this is a relationship, let's say, like maybe this could be like working through difficulties and challenges actually brings you closer together, because it's like you're putting the effort in to tackle certain issues. And you know, if people around you, like in this relationship, if people around you were saying like, oh, you should just break up, like blah blah blah, and giving their opinion where maybe it wasn't wanted, it's like you're proving people wrong by working on this and by overcoming it. It could be that sort of thing. If this is advocating for a cause, debating something, or going against a system that you disagree with, it could strengthen your inner confidence and your ability to express yourself going forwards. If this is a competitive environment, perhaps you're simply the person who consistently puts the work in and eventually lands the opportunity, because you just have that special something that allows you to stand out from the crowd. This obsession could change your life by teaching you genuine self-love and devotion towards yourself, because you become proud of how you handled something. Like you are rising above the noise, you are protecting your own space, and you manage to become successful without having to stoop to a level that would take you out of alignment with who you truly are. So whatever this challenge is, I actually think you come out better on the other side of it. It pushes you towards finding validation within yourself. And even if this is something smaller, if it's just a small thing, like an argument with another person that you're currently obsessing over, I actually think this is going to be overcome, and stronger foundations are going to exist because of it. But perhaps the lesson isn't even the argument itself. Perhaps the lesson is learning how to validate yourself and learning how to sit in discomfort without needing immediate reassurance. Like if you're somebody who gets anxious after arguments and feels the need to constantly check in, like when you argue with someone, you're constantly waiting by the phone for that text message to come through, like seeing if they'll text you, or you're so consumed by what somebody might say that you can't focus on anything else in your life. And it becomes this unhealthy attachment to the outcome or what this person is going to say. Or like you argue with somebody, you have a disagreement about something, and usually you're the one who always backs down because you just want to keep the peace and make amends. But this time you stand on business and you sit in that discomfort of somebody not agreeing with you or validating you right away. It's like this time you stick to your guns, even though it's uncomfortable. And through doing that, you actually learn how to validate yourself, because ultimately it's about understanding that you are okay by yourself. You will survive. You can stand on your own 2 feet, whether somebody likes your opinion or not. And yeah, you know, of course it's nice when people agree with us and validate us. Humans are social creatures after all. But this obsession feels like it's teaching you that first and foremost, you are capable of validating yourself. And for some of you, it could even be simpler than that. It could just be rising above the noise altogether. Maybe this is a situation that would normally drag you down, but this obsession is almost acting as like a healthy form of escapism. If we tie it back to those Pisces and 12th house themes we mentioned in your energy check, it's almost like you're consciously choosing to redirect your energy. You're saying like, do you know what? I'm going to detach from this and focus on XYZ instead. And weirdly enough, XYZ turns out to be the very best thing that you could have focused on, because it takes your mind off that noise. It makes you feel fulfilled, and it allows you to pour all of that affection and energy into something that is genuinely productive instead of something that is just slowly draining you and your peace. So with the Four of Cups clarified by the Page of Pentacles, if you've been wanting some kind of solid yes from the universe, I genuinely think the Page of Pentacles is your great big yes, pile 3. But it's also encouraging you not to rush things, because good things take time. Things slowing down, that doesn't mean that they've become stagnant, and it definitely doesn't mean that you're running out of time. It simply can mean that a solid foundation is being built underneath whatever this obsession is. And I know throughout this reading I've given various examples that kind of center on relationships with other people, and it absolutely could be, but equally it doesn't have to be. But with that said, there is this big message here about treating whatever this obsession is almost like a relationship in itself. And when we talk about a healthy relationship, there needs to be mutual respect and this sense of working towards the same thing, even if it takes time and effort to get there. But the one phrase I keep hearing is, what you're wanting wants you back. And this Page of Pentacles really does feel like tangible manifestations beginning to unfold, just in a very slow and steady way. If we think about our goals, whatever they may be, whether it's a person, a career, it's money, or it's something else entirely, one thing that often comes up is this phrase, attract, don't chase. And obviously I'm massively simplifying it here, oversimplifying it even, because there's a lot more nuance to it than that. But I do think there's something useful within that concept. Because if we think about this thing we want as a relationship, we have to learn how to show affection towards it without giving into fear and desperation, or, you know, essentially feeling like we have to beg for it. Yes, we can advocate for the things we care about, and yes, we can stand firm and fight for them in that sense, but we shouldn't have to reduce ourselves in order to do that. If we're fighting for something, it should be because we deeply care about it and because it's bringing out this passionate side of us, rather than because we are trying to force it to choose us. And if we think about that in the context of a romantic relationship, if we are acting purely out of fear and convincing ourselves we will simply perish if we don't get this thing, if we're constantly checking in on it and not allowing it any room to breathe, eventually we're going to push it away. Whereas if we understand that what naturally aligns with us will fit into our lives without us having to kind of filter ourselves or water ourselves down, then suddenly things become much easier. We understand that this thing desires us back without us having to force it, because we're content and secure enough to stand on our own 2 feet, whether it's there or not. We are showing ourselves true affection and true respect first, and because of that, our relationship with this obsession has that basis of mutual respect, and therefore it can thrive because there's trust there instead of force and control. But again, I think this obsession has something to do with you, like we said from the beginning, doing things differently, because ultimately I think you become bored of something, bored of the same cycles, bored of the same outcomes, and bored of repeating the same patterns over and over and over again. There's this yearning for a fresh start, and this realization that actually you are the person who can facilitate that. And that's exactly what this Page of Pentacles is. It's the first little bud of a new beginning and a commitment to allowing something to bloom steadily over time. It's also teaching you to focus on the things that are actually within your control instead of being at the mercy of external noise all the time. So there's something here about staying grounded and approaching situations analytically instead of fearfully making decisions impulsively, because you want to be making decisions that serve your best interest for the long term and that show that mutual respect long term. And honestly, like, whatever it is that you're bored of, it could be absolutely anything. But the point is, it feels like there's some sort of repetitive cycle that you're exhausted by that has kept you trapped in a pattern of fear. Maybe it's doing something that constantly distracts you from your own growth. Maybe it's something that repeatedly makes you feel like you're lacking. Or maybe it's just simply a routine that you know, although it's become a part of your life, it isn't fulfilling to you anymore, and you want to make different or healthier choices. So for example, and this doesn't have to be the example for you, again, it's just an example, but let's say this is about a friendship or a relationship, and you always end up having arguments with this person. But if you have like an anxious attachment style, maybe every time there's conflict, your entire life goes on hold until they text you back. You are sat waiting by your phone thinking, I will not feel okay again until this person reaches out and I know that we're good again. And perhaps previously you've always been the one to give in. You will always reach out first or apologize when you shouldn't have had to do that because you're desperate to get that affection back and return to normality. But this time something feels different. This time it almost feels like you're fed up, you're tired of the cycle, and you're tired of being the one who always has to make everything okay. So instead of getting stressed about things that are completely outside of your control, in this example, the thing that you cannot control is another person's reactions and when they text you back and what they say when they text you back, or if they'll text you back, you throw yourself into this new obsession instead. Maybe it's the gym, maybe it's a work project that captivates your attention, maybe it's a new goal you're working towards. But ultimately, it feels far more productive than sitting by the phone waiting for somebody else to determine whether or not you get to have a good day. And I think that's actually one of the biggest lessons here, pile 3. You are suddenly realising that it feels much, much better to pour your energy into things that are actually within your control. Because ultimately, you cannot control another person's reaction to you. You cannot control what they say in response to your text message. You said what you said, and now all you can control is your own actions and behaviour. So if somebody chooses to be petty or give you the silent treatment or stir up unnecessary drama, you're almost saying, okay then, like, I'm just going to stay in my lane and I'm going to focus on myself until we're ready to have an actual conversation like adults. And equally, this could apply to a work situation too. You know, maybe you're completely fed up with your current role because nothing ever changes and you're not passionate about it anymore. You just feel completely apathetic towards life because it feels like this career isn't taking you anywhere and you've fallen out of love with what you do. But then this obsession comes in and suddenly there's something else to work towards. There's something to study, something to research, invest in, to plan for. And it's almost what gets you through the workday because you know that when you get home, there's this entire world waiting for you that genuinely excites you again and it gives you purpose again. So overall, I really think this obsession is changing you by teaching you to approach life less reactively. It feels like you're becoming more grounded. It feels like you're learning to absorb information without immediately panicking about it. And you're learning how to work with what's in front of you instead of against it. There's also a lot of curiosity here too, because rather than being closed off to possibilities, it feels like you're allowing yourself to explore them. And if you've been like so wrapped up in something that opportunities have kind of passed you by without you even really noticing, this almost feels like lifting your head up and finally seeing what's available to you. It's choosing to stop focusing on what you've missed out on and instead recognizing the potential in what's still right in front of you. Because there's something much better here and that can absolutely grow if you approach it with steadiness and with consideration. I also wonder if for some of you there's some sort of tangible good news attached to this. The Page of Pentacles can sometimes symbolize letters, messages, breakthroughs, things that pull you out of a slump. It could be, for example, being accepted onto a course or into a program, getting a qualification, passing a test, or just receiving news that suddenly changes your trajectory a little bit. So with this King of Cups and the Page of Cups, I'm not going to lie, for some of you, like we've said, if this is about a relationship, again, not the case for everyone, but I do want to mention it because with all of this mirroring energy coming through, and especially with these Cups and Wands pairings we've got, it kind of makes me think of like two people who have both done some work on themselves or who are both striving to do better, or perhaps who have both done some healing surrounding their inner child. So if you are in a relationship and this is something you genuinely want to make work, but perhaps there has been some fear mixed in with all of this affection, I could absolutely see this being both parties becoming committed to working with each other and making this connection thrive. Equally, because we had that Four of Cups earlier, it could even be that you're meeting somebody new who you're going to become obsessed with, because there's almost this feeling of like, for some of you, it's like, wow, they were right in front of me this whole time and I never really noticed them or never thought about them in that way because I was still wrapped up in this other relationship or focused on something else, like trapped in one of these repetitive cycles that we've been talking about. So it's going to be different for everybody depending on where you're at. And for lots of you, this won't be about another person at all. I just wanted to mention it because the pages often gives me this sort of young, youthful energy, which naturally makes me think about the inner child, whereas the kings often represent mastery or the culmination of what this energy looks like when it's being used in a healthy way. And that's partly why it made me think of the example of two people coming together and using the tools that they've learned instead of operating from those more, I guess, reactive, childish versions of themselves. But equally, you know, like I say, it doesn't have to be another person, and it probably won't be for most of you. It could simply be these Cups and Wands representing different sides of you and you having learned where to pour your energy and how to show up differently. If it is another person, just as a quick confirmation, this could be a Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, or Leo, Aries, Sag. Again, that does not have to be the case. But overall, I really feel like this next obsession changes you because it allows you to reach a new level of diplomacy and compassionate leadership. There's something about it that assists you with being able to express your feelings, to express affection, and maybe even admit when you care about something and just how much you care about it. It's almost like this obsession is teaching you a whole new language surrounding vulnerability, but it's in a way that feels safe for you rather than overwhelming. It's not like you're being chucked into the deep end emotionally. It feels a lot gentler than that. It's like you're becoming wiser when it comes to understanding not only your own emotions, but also the emotions of the people around you. It's like you're understanding more about people's motivations and reactions. And more importantly, I think understanding what those reactions say about them and what they do not say about you. And I actually think there's a really lovely balance being struck here, because whilst there's definitely this energy of gaining better mastery over your emotions, there's also a softening happening simultaneously, especially if any of you guys like have historically struggled with vulnerability or you've struggled to openly express affection. This kind of feels like you're lowering your guard a little bit and realizing that being emotionally open doesn't necessarily have to be this dangerous thing. And for some of you, I also wonder if this obsession is giving you some sort of creative outlet through which to express these emotions. It could be poetry, music, painting, any kind of medium where emotional messages are being delivered, because you have found a way to channel your feelings without necessarily having to put them into words all of the time, but somehow it still makes perfect sense. And I also really feel like the Page of Cups is saying that this obsession is allowing you to reconnect with a younger, more free-spirited, more fun-loving side of yourself. Maybe there's a version of you that has been trapped underneath all these monotonous cycles we've been talking about throughout this reading, and this is almost that version of yourself emerging from underneath all of that in this really beautiful way. The Page of Cups can often indicate a new crush, so I don't necessarily want to say that your next obsession is a new crush, but I do think whatever this thing is, it's gonna feel like having a crush. It's that feeling where you think about it and you immediately get butterflies in your stomach. You start considering all the possibilities. There's this excitement swirling around in your belly, and it just feels like the start of something really beautiful. It's almost that sensation of when you meet somebody and you're just like, oh, this person's going to be important to me. But like whatever this thing is, whether it's a person or it's something else, it gives you that feeling. It kind of makes you feel like a teenager in love again. Like you are becoming utterly infatuated with it, and it naturally encourages you to be more open-hearted and have more honest conversations, like both with yourself and with the people around you. And I think that's one of the loveliest things about this pile overall, because, you know, we talked a lot about fear, we talked a lot about subconscious patterns, and we've talked about unhealthy attachments, but it really feels like all of that work has been leading to this point. It feels like you're finally allowing yourself to experience joy without completely overanalyzing it. You're allowing yourself to become excited about things again and to care deeply about things without feeling the need to apologize for it. And with the King of Wands, clarified by the Page of Wands, I think whatever this obsession is, it's changing you by teaching you how to drop the ego a little bit for the greater good. Now, when I say drop the ego, I don't want that to sound like I'm saying that you are arrogant or that you need humbling, because that isn't what I mean at all. I think sometimes when we hear the word ego, we automatically think of somebody who thinks they're like so much better than everyone else, but actually ego can show up in much subtler ways than that. Sometimes ego is the thing that actually stops us from putting ourselves out there in the first place, because it's trying to protect us, right? It's trying to protect us from criticism or perceived rejection or embarrassment. So instead, you know, we might pretend we're not interested, we pretend we don't care, we act like something isn't important to us because deep down, caring feels too vulnerable and too risky. So this could absolutely look like acting cold or aloof or distant around the person we have a crush on, and, you know, accidentally denying ourselves what could have been an amazing connection because we're too scared to express how we actually feel. And I'm actually now thinking of Obsession again, the film, because I listed it in the intro as one of my current obsessions. And this isn't really a spoiler because it kind of happens right at the beginning of the film. It's kind of, I guess, the whole premise of the film. But I'm thinking about when Nicky asks Bear outright if he has feelings for her, which he obviously does, because that is the entire point of the movie. But he has this golden opportunity to just be honest with her and say what he's feeling, but he can't do it. His fear gets in the way, his ego gets in the way, and he can't cope with the possibility that she might reject him. But that's kind of the whole point. You know, sometimes we deny ourselves the opportunity for something wonderful because we're trying so hard to protect ourselves from the possibility that it won't work out. And I think this obsession is teaching you not to do that anymore. And look how things turned out in that film, because Bear just couldn't be fucking honest. And this obsession is teaching you not to do that anymore. Because equally, you know, this could apply to your creative work, for instance. It could be not wanting to put your art out there, not wanting to apply for a promotion, not wanting to start the thing you keep thinking about because perfectionism has become this safety blanket. You know, sometimes we convince ourselves we need to be better prepared or more experienced or more polished before we even begin. But, you know, that's not true. And I think this obsession is teaching you that it's okay to experiment a little bit. It's okay if things aren't immediately perfect, especially if this is the first time you're doing something. You don't have to present yourself flawlessly all the time in order to avoid criticism, because ultimately people are always going to have opinions. Some of those opinions might be useful and insightful, and other times those opinions are going to be a steaming pile of crap. But either way, you cannot control what other people say and do. And actually, you know, that feels like another huge lesson attached to this obsession. It's teaching you to loosen your grip on control a little bit. Because the minute you put something into the world, whether that's your art or your opinions or your work or your feelings, there is always risk attached to that. You cannot control how people react. And I think in the past, that might have been enough to actually stop you before you even got started. But this obsession feels like it's making you more playful with that uncertainty rather than just straight up fearful of it. I am also getting something here surrounding a collaboration, because if this thing matters to you, and clearly it does because the entire pile has been centered around affection, then yes, it's important to protect the values that are important to you and advocate for the things you believe in. But I also think this obsession is teaching you that other people's ideas aren't necessarily a threat to your own. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. It doesn't have to be this energy of like my way or the highway, especially if this is something that involves a team or a community or another person. In fact, I think this obsession is changing you into somebody who is open to compromise and who is open to inspired collaboration, because you are actually going to begin to see how fresh perspectives could genuinely elevate whatever this thing is. It doesn't feel like you're territorial over it. It feels much more alive than that. It feels like you're allowing new energy into something you already deeply care about, and that ends up making it even stronger. And I think these two pairings balance each other out really, really nicely, because it's like one side of you is incredibly eager and excited, and the other side is learning how to ground all of that enthusiasm so that it actually has some place to go. Because excitement is wonderful, but excitement by itself can sometimes make us feel like we just need to do everything immediately. But I don't think that's what this is asking of you, though, Pal 3. I think this obsession is teaching you to trust that things can grow over time without you having to force them. It's almost as though you're realizing that discipline is every bit as important as passion, because passion is often what gets us started, but consistency is what allows us to build the thing that actually lasts. I think the biggest thing this obsession is changing about you is that it's making you more comfortable with how deeply you care about things. This obsession isn't giving you the option to not care or even to pretend that you don't care. It's sort of forcing you to admit to yourself, like, no, actually this matters to me a lot. I care about this and I'm going to fight for it. And instead of seeing that as a weakness, it's actually becoming one of your greatest strengths. This pile is all about learning how to care about something without letting fear run the entire show. And it's not because fear is going to disappear completely, because I don't think that's realistic for any of us, but it feels like something else is becoming louder now. Like your excitement and your passion is louder and your curiosity is louder. And due to that, it's like you're naturally starting to show up in your life a lot more differently to how you used to. This is changing you from the inside out. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, Pal 3, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. If any part of this reading resonated for you, even in a tiny way, please feel free to like, comment, hype, share, and subscribe. Any and all of those things genuinely helps a small creator and a small channel like mine so much. And on a personal note, I would just really appreciate it. I want to thank you so much for being here. Thank you for spending your time with me and allowing me to read for you. I'm sending you so much love. Take care, Pal 3, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi Pal 4 Collective, if you chose Pal 4 and you chose this number 15 Happiness Marjoram card from the Green Witch Oracle alongside the bunny with the strawberry sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. We are going to be using the Everyday Witch Tarot for your reading today, and this reading is titled Your Soul's Next Obsession and How It Changes Your Life. Now, I do go through absolutely everything this reading will entail in my intro alongside my usual disclaimers. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I would recommend checking at least one of those out so you know what to expect from this reading today. But with that said, this reading is all about whatever it is going to be setting your soul on fire and consuming your every waking thought in the best possible way. Because, collective, your soul has spotted another thing to obsess over and hyperfixate on. And it's like, no, I thought we were supposed to be having a nice date. We literally just got over our last hyperfixation and oops, here we go again. Another one is coming in. Something new is coming in to take over your life in the best possible way. It might make you forget to eat, sleep, or even breathe, but hopefully it won't make you pee on the floor like Nikki. with that said, please let me know in the comments. Feel free to info dump about what your latest hyperfixations are. At the moment, I shared mine in the intro, but I genuinely love hearing about the things you guys are obsessed with too. I also want to apologise if you can hear any noises in the background. I have a fan blasting me with nice cool air because I'm currently filming this in the UK heatwave. But yeah, I want to get you excited about your next obsession. So we're going to be starting off with an energy check, looking at this oracle card here, and then we're going to open up the reading and do more of a deep dive by looking at these cards down here and of course your tarot cards. We're going to look at what this obsession is, why it's coming into your life, and how it's going to be changing things for you in the best possible way. So with all of that said, I really hope you enjoy this one, and without any further hesitation and waffle, let's get started. So of course you picked this little bunny rabbit sticker with the strawberry, so bunnies could be relevant for you, maybe a pet rabbit, maybe there is a special connection to rabbits or hares or cute furry creatures. And just paying attention to the number 15 itself, this could actually operate as an initial confirmation for you guys. The number 15 or the individual numbers 1 and 5 could be relevant in some way. This could be a date, an age, an angel number, or synchronicity. You're seeing a lot of a birthday, an astrological house, a life path number, just as a few examples. None of these have to apply for this to be your pile, they're just extra confirmations for those of you where these things do resonate. So for example, somebody here could be born on the 15th of a month, somebody could have a January or May birthday, something that happened in 2015 could feel very significant, or this obsession could even be linked to a dream you've had since you were 15 years old. Some of you could be seeing 1515 on clocks all the time, or first house Aries energy or fifth house Leo energy could also be significant. You guys could have strong Sun or Mars placements, or perhaps something currently transiting those areas of your chart. I also want to mention marjoram itself because I actually always have some in the house. I use it in my cooking all the time, but I still, regardless of that, have a hard time pronouncing it. I'm still not sure if I'm doing it right. So with that said, a funny little confirmation for some of you could be that you could have a name that people always just get slightly wrong. Like they're very close to nearly pronouncing it right, but they always just happen to like swap one letter around or pronounce one syllable differently. Could be a first name or last name. Like, I don't know, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but it could be just something that happens a lot, like maybe your name is Mia, but people often pronounce it Maya, or something like that, I don't know. I was also reading that marjoram is often confused with oregano because they look quite similar at first glance, so another confirmation for you guys could be that people constantly mistake you for somebody else when you're out and about. Like maybe you're one of those people where strangers start up a conversation with you and then suddenly they're like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, I thought you were my sister, or I thought you were my friend just then. It feels like that kind of energy. Another confirmation could be sensitivity to the cold, because I was reading that marjoram is very sensitive to colder climates and apparently likes a cozy sunny windowsill during the winter months. Which is same, but I don't get any of that during the winter months because I live in the UK. But maybe that's you. Maybe, you know, you're somebody who loves sitting in a sunny window with a book, wrapping yourself up in blankets, or, you know, maybe you're always that person who is really cold. Like you say you're freezing when everybody else is fine. Some of you could even have something like Raynaud's, I think it's called. I also read that marjoram can sometimes be associated with balancing hormones, helping with things like PCOS, and helping with easing nausea or digestive issues. So if any of those things are relevant to you, you can take them as another little confirmation here. Now, marjoram was apparently named by Aphrodite, which I found really interesting because immediately that made me think of strong Venusian themes. There could be a special connection you have to Aphrodite herself, or perhaps this obsession somehow relates to themes that she represents. So things like love, beauty, passion, pleasure, creation, all these things feel significant here, which to me makes a lot of sense if, you know, we're potentially talking about some fifth house Leo energy coming through here too. Yeah, that could absolutely apply. Now, I know this is going to sound absolutely ridiculous because it's going to be stating the obvious, considering you literally picked the happiness card. You could see the card that you were picking and that it says happiness. But I do think one of the biggest ways this obsession changes your life is simply that it makes you happier. Like, it's something that brings you joy and pleasure and satisfaction and contentment and fulfillment. But even like as I'm saying that, as I'm talking about it, that feels too obvious because most of us become obsessed with things that on some level make us happy, right? Like, Otherwise, we wouldn't do things if they didn't bring joy in some way. So it kind of goes without saying in a reading about obsessions. But bear with me here, because I actually think that your pile is kind of indicating that this is less about those little fleeting moments of happiness, and it's much more about long-term fulfillment and long-term satisfaction, because sometimes those can be two different things. You know, we experience that kind of happiness that often feels good in the moment, like those little dopamine hits and those quick bursts of excitement. And then sometimes there's that deeper type of happiness that comes from a life cultivated with purpose and meaning, and, you know, feeling like your life is genuinely improving because of something. And I want to say that the latter is very much what this feels like to me. This obsession isn't just making you feel good whilst you're doing it, it's making your overall well-being better in some way, whether that's physically, emotionally, spiritually, mentally, or in all of these areas. It feels like it becomes part of the reason you enjoy life more. And I actually feel like you're going to look back at some point and say, like, honestly, my life improved once this obsession came into my life. So there is something where for some of you, this isn't necessarily about just happiness in the moment, it's actually in the aftermath as well. And I'm trying to think of an example here. For some reason, the image that Spirit is giving me is of Bruce Bogtrotter and Matilda eating the chocolate cake. So I'm going to use this one as an example because, like, I mean, I don't think he was having too much fun with that towards the end, but I'm thinking, like, in the moment, maybe eating an entire chocolate cake might make us feel happy. But afterwards, you know, when we've got stomachache and we can't get up from the sofa, suddenly we're not having the best time anymore. But this obsession feels different. It feels like something that's benefiting future you as much as present you, if not more so. And I guess, like, exercise is one example that comes to mind because I think it's a really good illustration of what I mean here, because sometimes exercise isn't immediately enjoyable, especially if it's your first time doing it after a long break. Maybe you kind of have to push yourself to really get started. Maybe it is difficult when you get going, but halfway through you start experiencing those sort of feel-good chemicals. Or maybe it's only afterwards when you're sat there thinking, like, actually, I'm really glad I did that. But obviously, you know, our relationship with movement, of course, is so individual, and our bodies all have different limitations. I am a disabled, chronically ill person myself, so I personally have a complicated relationship with exercise because sometimes pushing yourself, if you deal with anything like that, pushing yourself too far can be harmful. But I still think there is so much happiness to be found in movement that actually works for you and doesn't feel like punishment, doesn't feel like a chore. So, you know, maybe that's a long walk while listening to your favourite music instead of forcing yourself into a spin class that you absolutely hate and you dread every time you have to go to it. Ultimately, it's about honouring your body in ways that feel sustainable. And I actually think that that is the entire message of this pile. It's about kind of combining these two types of happiness together. There's a psychological concept called hedonistic happiness, which is all about, you know, that pleasure and enjoyment in the moment. And then there's something called eudaimonic happiness, which is about purpose and fulfillment and building a life that feels meaningful. And I feel like, Pal, for your next obsession, it's somehow kind of bringing both of these things together. I also think some of these spiritual associations with Majoram could be significant for you guys because, you know, that can represent peace and harmony and emotional healing, banishing conflict, forgiveness, balanced environments. It can represent stable relationships and romance, and spiritual protection, and also celebration. And apparently Aphrodite created the herb to bring joy, and it was woven into bridal crowns to bless marriages, but it was also used in funeral rites to wish a peaceful afterlife to the deceased. So interestingly, this herb almost feels like it's associated with every stage of life and finding peace within those transitional moments. And immediately as I'm saying that, I'm getting some tangible examples coming through. This obsession could literally be to do with your own peace and that becoming your biggest priority. It could be you becoming obsessed with protecting your energy and banishing drama from your life by whatever means necessary in favour of long-term happiness. It could be about creating environments that make you feel calm and safe. This could involve redecorating your space, moving furniture around, spring cleaning, decluttering, getting rid of things that don't spark joy anymore, Marie Kondoing your life. It could be becoming obsessed with your own healing journey and your own growth after a significant event in your life. For others of you, this absolutely could be a romantic relationship or becoming more invested in relationships that genuinely fill your cup rather than drain you. It could be reconnecting with spirituality or becoming fascinated with occult concepts and throwing yourself into spiritual practices because they make you feel connected to something bigger than yourself. And for some of you, if wedding planning is relevant, that could genuinely be the obsession. I'm thinking of that with the bridal crown thing. Now, I also wanted to touch on the numbers 1515 and specifically the first house astrologically and the fifth house, because I think these might be able to tell us a little bit about what this obsession could relate to. So the energy of 1515, it's all about leveling up your life and embracing change and making decisions instead of waiting around for life to happen to you eventually. So for some of you, this obsession could be about breaking old habits, creating healthier routines, reinventing yourself, or just kind of like giving yourself permission to pursue something you've wanted to do for a long time. The first house energy could make this about your physical appearance, your health, your identity, or like you becoming obsessed with becoming the version of yourself you've always wanted to be. This could center around changing your style, becoming fascinated with fitness or skincare, fashion, confidence building, or just you doing a lot of inner work and trying to figure out who you are and how you want to show up in the world. And then the fifth house energy, it's all about pleasure and creativity and hobbies and romance and letting your inner child out to play. So for some of you, this obsession could literally be a new hobby, such as painting, writing, crafting, baking, gardening, gaming, collecting things, creating content, acting, music, poetry, traveling, dancing, or yeah, just like giving yourself permission to do something just because it makes you happy rather than it being productive, or rather than it having to be something that makes you money immediately. Although I'm not saying that's not possible from this obsession. That could very well happen later down the line, but ultimately this is about something that gives you a ton of pleasure. And I think that's one of the biggest messages coming through for this pile. It feels like you guys are being reminded that joy is productive. Happiness has value, but you don't have to earn happiness after you've ticked every single item off your to-do list. I actually think this obsession is arriving to kind of teach you that your happiness deserves to be a priority, regardless of what your output is in relation to that. But ultimately, that in and of itself, the happiness is going to change your life. So with that said, I think this is a good time to move on to the rest of your reading. That was a pretty in-depth energy check. So just to let you know, this card from the Blooming Cats Tarot, I am using it as an oracle card because it's one of the astrology cards that I do use a lot in my readings. Just to let you know, the card that we pull here, it doesn't have to be that this is one of your signs, like this is one of your big three. Of course, if it is one of your big three, you can take that as extra confirmation if you have a lot of energy like this in your chart, but that doesn't have to be the case for this to be your pile. So don't worry if it's not your sign. This is more there to represent the energy of this obsession and how it's changing your life and how it's helping you step into this new energy. So we're going to pull these two and then we're going to have a look at your tarot. So we have got Aries. Okay, pay attention to what's on this card because some of these things could be extra confirmations for you. So we have Aries, passionate, motivated, confident. It actually says confidant. Confidant. I don't know if it's supposed to say confidant or confident. I would presume confident with Aries because that's what Aries energy gives me. But anyway, could just be a typo. I don't know why I'm getting fixated on that. Doesn't really matter. I think I've mentioned this before. Confident, I think it's meant to say. Moody, impatient, impulsive. Aries, March 20th to April 18th. Element is fire, ruling planet Mars. Major arcana card is the Emperor. Stones are diamond and bloodstone. Colours are red and yellow. Lucky numbers are 6, 8 and 9. Flowers are honeysuckle and thistle. And from the Modern Witch Spiritual deck, we have Reunion. Okay, exciting. And for your tarot, we have got the King of Swords. And clarifying the King of Swords, we've got the 8 of Pentacles. We have got the Moon. And clarifying the Moon, we have the 5 of Pentacles. We have got the Queen of Swords. And clarifying the Queen of Swords, we have the 6 of Cups. Oh. And we've got the 6 of Pentacles. And clarifying the 6 of Pentacles, we have the Ace of Swords. Okay, I feel like getting Aries come out in your reading, that makes perfect sense to me. Because we've already established this entire pile is about happiness. But again, not in that sort of fleeting, temporary way. this feels like happiness that you are actively pursuing with what you do day to day. Because, you know, Aries energy, it doesn't just sit around waiting for life to happen to it. Aries is very much that energy that says, no, you know what, actually, if I want that thing, I'm going to go ahead and get it. So I almost feel like this obsession is changing you by making you more proactive when it comes to your own happiness. Like, if there have been things that you've wanted to do for years and years and years, but you've always found a reason not to do that thing, I almost feel like this obsession just bulldozes straight through that. Because Aries energy, it very much gives me this sense of like emotional adrenaline. It's giving this idea of like, oh my god, this is so exciting, I need to tell everyone about it immediately. Or like, I have 4,000 tabs open and like a million ideas in my head right now. It's being sort of accidentally consumed by something because you just genuinely can't stop thinking about it. And I love that energy here because that is what I would expect from an obsession reading. And the thing about Aries is it's the first sign, it's the pioneer, it likes to go first, it likes to try things, it likes to experiment. It likes to carve out its own path instead of waiting for somebody else to tell it what to do. So for some of you, this obsession is absolutely introducing this new chapter of your life where you do step up and you do that. And I'm almost wondering if for some of you, this is going to feel like you kind of discovering a side of yourself that you didn't know existed through this. Because immediately I'm hearing this phrase, I can't believe this is me now. Like maybe 6 months ago, if somebody had said this thing that you're going to become obsessed with would be your entire heart and soul, you'd have laughed in their face, but here we are, or that's where we're getting anyway, this is coming. And I think that's because, you know, this obsession, it does feel very authentic. It doesn't feel like something that you've had to force or like you're trying to become somebody else. It's more like you're becoming more yourself and discovering who you are through doing this. And I do find it interesting that we've also got this reunion card. I mean, immediately my brain isn't necessarily going to romance in this particular scenario, although for some of you it absolutely could be a romantic reunion or you reconnect with somebody through this. And I don't want to dismiss that if it's relevant for your life and for this reading. But more than anything, I think for a lot of you, this feels much more like reuniting with a part of yourself, which I know sounds a little bit cheesy, but that's genuinely what I'm getting. It's this energy of like kind of finding yourself and being like, oh, there you are. Like reconnecting with a version of yourself that feels like an old friend, but maybe that version hasn't had as much room to breathe lately. Because some of you could have had periods recently where life has been quite serious. You've had, like we all do, like responsibilities and things to do, people to take care of, jobs to show up for, life admin to keep on top of. And maybe you have become very good at surviving and getting through the day, but somewhere amongst all of that, you've slightly lost touch with some of the things that genuinely just make you happy. And I want you to kind of like sit with a question right now, because I don't mean this in a really dramatic way. I'm not saying like, oh, powerful, you've been like super depressed and you're super serious all the time. But genuinely, when was the last time you did something just because it was fun, like just because it made you happy, like just for the sake of it, not because it's gonna earn you money or because someone's expecting it from you? When was the last time you did something and you didn't think to yourself, oh, but what is the point in this? Like, when is the last time you kind of said, it doesn't really matter what the point is that I just have fun and I enjoy doing it? It's kind of like life has maybe become so busy and so practical lately that joy for the sake of joy has unintentionally ended up on the back burner for a little bit of time. And that's why this obsession feels so lovely to me, because it almost feels like it's reintroducing you to a version of yourself that has always existed, but maybe hasn't had as much attention recently because other things have taken precedence. I am definitely getting a bit of inner child healing here, and I don't necessarily mean it in this huge, like, deep sort of way. I simply mean it could be reconnecting you with hobbies that you used to love or things you've always wanted to try, or dreams that got put on hold because life got in the way, or, you know, interests that maybe at one point just didn't feel realistic anymore or part of your path. It almost feels like this obsession is reminding you that those parts of yourself still exist and they are still worth exploring. I'm getting quite a big message about going first and about bravery here, but bravery doesn't mean not being scared. It just means deciding that something matters enough to do it anyway. So for some of you, this could literally be you being like the first person in your family to do something. It could be you starting a new project, putting yourself out there, creating something from scratch, putting something into the online world maybe, or learning about something that nobody around you particularly understands yet. But strangely, it doesn't actually feel like people not quite understanding. It doesn't feel like that's going to bother you, because one of the ways this obsession changes you is that it makes you less concerned with what everybody else is doing. You feel like a very independent pile to me, and when I say independent, I don't mean isolated or detached from other people, I just mean happy in your own lane. It feels like you're becoming much more comfortable following your own excitement instead of constantly looking around to see whether everybody else approves first. And I think that's where a lot of the happiness comes from in this pile, because there's something very freeing about allowing yourself to enjoy simple pleasures and do things simply because you want to, without feeling like you need to justify it to anyone else or get permission. Now, with the King of Swords and the Eight of Pentacles, I really, really love this pairing, because I feel like this obsession is changing you by making you very disciplined and allowing you to kind of refine your energy. There's something here where you stop scattering your attention across 10,000 different things, and instead you are becoming deeply invested in the one thing that genuinely matters to you. And of course, you know, because this pile is all about happiness, I don't think this is discipline that feels restrictive. It actually feels quite liberating, because immediately I'm getting this image of somebody entering a flow state. Like, you know, when you just become so immersed in something that you lose track of time. Like, you sit down for what you think will be like 20 minutes and suddenly 2 hours have gone by and you're like, oh my god, where did that time even go? Because you were having fun, you were invested in it, you were immersed. But with this, instead of feeling guilty afterwards, for example, like if you did something like sit down on your phone for 2 hours when you thought it had been 20 minutes, sometimes we could feel a certain type of way about that. We might be like, oh my god, I just wasted 2 hours doom scrolling or consuming things that don't actually make me feel any better. With this, it's almost the opposite of it's going to give you this deep sense of satisfaction, because you're investing your energy into something that's worthwhile. I'm just getting this image of somebody being so focused on what they're doing that everything else around them almost stops registering. You guys could actually find that when you're focused on this thing, you could have a build-up of like 100 unread messages in your group chat because you've just accidentally disappeared for the entire day, or maybe your partner walks in the room and they're trying to talk to you and all you can hear is kind of like muffled noise in the background because you're just so locked in on what you're doing. But it feels like this is in a really healthy way, because this obsession is where you're finding like the most delight and happiness. I also think this obsession is kind of changing your relationship with hard work, because the Eight of Pentacles, it can sometimes be a repetitive energy. But here, it feels like it's in a really lovely way. It's not repetitive in the sense of being trapped in a monotonous cycle that you hate. It's repetitive because you care enough about something to keep showing up for it consistently. And I actually think that some of you are even going to enjoy the monotony of it, because when you get into that flow state and all your attention is on what's in front of you, it almost allows all the worries and stresses from the day to just sort of slip away for a little while. So this thing, it could really work to calm your nervous system and act as this form of escapism, but in a healthy sense. And I'm almost seeing somebody doing something really intricate. It doesn't have to literally be this example, but I'm thinking of something where you'd have to be precise, like nail art, for instance, where somebody is meticulously placing these tiny gems down, or carefully crafting the smallest little flower and enjoying every second of it. Or, you know, maybe it's crocheting, for example, because people absolutely love crocheting, and of course there's that repetitive motion where you count the stitches over and over again. But people enjoy it because sometimes they can put a podcast on in the background and know they are creating something beautiful at the same time. It feels like that sort of energy. The actual process of it is making you happy, but what's making you even happier is knowing that it's all leading toward this lovely end result as well. There's also something here about your brain really enjoying having a puzzle to solve, because King of Swords energy loves understanding things. It loves figuring out systems or making improvements and getting to the bottom of things. So for some of you, this obsession could literally involve learning, researching, studying, creating and building something over time. But even if it's not directly educational, it still feels like your brain is being stimulated in a way that genuinely fulfills you. I also want to mention that I don't necessarily think this is about perfectionism either, because sometimes that can come up with this kind of pairing. If anything, I think this is saying that you're going to have a lot of fun at perfecting your craft. And it feels like nothing's going to be holding you back from getting started. It's not like you're going to be waiting for everything to be perfect first. It feels like you're kind of throwing yourself into the process and then enjoying the later process of refining things afterwards. Like, if you have a rough first draft of a piece of writing, you're not seeing that as a failure. You're actually enjoying the process of going back in and adding the little details and making things feel just right. That becomes part of the fun for you rather than being something stressful. I also keep getting this message that this obsession is making you much more protective of your attention, because the King of Swords is very good at like cutting away distractions and deciding what deserves his energy. So it could be that this obsession naturally changes your habits without you even trying. Maybe you're spending less time consuming random things online because you'd rather be doing this. Maybe you're finding yourself less interested in drama going on in your circle because your energy is being poured into something that's actually benefiting you. There's something here about your life becoming quieter in a healthy way because you found something that deserves your focus. Now, with the moon clarified by the Five of Pentacles, this is quite interesting to me because I almost feel as though this obsession is changing your relationship with fear itself. Because the moon can often be interpreted as this card of uncertainty. It can be about hidden fears and, you know, sometimes these little stories that we tell ourselves when we don't fully know what's going to happen next. And with the Five of Pentacles underneath it, there is this feeling of lack or scarcity coming through, where sometimes we can become so focused on what we don't have that we accidentally overlook everything that we do have access to. So I almost feel like this obsession is acting as a little bit of an antidote to that in many ways, because I actually think some of you are much harder on yourselves than you realize. I think sometimes your brains naturally jump to like the worst case scenario, or you immediately spot potential problems before you spot the possibilities. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because I think in many ways it can be a strength that you're so thoughtful and you're prepared and you like to think things through. But there are times where that can accidentally become a bit of a trap, because you can end up convincing yourself there are more obstacles than maybe what there really are. Sometimes with this card pairing, it kind of gives me a sense of like tunnel vision, right? Like the moon can make us kind of disappear into our own heads a little bit, and the Five of Pentacles can make us focus so much on what's missing that we don't see the opportunities or the support systems or open doors that are actually sitting right beside us. So I almost think this obsession is arriving to broaden your perspective again. It's kind of reminding you that life is a lot bigger than your fears are telling you it is. I think there is a little message here about not allowing struggle to become part of your identity. And I want to be careful with how I explain that. It might not apply to everyone, but if it does apply to you, or you recognize something in that that might be worthwhile unpacking, I just want to reiterate here that when I say that, I absolutely do not believe in like toxic positivity, and I don't think we should pretend difficult things haven't happened to us. If something has hurt you, you are allowed to talk about that. You are allowed to vent to your friends, or open up to an online community, or seek out people who understand your experiences. All of that is valid, and I actually think it can be incredibly healing. But I do think there's a difference between processing your pain and accidentally building your whole world around it. Because sometimes communities that begin with good intentions can sort of slowly become these more toxic echo chambers where everybody is reinforcing each other's fears and limitations instead of helping each other move through them. And I think we just have to be a little bit mindful of that, all of us, right? Because the things we consume every single day do shape the way we see ourselves and the world around us. And if all we ever hear is like, oh, that good thing will never happen for you, like people like us don't get opportunities like that, there's no point in trying because it'll always go wrong anyway. If that is the message we are getting, that the world and everything in it is bad, obviously we have to be informed, but eventually we can kind of start adopting those beliefs as our own without even realizing it. And again, I'm not saying don't find community, because I actually think community is beautiful, and especially when we connect with people who might share our struggles. But not everybody else's story has to become your story. Sometimes people are speaking from their own fears and disappointments and their lived experiences. And whilst we can absolutely empathize with that, we do not have to inherit every single one of those beliefs for ourselves. And I'm thinking right now of how like some communities can turn toxic, and I'm thinking of the example of like incel communities as one example. Because if somebody is constantly being told like, yeah, nobody will ever love you unless you're 6'5" and a millionaire. Eventually, if that thing becomes that person's reality because they're living inside of this echo chamber that is constantly affirming their fears back to them, then it's not going to help that person, and it's not going to allow them to reflect on what the actual problem is or what the actual obstacle is. Because often, as we know, it isn't those external factors like height that are blocking them from finding romance. It's more often than not the self-pitying energy that eventually becomes their entire identity. So I almost think this obsession is helping you move away from that. I mean, obviously not that specific example, but maybe that way of thinking where people try to like bring you down, or point out flaws, or point out why something won't work, and keep you in that cycle of fear. It's reminding you that whilst it's important to acknowledge what's difficult and certain barriers, it's equally important to leave room for possibility and for hope. Because if you guys are excited about something and somebody immediately says, oh, that's not for people like us, or that will never work out, sometimes they're accidentally trying to include you in their own scarcity mindset. So I think this obsession is teaching you to get a wide range of perspectives instead of tying yourself to one very specific worldview. Like, find your communities, absolutely, but stay curious and listen to different voices, because life is often much bigger and much kinder than fear would have us believe. But yeah, because this pile is all about happiness, I think that's one of the biggest transformations taking place here. It feels like happiness is replacing survival mode. It feels like you are no longer building your life around fear, and you're starting to build it around excitement instead. Sorry, this happened in pile 1 as well, I think, so I don't know if you have any messages in pile 1, but my chicken is being very vocal because she's just laid an egg, which is really random because it's now like past 5 p.m. Normally it's during the day, but maybe there's a confirmation in that for you. I think she'll calm down in a few minutes, but yeah. But yeah, there is this massive shift, because a life where somebody centers fear and a life where somebody centers hope or happiness, these ways of showing up in the world can create completely different lives over time. And I'm not saying that if you are ever scared or you ever have to be brave or you're anxious about something, I'm not saying you are choosing fear. That is normal. That is a normal part of the human experience, and sometimes it's possible to choose both. But I think this is about focusing on the things we can control and not giving into fear by allowing it to consume you, by only consuming things that perpetuate that cycle, if that makes sense. I don't know, my words are not sounding like words anymore. And my chicken is being very, very distracting. But yeah, it's like one of those things that keeps you small because it's trying to protect you, and the other is encouraging you to expand because it's reminding you that good things are available to you too. I also keep getting this message that this obsession is almost becoming a little lighthouse for you, because when the moon shows up, things can sometimes feel uncertain, like we said, and very foggy and confusing, but it feels like this thing becomes a constant. It becomes the thing that you can return to when life feels overwhelming. And because of that, your worries will start to feel not as all-consuming anymore. It's like, instead of spiraling, you are going to have somewhere to put your energy. And I think that's a huge part of why this pile feels so happy overall, because you're not escaping your life through this obsession, although yes, you can use it for escapism, but it's more like you're enriching your life in the process. With the Queen of Swords clarified by the Six of Cups, I think this is one of my favourite pairings in the whole pile, because there's something genuinely so lovely happening here. It almost feels like this obsession is, like we've been saying, reconnecting you with joy, but in a much healthier and more sustainable way than perhaps you've experienced before. Because the Queen of Swords, okay, she is incredibly wise, isn't she? She's discerning, she's thoughtful, and she's very good at protecting her peace and cutting through the bullshit. But sometimes that can mean that she becomes a little bit too sensible at times, like because she's concerned with doing the right thing and being productive and being responsible, and doing the logical thing, like making the logical and practical choices. But sometimes she might accidentally lose touch with some of the things that make life genuinely fun. And then the Six of Cups comes along, and the Six of Cups is saying like, hang on a second, remember what it felt like to just simply enjoy things. And I'm almost feeling like this obsession, it is reconnecting you with a younger version of yourself in some way, the inner child, like we said. You know, maybe it is that hobby that you loved years ago, but you had to give it up because life got in the way. Maybe it is that dream that you've always had in the back of your mind, or maybe it's not even something specific from childhood at all, but more a feeling that you're rediscovering, that feeling of becoming completely enchanted by something for no reason other than the fact that it just makes you happy. It adds some brightness to your day again. There's something about it being like whimsical, something about it enabling you to romanticize your life. I think this obsession is changing you by allowing you to soften a little bit, actually, because I do get the sense that some of you can live in your heads quite a lot. You could be naturally very analytical people. You could be very good at solving problems, but that also means you can sometimes approach life as something that constantly needs figuring out at times. Whereas this obsession almost feels like it's teaching you to, yeah, like enjoy things without feeling the need to justify them first. Like you don't need to justify why it's a good decision. Sometimes you can just do it. You don't have to explain it to anyone. You don't have to give people stats and facts and a whole spreadsheet and a presentation about why this is the best business. It's not a business decision. That's what I'm going to say. It's not a business decision. Your joy doesn't have to be like a negotiated business decision. But I think this is a really beautiful lesson because sometimes, yeah, as adults, we can become obsessed with making every hobby productive or every interest profitable. And I am even guilty of this. Like when I start enjoying something, I might not even be very good at it, but I will look up like, oh, do people do this as a career? Like how much does this make? Almost as if I want something to back up that there could be a good reason why I'm doing this thing. Like, because this could make me money. Like if I really committed to it, I could be good at this. And, you know, it's great that people can profit off things that they enjoy, but also sometimes you're just allowed to have something that you enjoy for the sake of it. Like, I don't have to say like, oh, it's okay for me to buy all this yarn and this crochet equipment online because some people make a career from doing crochet. Like that could be a side hustle. It doesn't have to be. Like, yeah, it's amazing that it could be, but it doesn't have to be. I could just do crochet because I want to crochet. Like, I want to learn. That's fine. You don't have to, like, justify it. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to say, like, oh, can I monetize this? Can I turn it into a side hustle? Can I make this useful? It's useful because you enjoy it. That's useful for your emotional and mental health. Maybe it's not useful for your bank account, and maybe that's okay. Doesn't have to be. There's absolutely nothing wrong with having a side hustle, but I almost feel like this obsession is teaching you that things are allowed to exist just because. And yeah, I'm definitely getting this obsession changing your relationship with whimsy, your ability to be whimsical. And I feel like there's something where instead of romanticizing the past, which a lot of us, you know, we do have a tendency toward nostalgia and romanticizing the past and thinking about like simpler times and immediately interpreting those times as like better. But I think this is you actually learning how to romanticize the present. It's you understanding that, you know, that playful, silly, whimsical version of yourself doesn't have to be somebody you left behind in childhood. Because, you know, like I say, when I think about the Queen of Swords, she's a freaking badass. She's incredibly intelligent, she's resilient, she's logical, she's very good at making difficult decisions. She builds empires and she protects her peace and she keeps going even when life gets hard. But because she's so good at doing all of that, she can sometimes become one of the less sentimental queens. She doesn't always have the time for like childish fluff and silliness because she's got things to do. She's got an empire to run. She's got responsibilities to juggle. But the Six of Cups, you know, it's kind of softening that. It's saying like, you know, that softer side of you hasn't gone anywhere. It's still here and here's how you can explore it. And it might be through this obsession. So I feel like this obsession, it's allowing you to tap into both of these archetypes at once, because the thing is for you, Pal 4, is that one doesn't have to negate the other. You are allowed to be sometimes serious and sometimes playful. It doesn't have to be 50-50. If you want 90% serious and 10% play, you can do that. If you want the other way around, you can do that. You are allowed to be both rational and sentimental. You're allowed to be someone who has firm boundaries, whilst also being someone who can just be a big silly goofball if you want to be. Because I do think there's a real message here about not feeling like you have to be on guard all the time. It's almost like this obsession is reconnecting you with the version of yourself from before the world toughened you up a little bit. And I don't mean it's like you're becoming naive again. I just mean you're kind of remembering that joy is also a skill that can be practiced. Like, it's okay if you're not connected straight away. You can do it in small bursts. And this is actually making me think of an example, just to give like a tangible example. But I'm thinking of like people who, due to societal expectations or due to worry about how they will be perceived, they have convinced themselves that certain things are no longer for them. Like, for example, somebody saying, oh, I can't go to Disneyland anymore, that's for kids, or I can't wear that now that I'm X age, or oh, those days are behind me now. And yeah, some of these people might have reasons for not being able to do certain things all of the time like they used to. Like, obviously, somebody who has just had a baby, they have a valid reason for being like, oh, I can't go out and party every night like I did in my 20s, or something like that. But it doesn't mean they never can, like they can't go out at all anymore because they're a parent. Like, and sometimes it is just a totally imposed thing, like there's no rule stopping these people from doing these things, but it's more about how they're perceived. But it's kind of like, who says that you can't do those things? Like, and I think this obsession is showing you don't have to sacrifice your Queen of Swords to do any of those other things that bring you joy. You can absolutely be your serious, professional, responsible adult self, and you can still be goofy and whimsical too. You can pay your bills and enjoy your silly little joys at the same time. It doesn't have to be one or the other. And this is actually making me think of a random example from my own life. So very, very long story short, when I was growing up, my parents didn't drive. So getting to go anywhere outside of my immediate city felt like a huge treat for me. And I feel like you're going to laugh at this because this is such a simple childhood joy. Like, it's not even a big thing, but I remember I absolutely loved like zip lines. You know, like when you go to a play area and they have a mini, I guess, a zip line. Like, obviously not a proper zip line, but you know what I hope you know what I mean anyway. But I used to love when I'd come across a play area with one of those on, and if we ever went somewhere that had one, you could not get me off it. Anyway, there's a park near me now that has recently added a small zip line type thing, and I was telling my niece how much she'd love it, because obviously zip lines are elite. I was like, oh, we need to go sometime because you could go on it, you'd love it. And then a few days later, I walked past it myself, and I kind of had this moment of thinking, like, hold on a second, why am I acting like she's the only one who's allowed to enjoy the zip line? Like, just because I'm in my 30s doesn't mean that I'm suddenly banned from liking zip lines. And there was nobody there at the time, so do you know what? I went on it, and I had the best time. Did it make me less of a fully functioning adult? No. I still had to go home afterwards and cook dinner and pay my bills. It didn't stop me from doing any of those things. It just added to the experience of personhood. Did I look stupid? Probably. Did I care? No. Also no, because anyone who doesn't appreciate the folly of a zipline endeavour is not a person whose opinion I personally care about. That is not a life I want. A life with no zip lines. Imagine. So I feel like that's the message here. You know, this obsession is teaching you to add more whimsy into your everyday life and romanticize your life a little bit more. Maybe it's like digitizing your life and going out and buying an early 2000s flip phone. Maybe it's turning your phone off one day a week and binging nostalgic cartoons. Maybe it's buying yourself flowers or taking cute pictures and creating little moments of joy just because you can. Because I do hate that thing where adults judge other adults for finding happiness in things they personally don't understand. Like when people judge adults for enjoying Disney or going to Disneyland. Like, if it's not harming anyone, who cares? Like, who fucking cares? Maybe that person never got to go as a child and this is the first time that they can afford it with their own money and their own adult responsibilities. And if that's the case, let them have fun. And even if it's not, who cares? And I'm not even like a Disney adult. Like, I like Disney. I don't care that much about it like some people do. But I just think, you know, if it's not harming anyone else, live and let live, you know? Yeah, it feels like this obsession is something you were always meant to come back to, something that has always belonged to you and always will. And maybe that's also why this obsession is changing you, because it's changing how you view your own journey. There's this appreciation for how far you've come. Like, you're at the end of a zip line. I'm sorry, but it's like you're able to look back. Maybe some of you are looking back at old photographs, old memories and old versions of yourself, and you're kind of reflecting on that, like, oh, I was just a baby then. But you can appreciate how much you've grown, whilst also appreciating that growth doesn't have to stop here. You are still out here creating new memories, and you're still evolving. And you're still this incredible Queen of Swords without losing some of the innocence that has always existed inside of you too. Now, with the Six of Pentacles clarified by the Ace of Swords, I really, really like this because I feel like this obsession is changing your relationship with your own energy. There's something here about you becoming, again, more intentional with who, what, and where you invest yourself. Because the Six of Pentacles, you know, it's all about giving and receiving. but sometimes we can accidentally become people who overgive. I don't know if you've ever had a problem with that, but if you have, and I don't mean giving as in just like giving gifts or money. Sometimes we give our time away, we give our energy away, we give our attention away, and sometimes we just do this so automatically that we don't even really stop to ask ourselves whether the exchange is actually balanced anymore. But this Ace of Swords, it kind of feels like this huge light bulb moment is coming. It's like suddenly you're going to be able to see things much more clearly. You're going to be able to recognize where your energy is actually appreciated and where it's maybe being taken for granted. And I don't want to say that this obsession is making you more selfish. That's not the right word, but I mean, maybe if more selfishness is needed in the form of radical self-love, then yes, that could absolutely apply here. But it's selfishness, you know, in favor of your long-term happiness. It's kind of this understanding of, actually, what do I need to prioritize right now that's genuinely going to be in my greatest good? Because this obsession is all about restoring the balance. So for example, if you're the kind of person who is always going out of your way to help other people, even when you really don't feel up to it, this could make things simpler for you. Maybe somebody asks you to do something and immediately you're facing this internal battle of, oh, but I should really go, shouldn't I? Like, I feel guilty if I don't, because that giving nature is so deeply ingrained within you. But this obsession almost gives you a clear point of focus now. It's like, oh, actually, I can't because I'm working on XYZ. And I'm not saying that's something you're going to be doing all the time, because relationships, of course, are naturally about give and take. Sometimes one person gives more and sometimes the other person gives less, and sometimes it's the other way around, and ebbs and flows are healthy and normal. But if you've been in situations over time where deep down you know somebody would never ever do for you what you continuously do for them, this obsession is helping you become much clearer about what deserves your time and what doesn't, and that's going to make you so much happier long term. Because I'm even thinking of a random example right now where maybe a friend like guilt trips you into hanging out with them, and then all they do for 3 hours is complain and talk about themselves, and they drain your energy until you leave actually feeling worse than when you arrived. And I do want to clarify, you know, I'm not talking about a friend as a one-off going through a difficult time, because obviously that's completely different. I'm talking about a perpetual unbalanced dynamic that repeatedly leaves you exhausted and the favor is never returned. This obsession almost gives you permission to say like, oh no, actually I'm doing this right now. And it's not that you ever needed permission from somebody else, but I think it makes the decision much easier because you're no longer sitting there debating whether you should sacrifice your own well-being simply because, you know, you technically have nothing planned that day. Suddenly you do have something planned. You have this thing, and this thing excites you and it fulfills you, it makes you happy, and it becomes much easier to honor that and to prioritize it. This thing gives back to you, so you want to give to it. I also think this obsession is making you more decisive generally. You guys strike me as considerate people. Maybe you like to think things through and you don't necessarily want to upset anyone, but this obsession almost feels like it's giving you permission to be a little bit more direct. Like, actually, no, I don't want to do that. Or actually, yes, this is worth my time. Or this is where my energy belongs. And that feels like it's life-changing for you. But yeah, this obsession could absolutely center around being of service, caretaking, or feeling like you are giving back to the world in some way. But the difference is this thing also gives back to you. It's like you get out what you put in, but tenfold. And there's this overwhelming truth that this is where you feel happiest, when you're spreading love and when you're being generous and when you're contributing something meaningful whilst also being appreciated and recognized for what you bring to the table. Because I do think a lot of you are natural nurturers. You could be the type of people who get genuine joy out of making somebody else's day a little bit brighter. You could be someone who spends ages picking out the perfect gift for another person. You could be someone who sends a really heartfelt message to tell somebody how much they mean to you just because. You could be someone who just naturally leaves a trail of sunshine in your wake. But this obsession is teaching you how to do that without abandoning yourself in the process. And I can also see this applying to bigger things too. It could literally involve caring for a child and finding joy in watching that child grow into their own person. It could be generosity in the form of volunteering, fundraising, philanthropy, or just doing something that positively impacts other people. It could just be surrounding yourself with compassionate and like-minded individuals who care about making the world a little bit brighter. Because I actually think a huge part of your happiness here comes from seeing how this affects other people. Seeing other people light up is one of the things that lights you up too. I'm also getting this message of somebody being less cluttered. I know we mentioned physically decluttering earlier, or I think we did, but it could be more mental too, like there's less emotional clutter and less overthinking or feeling pulled in 1,000 different directions by everybody else's expectations. I feel like this obsession is freeing you in so many ways, and it's not that you're becoming a different person. You are still generous, you're still kind, you are still someone who loves giving to other people, but it feels like for the first time, maybe in a long time, you're including yourself amongst that selection of people who deserves generosity as well. So powerful. That's what I'm getting for your reading today, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did like the reading, if anything resonated for you, if you got something out of it, even just a tiny thing, please do me a massive favour and like the video. Leave me a little comment, please share what resonated, or just let me know which pal you picked or what your latest hyperfixation is. You are always very welcome to info dump in the comments as long as it's respectful. Please feel free to hype, share and subscribe as well. Any and all of those things help a small creator and small channel like mine so much, and I would genuinely really appreciate it. With that said, thank you so much for being here and taking time out of your day to listen. I'm sending you lots of love. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one, pal 4. Hi Pal 5 Collective, if you chose Pal 5 and you chose the number 6 Leadership Broccoli card from the Green Witch Oracle alongside the Strawberry Snail sticker, and we're going to be using the Gourmet Tarot for your pal today, then you are in the correct place, friends. Welcome to your reading. This reading is titled Your Soul's Next Obsession and How It Changes Your Life. Now, I do go through absolutely everything this reading is about, along with all my usual disclaimers in the intro. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I would recommend checking at least one of those out just so you know what to expect from this reading today. But with that said, this reading is all about whatever it is that is going to be setting your soul on fire and consuming your every waking thought in the best way possible. Because, collective, your soul has spotted another thing to absolutely obsess over. And it's like, no. I thought we were supposed to be having a nice date. We literally just got over our last obsession, and oops, here we go again. Something new is coming in to take over your life in the best possible way. You are going to be eating, sleeping and breathing this thing, but hopefully it won't make you pee on the floor like Nikki. So with that said, please let me know in the comments what your current hyperfixations are at the moment. I did share some of mine in the intro, but yeah, I just genuinely love hearing about things you guys are obsessed with currently too. But yeah, let's get you excited about your next obsession. We're going to be starting this reading off with an energy check using this oracle card here, and then we're going to open the reading up and do more of a deep dive with a couple more oracle cards and your tarot cards to really see what this obsession could be, why it's coming into your life, and how it's going to be changing things for you in the best possible way. So with all of that said, I really hope you enjoy this one, and without any further hesitation, let's get started. So just paying attention to the number 6 on this leadership card. This could actually operate as an initial confirmation for some of you. I always like to open these readings up, these energy checks, by mentioning the numbers on the cards. So this could be a confirmation in terms of a date, an age, an angel number or synchronicity you're seeing a lot of, a birthday, an astrological house, or the sign associated with that house. As just a few examples. Of course, none of these have to be the case for this to be your pile. They are just extra confirmations for those of you to whom it applies. But just as a few examples, some of you could be born on the 6th of a month, or you could be born in the 6th month, the month of June, so some of you could have had a recent birthday. You could be a life path 6, or you've been seeing the angel number 6 a lot, or every time you glance at the clock there seems to be a 6 involved somewhere. This obsession could even be in relation to something that's been on your mind for the last 6 days, weeks, months, or potentially even years. Some of you could have strong 6th house or Virgo energy in your chart. And because leadership is showing up, I also want to give an honourable mention to Aries, Leo and Capricorn placements as extra confirmations if that resonates. Now, your next obsession is actually incredibly exciting because this feels like something that is going to allow you to step into some kind of leadership role. I mean, you did pick the leadership card, so you probably knew that that was coming, pal 5. But yeah, this obsession feels like it's going to help you hone and develop a particular set of skills that become invaluable when it comes to your ability to lead, whether that's leading other people, leading a project, leading a business, leading a community, or simply you leading by example. Whatever this is, it's kind of putting you in charge and allowing you to become a guiding light for other people. And before we kind of delve further into that, I do want to mention that leadership can show up in so many different ways. And I wanted to mention that, especially for those of you who have perhaps felt uncomfortable with the idea of leadership or with certain leaders or authority figures in the past, I just want to mention that, you know, a leader doesn't have to be this domineering, like, do what I say because I said so type of person. In fact, a good leader probably should not be that way at all. A good leader doesn't need to do that. They don't need to dominate because they naturally command respect. So a lot of people, maybe even people you've encountered in your past, they might have the title of leader or authority to some degree, but they don't necessarily deserve it. And if you've worked with anyone like that before, I'm thinking of, you know, old bosses, colleagues, authority figures who perhaps abuse their power or maybe use their power in ways that felt unethical or controlling, it doesn't mean leadership itself is inherently bad. It just means that when the wrong people are handed influence, things can go very, very wrong very, very quickly. And honestly, I think that probably goes without saying if we look at a lot of the leaders and role models we have in the world today. But in your case, you know, leadership can absolutely refer to that more traditional thing of maybe, you know, becoming a boss, the head of a company, a mentor, a teacher, or someone who runs workshops and courses. It can be that more sort of stereotypical idea of what we think of when we think of leadership, but it doesn't have to be just that. Like, again, leadership can take so many different forms. Ultimately, though, this obsession is about you having what it takes to be responsible for something meaningful and, you know, potentially becoming somebody that other people naturally listen to and trust, admire, or seek advice from. And this could potentially lead to all of the other things that often sit alongside leadership too. So if this obsession is a skill that you develop and eventually turn into a business, for example, there's every possibility that you become very well known for being excellent at what you do. This could become a very auspicious endeavor for you. It could cultivate material abundance and status and success, of course, but at its core, it is also about being in service to other people, especially with that number 6. It is about being a guiding light and doing something almost because it's a labor of love, is what I want to say, because somebody has to stand up for this thing. Somebody has to take care of it like a good leader does. Somebody has to represent it well. And this obsession is allowing that somebody to be you. There's something really meaningful about that because whatever it is you're carrying out day to day, it genuinely feels like what you're doing matters. Ultimately, this obsession is going to change your life by highlighting your capacity to influence, to inspire, to guide, and to shape other people towards a common goal or vision. And again, I think a lot of us do naturally have the tendency to shy away from the word leadership or labeling ourselves in that way. A lot of people almost scoff at that idea and say, like, you know, no, I'm not a leader, I'm too shy, I'm very introverted, like I hate telling people what to do, or I hate public speaking, and all of those things we naturally associate with leadership. But first of all, Pal 5, you could actually be surprisingly good at some of those things, even if you don't necessarily enjoy them. That's the first thing I want to say. But secondly, regardless, leadership doesn't just have to be about that anyway. And I know even for myself, but I think a lot of us in spiritual spaces generally, part of the reason we shy away from this concept of leadership, or we might attach sometimes negative connotations to it, is because many of us have complicated relationships with authority. And maybe that's a stereotype. I don't mean it to sound like we're all just these giant edgelords who just hate anyone in charge for the sake of it. But I do think a lot of people who gravitate towards astrology and tarot and spirituality are often people who have spent a large portion of their lives trying to understand themselves and trying to understand others. And a lot of us, again, I'm stereotyping here, but this applies to me personally, and I've noticed it in the spiritual space, a lot of us are neurodivergent too. Not everyone, of course. You don't have to accept that label if it doesn't apply to you, let it fly. But I do think there's a huge overlap there because, when you've spent a lot of your formative years potentially feeling misunderstood or out of step with the world, you naturally become curious about things like psychology and human behavior, and often tarot and astrology and a lot of spiritual things fall into that quite naturally. It's almost where psychology and science meet the esoteric, and we end up fascinated by all of these different abstract systems that help us understand ourselves better ultimately. And within that, a lot of neurodivergent people struggle with rules and structures that to us simply don't make sense, whether that's practically or ethically or spiritually or all of the things. We often don't thrive in institutions that are all about like bureaucracy and box ticking, whilst individuality gets completely lost. And on top of that, a lot of us have witnessed people in positions of authority wielding their power in all the wrong ways. Parents, teachers, politicians, adults that we were supposed to look up to, and therefore we kind of learned that being in charge doesn't automatically make someone worthy of being followed, right? So sometimes we then develop this strange relationship with authority, and we become uncomfortable with the idea of leadership as a whole. We become terrified of, seeming bossy or controlling or speaking out of turn. We might even become scared of sharing our own opinions because we worry that it will be perceived as trying to dominate other people. But this obsession is teaching you that your voice truly does matter. People want to hear what you have to say, and you're very, very good at this. And it doesn't have to look like, standing on a podium giving speeches to thousands of people, pal 5. It could be educating people online. I think, like we said, running a workshop, teaching a course, advocating for something you care about, identifying the potential in other people, or just sharing your own experiences. But whatever it is, it's placing you in this position where people really value your input. And I also want to say this doesn't necessarily feel like being a manager. It doesn't feel like management, because management often focuses on more of like the operational side of things. That sort of like, how do we get from A to B? Whereas leadership focuses more on the why behind it all. It is about the purpose. It's about direction, and it's about like creating momentum and inspiring people to move towards like something that feels bigger than themselves, something that feels bigger than all of us. And then we have broccoli showing up, which I love, because spiritually broccoli is often associated with like nourishment and being a very, I guess, high vibrational food. It's nutrient dense. We often associate it with being something that's very, very good for us. And there is something about this obsession feeling like your daily greens. It's this thing that keeps you strong and healthy and aligned. It's something that genuinely sustains you and fills you up in a way that feels really nourishing. And right now I'm getting an image in my mind's eye of Popeye. I think Popeye, it was it spinach? Not broccoli, but I guess I'm thinking of greens in general. It's like this obsession builds you up. It makes you strong. I also think this obsession is affecting you because it's kind of honing in on all these different skills that naturally make somebody a good leader. But it's also something where you want to keep showing up for it. And I'm even thinking of, an example of like being the leader of a household. Like the head of a household keeps showing up every day for their children, for their family, because they love them more than anything. Or, a team leader keeps showing up because they know people rely on them. This obsession, it almost creates that same feeling within you. It makes you want to do your best because it matters to you, and it feels like it gives you some sense of responsibility. It makes you want to be a good person, and it makes you want to keep going, and it makes you feel strong. But it's also like it gives you something to feel like you have to take care of. I don't know how else to describe it. So this obsession, I feel like it's teaching you resilience. It's teaching you how to endure hard seasons in favor of the nourishment to come later. It's also helping you become someone who can take action more easily too. So if you've ever struggled with indecision or analysis paralysis, there's something about this obsession that's morphing you into someone who knows what to do. And then instead of overthinking it, you actually do it. You are able to make those kind of on-the-spot decisions more. It's teaching you reliability and consistency. It's helping you trust yourself, because it's like you're repeatedly proving to others that you can show up, whether that's for yourself or for other people. It's developing your confidence and your communication skills, but it's also developing, I want to say, your emotional intelligence and your adaptability too. Because, a good leader has mutual respect for the people around them, and they know how to navigate uncertain waters when challenges inevitably arise. I also think this obsession could teach you what type of leader you actually are, because again, leadership isn't one size fits all. Some people are transformational leaders who inspire others. Some are servant leaders who want to nurture everybody around them. Some are collaborative and democratic, and some are naturally more decisive. There are so many different styles of leadership, and I almost feel like this obsession is helping you discover which one you are. I want to talk about broccoli again, because every time I look at broccoli, all I see is a little diorama forest. Like, they always just look like these little tiny trees to me. And it's interesting because when you see a single tree standing alone, you think that's a tree. obviously. But in reality, you know, trees are physically and chemically connected underground through what's often referred to as the wood wide web, which I think is adorable. But it immediately makes me think that this obsession isn't about standing alone at all. It's about teamwork and sharing resources and inspiring one another and creating a bigger impact than you even realise. This is showing you that there are people who support you and people who are connected to your vision. And even that phrase, World Wide Web, obviously makes me think of World Wide Web and actual online communities, if that resonates for any of you guys. And, you know, referring back to Virgo energy, which we mentioned, I definitely feel as though this obsession really favours your ability to pay attention to detail. But please bear in mind, you know, when I say attention to detail, that doesn't have to look one specific way, because some of you, I just know you will be sitting there thinking like, I have no attention to detail whatsoever. Like, I'm always making typos in emails and things like that. But attention to detail doesn't just have to be like correcting someone's grammar. It can also be having like excellent pattern recognition. So you might be the kind of person, even if you have typos in your email, you can pick up on like the slightest shift in somebody's tone of voice and you can instantly know that something is wrong. And that could make you an excellent leader. Obviously, that's just one example, but something like that could make you a good leader because it ties into that emotional intelligence. There's something about this obsession showing you that you have a really sharp eye and you often notice things that other people just completely miss. Now, equally, I will say that this could make you a tiny bit perfectionistic. You could overthink details or become hypercritical of your own abilities from time to time, but ultimately this obsession feels very much connected to helping other people in some way. It's about being useful and it's about giving back. There's strategy involved here too, so research, editing, healthcare, organisation, problem solving, like I said, noticing things other people miss, all of that keeps coming through very strongly. And as a few extra confirmations, this could absolutely tie into 6th house themes. So for some of you, this could involve health and wellness. Maybe you are changing your routines, your diet, your fitness, or you're working with the physical body in some way. Maybe helping other people with their bodies, maybe wellness advice, maybe some of you want to become coaches or nurses or clinicians, or you want to work in wellness spaces. This could also be tied to daily work and labour because there's something very practical about this obsession. And I keep hearing the phrase duty of care. There's something you do every day that becomes a labour of love though. Some of you could be questioning your long-term career path altogether. This obsession could make you question that. This could also be about being of service to other people. Maybe you're naturally a caregiver. Maybe you're that friend who's always asking like, did you eat today? Did you drink any water today? Are you okay, really? Maybe you genuinely enjoy helping other people and you want to do something where you feel like you're giving back. And with the 6th house also connecting to pets and domestic animals, this could absolutely be something like getting a new pet, connecting more deeply with an animal or wanting to work with animals. Even something like deciding to become a dog walker or a pet sitter. It could also tie into assistants and collaborators or people who become part of your daily life because of this obsession. So it could be this obsession eventually allows you to like hire an assistant or you have people collaborating with you on this. But yeah, I feel like this obsession is changing you by showing you that leadership doesn't mean controlling people and bossing everyone around. It means more often than not, you know, nurturing something that means a lot to you and inspiring those around you simply by being authentically yourself. And with that said, I feel like this is a really good time to move on to the tarot portion of your reading, Pal 5. So we're going to be pulling these 2 oracle cards. This one is actually from the Blooming Cats Tarot, and it's an astrology card, which I often use those in my readings. But just to let you know, this card, it's more representative of the energy of this obsession and how it's changing you. And to kind of dive deeper into what we've already said, you don't have to be the sign that we've pulled. You don't have to have that sign in your big 3 for this to apply. Of course, it can be extra confirmation if it does apply. But yeah, I would pay attention to the things mentioned on the card in case any of those things are confirmations for you. But don't worry if it's not your sign, is basically what I'm saying. Okay, so let's have a look at what we pulled for you. We have got Capricorn, which I think we did mention in your energy check. But the card says, hardworking, disciplined, loyal, stubborn, workaholic, stoic, December 22nd to January 19th, being relevant dates. Element is Earth, ruling planet is Saturn, major arcana card, the Devil, stones, garnet and lapis lazuli, colours are black and brown, lucky numbers 5, 6 and 8, flowers are carnation and pansy. And from the modern spiritual deck, we have action. For your tarot, we have got the 10 of Pentacles, beautiful, and clarifying the 10 of Pentacles. We have justice. Oh. we've got the Emperor. And clarifying the Emperor, we have the Ten of Wands. We have got the Knight of Swords, and clarifying the Knight of Swords, we have Judgment. And we have the King of Swords. My gosh, big energy. And we have the High Priestess, clarifying the King of Swords. That's huge. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay. Right, pile 5. Oh, this is so Capricorn in the best possible way. You don't have to be a Capricorn, like I said, but I feel like a lot of people, to be honest, misunderstand Capricorn energy because they sometimes hear ambition and they automatically assume greed or hustle culture or like climbing over other people to get to the top. But I don't think that's this energy whatsoever. Actually, what I'm getting here is usefulness. And I know that's a strange word to use, maybe, but I keep wanting to come back to this idea of you becoming obsessed with being useful, you becoming obsessed with contributing, becoming obsessed with making an impact on the world around you, even if it's in some smaller ways. But I'm almost getting this energy of somebody discovering this one thing that makes them like, oh, this is where I'm needed, this is where I can be utilized. And that can apply to absolutely anything. It could be a career, it could be a business, it could be becoming a leader in your community, it could be helping people, it could be becoming really invested in creating systems that improve other people's lives. It could quite literally be something as simple as becoming obsessed with cooking because you love being the person who gathers everyone around the table and makes people feel looked after. There's just something about this pile where your happiness feels intrinsically linked to contribution in some way. And yeah, when we were talking about leadership and I mentioned, you know, this doesn't have to have anything to do with everybody who chose this pile becoming someone's boss. I think leadership, of course, can look really different depending on who you are and what your personal skill set is. Because, you know, leadership can be the person who organizes the family holiday. Leadership can be the person who starts the group chat and gets everybody together. Leadership can be the person at work who everybody turns to because they know you'll know the answer. Leadership can be the person who starts a local club or who volunteers or who creates a community online around something they care about. It's almost the energy of people slowly gravitating towards you because you truly have something valuable to offer. And I feel like that's what's changing you because I actually feel like some of you are stepping into your authority in a way that maybe you haven't before. Like maybe there have been times in your life where you've downplayed your own competence or you've underestimated how much you know. But this obsession, it's like it forces you to acknowledge your own abilities because people start reflecting them back at you, pile 5. With the Ten of Pentacles clarified by Justice, I actually think this pairing is kind of setting the tone for the entire pile because this obsession feels like something that's going to have a lasting impact on your life. This does not feel fleeting at all. It doesn't feel like, you know, one of those hyperfixations where you're obsessed for 2 weeks and then 6 months later you don't even remember why you cared so much about it. This feels like something that becomes part of your story, your hero's journey, if you want to call it that, because the Ten of Pentacles is all about legacy, right? It's about asking ourselves, you know, what am I building? What am I contributing? What will still exist in years to come because I decided to put my energy into this? And I feel as though, pile 5, that's one of the biggest ways this obsession is changing you. It's changing your relationship with the future because I think some of you are going to become obsessed with creating stability, and it's not a kind of stability that feels boring, it feels exciting. And I feel like that is a shift because I think sometimes stability kind of gets marketed as this kind of dull thing. Like if life is stable, life must be predictable. If life is predictable, life must be boring. But I do not think that's true at all. I think there's something really exciting about waking up every day, knowing that the tiny things you're doing are slowly becoming something much bigger than you initially imagined. And when we have stability, it opens the door up for us to get excited about so many different things because the world opens up to us because we're not fussing over everything being chaotic all the time. We're not trying to put out 1,000 fires. We're not getting distracted by bullshit that doesn't really matter. I also feel like this obsession is changing you because it's making you think beyond yourself a little bit. And I don't mean in a self-sacrificing way. I mean in a way where you are actually considering your long-term impact. You guys are thinking, what can I create now that will continue to benefit me and perhaps benefit other people too? Because the Ten of Pentacles isn't just about success for success's sake. It's success that can be shared. It's security that can be spread out and enjoyed by others. You know, it's creating something sustainable instead of just chasing the next shiny thing. And, you know, with justice clarifying this as well, there's something really beautiful here about you realizing that your efforts do matter, because justice is about cause and effect. It's understanding that what you consistently put your energy into eventually adds up. And I think that's something this obsession is teaching you in a very, very tangible way. You're starting to understand that success often looks a lot less glamorous than people make it out to be. Sometimes success is just about showing up repeatedly. Sometimes it's about honouring your commitments and keeping to your word and doing what you said you'd do and being disciplined, even when nobody else is watching, even when nobody's patting you on the back. And I'm also hearing the phrase, you get out what you put in, but I don't mean that in any kind of like toxic productivity sort of way, because of course life isn't always that simple. Sometimes we work really, really hard, we put our everything into something, and it still can go wrong. Like, that's life, right? Sometimes life throws us curveballs even when we're doing the best we can. But I do think this obsession is nevertheless helping you build trust in yourself, because you're proving to yourself time and time again that every time you show up and every time you make a decision that aligns with your future self, you're proving to yourself that you are dependable. You can depend on yourself first and foremost. And I think that's one of the biggest changes happening here. You become somebody that you can rely on. There's also something about fairness and balance coming through really strongly here when it comes to your ambitions, because if some of you maybe have had a tendency to like overwork in the past, on the Capricorn card, it mentions being a workaholic. If you have the tendency to do that, or you ever have, or you kind of throw yourself into responsibilities until you're just basically running on fumes, here's justice stepping in and saying, okay, Power 5, but your needs matter too. Like, we're going to have to think about that. There has to be balance within this empire that you're building. Because what's the point in creating a beautiful life if you never actually allow yourself to enjoy it and step back and have a look at how far you've come and really take that in? I could see this obsession literally manifesting through contracts, promotions, business opportunities, qualifications, investments, long-term commitments, or decisions that feel very official in some way. A little bit similar to Pile 1 energy. I don't know if any of you were drawn to Pile 1, but we mentioned something about something being official in that pile. But what I really like about this energy is that it feels very much deserved. It doesn't really feel like luck just dropping in your lap. It feels like the natural consequences of all the little things you've been doing just continually adding up over time. I also think this obsession is changing your relationship with recognition, because maybe in the past, like if you were waiting for some kind of external permission to pursue something properly or officially, waiting for somebody else to tell you that you were qualified enough or experienced enough or important enough to go after whatever this is. But justice doesn't really operate like that. Justice is more objective. It simply asks, like, have you put the work in? Have you acted with integrity? Have you stayed true to your values? And if the answer is yes, then that is enough, more than enough. And Pile 5, that's what this whole thing feels like. It feels like your life becoming a reflection of your values. And I think that's so empowering, because once you know what matters to you, it becomes way easier to make decisions, and you stop wasting energy trying to be everything to everyone else because you're too busy building something that means a lot to you. Now, with the Emperor clarified by the 10 of Wands, I feel like this obsession is changing your relationship with responsibility, because yes, this pile absolutely has leadership energy all over it. That's what the whole reading's been about. But I almost feel like it's teaching you what healthy leadership is, because I think some of you have accidentally convinced yourselves that being dependable means doing absolutely everything yourself, and those two things are just not the same. Because I actually think a lot of you are very naturally competent people. You might be the person that other people come to when they need advice. Like, you could be the person who is capable of organising things, or the person who always spots problems before they happen. You're that person who maybe just steps in and steps up when nobody else is taking charge. But the downside of that is people quickly become accustomed and used to you carrying everything, and sometimes you become accustomed to carrying everything as well. So I almost feel like this obsession is changing you, because it's making you realise that leadership and control are not the same thing, because true Emperor energy knows how to delegate. True Emperor energy trusts other people to contribute. It doesn't say, you know, if I don't do it myself, if I don't control everything, it's all going to fall apart. And for some of you, I do wonder if you were going to have a bit of an identity shift surrounding this, because if you've been known as like the reliable one for years, Oh, shout out to my firstborn daughters. That could be some of you, if you know, you know. But yeah, that role can become very hard to step away from. Shout out to my parentified children who became responsible adults as well. Sometimes people almost become addicted to being needed because it validates them in some way. Like, if everyone relies on me, then I must be important. But then if one day you wake up and realise you're absolutely exhausted because you're essentially running 10,000 people's lives all at once, I actually think this obsession is changing you by making you become much more strategic with your energy. You're asking yourself, like, is this actually my responsibility? Or have I just naturally picked it up because nobody else did? Those are two very, very different questions that you have to ask yourself, Pal 5. I'm also getting this feeling that this obsession is going to make you a lot more protective of your own time, because I think sometimes, my Pal 5s, you could have a tendency to overcommit. Like, you say yes because you know you can do it, and you will do it. It's not like you go back on your word. You say yes because you don't want to let people down. But eventually all of those little yeses over time add up, and suddenly you are carrying these 10 giant sticks up a hill wondering why your back hurts. And what's interesting is I don't actually think this obsession is reducing your ambition whatsoever, not a chance. If anything, it is increasing it. But it is making your ambition smarter. There's more logic to it, because I think before, some of you might have spread yourselves too thin, trying to prove that you can do it. Whereas with this obsession, it feels like your energy is going to become much more concentrated. It's almost like you're saying, actually, if I put all of this effort into one thing that truly matters to me, imagine how much further I could get. And I'm getting a ton of different examples showing up in really everyday ways too. Like, if you're always the person organising family events, or sorting out everyone's problems at work, or reminding everyone else what they need to do, being the designated planner of your friendship group. Or maybe you're that person who always volunteers for extra projects because you know that nobody else is going to put up their hand and volunteer. And whilst these qualities are beautiful, I do think this obsession is helping you ask whether all of that responsibility is genuinely yours to carry. Because I think one of the biggest lessons here is understanding that being a leader doesn't mean being a martyr. You do not have to collapse under the weight of everything in order to deserve success. And you don't have to earn your rest. And you don't have to prove your worth through exhaustion. And I feel like Pal 5, this obsession is going to make you more successful because of that. Because instead of burning through your energy trying to keep every single plate spinning, you are becoming more intentional about what deserves your attention, which has been a big theme for all of these readings today, but it's because you're building something much more sustainable. It's like you're playing the long game here, and that's going to be more powerful. It's the most powerful form of leadership that you can embody, and it's a lot better for you than just trying to carry everything until you break. Now, with the Knight of Swords clarified up by Judgment, this obsession feels like a wake-up call. This is big energy. I feel like something clicks into place for you, and once it does, I'm getting there's almost no going back, because the Knight of Swords doesn't really tiptoe around things, you know? This is someone who sees where they want to go, and suddenly they're just off. And with Judgment clarifying it, it feels like that movement is happening because you're reaching a point where you can no longer ignore whatever this thing is. I think this obsession changes you because it forces you to stop sitting on the fence, because I do wonder if some of you have spent a long time maybe knowing deep down what you wanted to do or being pulled to something, but perhaps waiting for the perfect time, or waiting until you feel ready enough, or until you have enough experience, or waiting until life magically becomes less busy, which never happens. And I feel like this obsession is teaching you that the perfect moment doesn't really exist. Like, at some point, you simply have to decide that you're going to go for it. And I almost feel like that's what this pairing is. It's a decision. It's some kind of commitment. It's you saying, like, no, I'm actually doing this now, because Judgment is often like this point of no return, not in a scary way, but in a way where you've had some kind of awakening and you can't unknow what you know anymore. I also think this obsession is changing your relationship with your own voice, because I do get the sense that some of you might have downplayed your ambitions in the past. Maybe you've softened what you really wanted to do because at times it felt too big or too unrealistic, or there's just this element of maybe you couldn't say it out loud for a time. But this pairing almost feels like you're stepping into your authority and owning what it is you actually want, very vocally and very boldly and confidently. Because yeah, there's a huge difference between it secretly wanting something and openly committing to it. I feel like once we say something out loud, once we decide and we start acting accordingly, that's often when life starts moving. I could also see this being one of those moments where you kind of surprise yourself. Like one day you're thinking about doing something, and instead of deliberating on it for months, the next minute you find yourself already applying for the course or signing up to the program or launching the website or sending the email, booking the appointment or having the conversation that you've been putting off. And afterwards you're a bit like, oh wow, I actually did that. It's kind of like I'm seeing somebody, I wanted to say demonic possession, but it's not demonic possession, but I'm thinking of almost being in a trance, like doing something and then being like, oh my god, I just did that, I don't even remember doing that. But it's because your soul wants it or your soul is obsessing over it or something like that. You're like, oh, what came over me then? Like normally I would think about this for several months before I actually do something about it, but here I am just kind of doing it. What's this new energy? But yeah, it's like you taking action, you know, the action card. It's coming up for a reason here. But equally, because this is Power 5 and because we've got all this Capricorn and Saturn and kind of earthly energy moving through it, I do think there's a small caution here about not moving so quickly that you forget your bigger picture, because the Knight can sometimes become so excited about finally taking action that it just goes charging off at full speed. Whereas Judgment is kind of asking you to make sure your actions align with your values. This isn't just taking action impulsively for action's sake. You want it to be purposeful action is what I'm getting. I also think this obsession is changing you because it is helping you to let go of old versions of yourself, because Judgment is all about release. It's about saying, okay, thank you next, sort of thing. Like, thank you to the version of me that got me this far, but we're doing things differently now. Maybe it's the version of yourself that procrastinated because they were scared, or maybe it's the version of yourself that always talked themselves out of opportunities or convinced themselves success was for everybody else around them, but not for them. But whatever it is, I feel like you are shedding it here in this obsession, in the midst of this obsession. And I feel like Power 5, this is one of the biggest changes of the whole reading, because you are no longer just dreaming about the life you want, you are participating in the creation and the cultivation of it. And it just feels really, really empowering to me. Now, with the King of Swords clarified by the High Priestess, I actually think this is one of the biggest ways this obsession changes you, because I think it completely transforms the way you make decisions. Because for some of you guys, I almost feel like you spent a lot of your life maybe searching for answers externally. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I actually think it's because you are naturally very conscientious people. You like to do your research and probably like to gather information and think things through thoroughly before making a big decision. And I think, you know, those are wonderful qualities to have. But I do wonder if sometimes it can become a little bit overwhelming because you reach a point where you've consumed so many different opinions, and you might find yourself more confused than you were when you started. And I think we spoke about this in one of the other readings today. I can't quite remember which one it was, but everyone has an opinion, don't they? Like, everyone has an opinion. One person will tell you to take the risk, and another person will tell you to stay safe. One person will tell you that now is the perfect time, and somebody else will tell you that now is absolutely the worst time. And, you know, before you know it, you're drowning in information and you're completely disconnected from your own instincts. But I almost think this obsession changes you because it reconnects you to your own inner authority. Because, yeah, the King of Swords is incredibly intelligent and strategic, but the High Priestess reminds him that not everything can be solved with logic alone. Sometimes you already know the answer. You don't need to go looking for it. You don't need to get proof. Sometimes your body knows before your brain can catch up. So I feel like you're learning through this obsession that gathering information and staying informed is important, of course, but at some point there comes a stage where you have to just stop researching and start listening to yourself instead and start taking action based on that. And I think at the beginning of this pile, leadership was very much coming through as like success and reputation and building something impressive, and that is all still true. But I'm also getting this bigger message about trusting your own leadership, like it being this kind of internal thing. Like, do I trust myself to make decisions? Do I trust my inner authority? And I think that's one of the greatest forms of leadership that there is. There's also something beautiful here with this pairing about balancing your masculine and feminine energy, not in a gendered sense whatsoever, but more in the sense of balancing action with rest and strategy with intuition, balancing doing and being productive with simply existing, like allowing yourself to exist. Because I think Power 5 naturally leans more towards action and doing. Like, if there's a problem, you'll be the one to step up and solve it. If there's something that needs to be done, you're there, you can do it. If there's a goal, you're always happy to work towards it. But this obsession almost teaches you that sometimes the answer arrives when you stop forcing it. And I think that's going to be quite a profound lesson for some of you guys because, you know, this pile has so much Capricorn and Saturn energy. Sometimes, you know, when we're ambitious, we can accidentally convince ourselves that every single answer has to be earned through effort. But the High Priestess is kind of saying, no, not always. Sometimes clarity can come through the stillness too. I feel like this obsession is changing you because it's helping you read between the lines a little more. You guys are becoming incredibly discerning. It's like you're understanding that what people say and what people do are sometimes two different things. And it feels like you're noticing patterns more easily and you're noticing your own instincts more easily. It's almost like your intuition is becoming heightened and becoming another skill set in your toolkit, and you're actively learning to trust it this time. I feel like the biggest secret gift of this obsession, it's not just that it's bringing you success or giving you ambition, which it could very well do, but it's not just about like giving you this title or this sense of achievement. That can be part of it, a new skill set, of course, but it's giving you fundamentally confidence in your own judgment. And I feel like that is something priceless. That's something you can't put a price tag on because that changes everything. Like that's something that can stay with you long after this obsession evolves into something else. But that is something that it's teaching you in the here and now that can really go the distance. Okay, Pile 5, that's what I'm getting for your reading today, and that's where I'm going to leave you today, my loves. Please let me know in the comments below if anything resonated for you, because I absolutely love hearing from you guys, and I'd love to hear what your current obsessions and hyperfixations are too. Please do me a massive favour and like, comment, hype, share and subscribe. If you can do any one of those things, that would just help me out so much. As a small channel and a small creator like me, that makes the biggest difference, and of course I genuinely love hearing from you guys. With that said, I just want to thank you so much for being here today. I appreciate you more than you could ever know. I'm sending you lots of love. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one, Pile 5.